S.W.Frost is now live streaming last epoch it's past noon. Restreambot. Welcome to my channel. Lila Tov. Welcome to my channel.
Hello guys. Oh.
Pitkovao sam ovog tu. Sam si. Šta je? A jebem ti mater!
Game made by two companies that no longer exist. The game opens to a cell block. This is Death Row. A prisoner is walking down the Green Mile. His name is Talk. We presume that is a nickname and not his christened name. So he is being led through a cell block with all of his belongings in hand. He has been sentenced to death because he supposedly killed his family. So Talk is being led to his cell, and the guards are saying,
At least when you escort an inmate to death row, you know he's scheduled to get what he deserves.
Ernesto, you can really be a jackass. You know that?
You hear what this one did?
I don't want to know. And you know
He
when
beat his ex-wife to a bloody pulp. Killed her with his fists.
Look, I said I didn't...
Then he drowned one son in the tub and threw the other out a window.
Talk is ignoring the guards. He keeps walking down the Green Mile, and as he continues on, there are other inmates there. And they're saying stuff about Talk as well.
For example, this is Goose.
Willie's bed isn't even cold yet, and already they brought in a new guy.
This is Jeffrey Dahmer.
I heard he killed his old lady and kids. Sick motherfucker.
But then a third guy pipes up. This is Michael Clark Duncan from the movie The Green Mile.
That's Talk. Word is he sheared half the Aryan Brotherhood over at Easton.
So Talk's never been to this prison before, and he sees it as an opportunity to reinvent himself. So Talk wants to be the prison funny guy. If this is Death Row, I'd hate to see Death Column.
That's a good try, Talk. Keep going with your puns. Good job.
Talk's actually a really good guy. He shouldn't be in prison. He should be the mayor of this prison. They should make a video game about his story.
Goose becomes mad, and everybody's starting to get pretty rowdy at this point. And the wardens go,
Hey, shut up in there!
So we cut back to Talk, and he's looking at the photo of his stupid dead family.
oh, I miss them so much. Also, I have been framed. I mean, I can't remember what actually happened, but I'm not the type to kill my family. Then, an inmate joins in on him, wistfully saying this.
I read about your trial. They got no witnesses, all circumstantial evidence.
You're an innocent man, aren't you, Talk? Some bad stuff happened to you, and you don't remember what happened. It's not your fault.
Possibly. You were crying.
Talk is ignoring all this, and he's still just wistfully looking at the photograph. Then suddenly, a massive change in tone is about to happen. We're gonna be fighting for our damn lives. An earthquake happens. Suddenly, a big monster, which looks like the thing from Silent Hill, drops down from the ceiling and starts killing everybody.
What the hell's going on?
Right, so Goose is there and he's going, oh, I'm real scared right now. 1. This is terrifying. I hope we make it out of here. 2.
Nothing gets in the way of my pump.
Suddenly, this thing is in Goose's cell. And uh-oh, not Goose. Then we cut to another cell, and the inmate who was very sympathetic about how we were framed and such is now on his knees. Please, I had so much to live for. Don't kill me. But the monster does. The guards are on high alert, but they're like, what's going on? So they run away. Alright, so in summary, Goose is dead. This guy's dead. This other guy is dead. Oh no. The only 2 people left are Hugh Jackman as Talk and Michael Clark Duncan as Morgan Freeman.
There's something in here.
But then Morgan Freeman dies as well. We are now the...
Ne, ali kakva vam je latencija danas?
35, 40.
Ne, kako realno se igra ponaša. Nekad piše ispod 50, a imaš osjećaj kao da je 300.
To je jasan znak da mora da uzmeš internet preko Milana.
Yes.
Last survivor left in a cell. But instead of getting killed like all the other cellmates, instead, the monster breaks down the door. Oh, we might be able to escape. So we run over to the exit. Damn, it's locked. Suddenly, a guard comes running up to us, right? And he goes,
"Inmate, back in your cell. Everything's under control."
But it is not under control because...
He sure has been shanked without redemption.
Oh, alright, I better arm myself. And so he runs over to one of the dead people and pulls a shank out of him. Like Excalibur taking a sword from a stone.
But this stone is still alive! He is now the king of prison.
Torque then walks up to the security cameras and he starts looking through it. He goes, right, I want to see what the hell this threat is. What's going on? Looking through the security footage, we can see the guards shooting at the monsters. It's not going very well. The monsters are definitely winning this fight.
I need to get out of here. So Torque starts to explore the prison building, trying to find a way out of here.
What's that in the distance? It's a ringing phone.
The suffer ring.
Yellow? On the other end is a female voice.
Hey, listen to me. You gotta get out of there. That island's more than just a prison. It's so much worse.
Wait a minute. This sounds a lot like my dead wife.
Listen, Torque, it is me, your dead wife. You have to get off this prison island. Something really bad is happening here. If you don't get out right now, you might die. Hugh Jackman hangs up the phone. So Torque goes running down the hallway. Perhaps this will be the route to freedom. Then, hey, this way. Follow me, Torque. I know the way out of here. And so Torque goes, oh, I'll follow.
It's gonna be my companion for the rest of the game.
So we go chasing after this guy, and...
Well, I'm glad he made it out, but how am I supposed to get out of here?
A prison guard comes running up, and he goes, hey, Torque, I'm here as well, and nothing bad will happen to me. People just keep joining this game, you know? And he says, listen, Torque, these monsters, they hate the light. Stay in the light.
Thank God I made it into the light.
Wait, did that light bulb directly above me just go out?
Suddenly, a monster drops from the ceiling and begins pranking the hell out of this guard. He is penetrated from behind, and not in the sex way.
Well, I'm glad he got out, but how am I supposed to find a way out of here?
All right, Mr. Branson, what's the next important thing?
Well, we come up against a bit of a spooky creature.
Which is? The Slayer. So Hugh Jackman goes head to head with the Slayer. He manages to take it down, but there will be plenty more of these to fight throughout the rest of the prison.
Knife to fight you.
You've almost got it, Torque.
So to celebrate his victory against the Slayer, Torque decides to go have a shower in the men's bathroom. And right as he's wishing he had a strong guy to help clean his back, suddenly...
I'm here to clean your back.
Hold it right there, or I will cut you down.
A no-nonsense guy who doesn't take any guff runs into the room.
You hear me, inmate? Do you hear me?
Blodeline.
Hell of protocol. Everything's gone to shit.
Now, at this point, the game introduces a morality system. You can actually choose to kill this man or stay. The angel on your shoulder is your dead wife, and the devil on your shoulder is just some dude that's good like this. That you should be bad.
See what he has to say.
We got a better chance to survive if we stick together. Go get a flashlight from the break room down the hall. And no funny stuff.
I mean, either way, he's safe.
Next, Torque goes into the bathroom and he sees a bunch of pills in the sink. So he gobbles them up real quick, and after he's had too many, suddenly he needs to take a dump. So he heads into the cubicle, but it's occupied with
Dad,
his son?
what's going on?
Talk is starting to see visions of his dead kid, which he didn't murder, but was framed for.
My son, why is he here? What's happening?
Ad time. Look at NordVPN, Sandra. It's a brand new, never-before-seen VPN service.
I heard VPN stands for Very Protected
Network, that's right. Sandra, you're not very good tech-wise. So let me show you how to use a VPN. I go to the webpage, right?
What's a web page?
Don't worry about that. I go to nordvpn.com/story mode, get the product, right? Like a huge discount, 2-year plan, plus 4 bonus months for free, why not? And I'm loving it, right? It's downloaded. I click the button. Do you want to install NordVPN? Yeah, I do, Sandra. So I hit next, next, next.
What about the terms and conditions?
Do not read the terms and conditions, Sandra. You can trust them. Look, it's now installed. Look at this map.
Wow.
What country would you like to be in or from?
Japan.
We hit the Japan button. Gong.
Oh my gosh, I'm in Tokyo right now.
Ah, but you're not, Sandra. It's just that if anyone was tracking you on the internet, which they are, they would see you are in Japan. Dong. Now we're in France, Sandra.
Oui, oui.
You'll have to wait until after the ad, Sandra. Now, because we're in France, Netflix gives us access to the French Netflix catalog.
Oh my gosh, it's French Big Mouth.
Oh look, it's the French office. Bonjour, I am Michel Scott. Quick, let's go to Mexico. Sandra. Gong. Los amigos. And it's just that simple, Sandra. And now, whenever you browse online, you cannot be tracked. Because I tell you what, something about tracking, those records, they last forever. Sandra, you are 25, but at age 50, you plan to be running for Congress. Just as you're about to start your election campaign, the CIA comes to you and says, we have 25 years of your web history, but luckily, you've had a 25-year subscription to NordVPN, plus 4 bonus months. So you cross your arms and go, I don't think so. You can find someone else to assassinate. And I even know what the tagline of your political campaign should be. Huge discount on a 2-year plan, plus 4 bonus months.
If I was Kennedy, I would have the threat protection on so the guy on the grassy knoll couldn't get me.
So this is the sniper, right? And he's trying to stop Kennedy because he's giving out huge discounts on a 2-year plan.
Plus 4 bonus months.
And he's just about to pull the trigger, and then... Where'd he go?
Japan! He went to Japan!
Gong!
NordVPN, baby.
Anyway, Tor kind of brushes that off and continues on his mission to exit the prison. So Torque runs back to the guard who doesn't take any funny stuff. Alright, so 2 Polish guys walk into a bar, right? I said no funny stuff, Torque. Well, let me ask you, how do we get out of this damn building?
Well, Torque, getting out of the prison is easy. You just have to follow me. It's getting away from the prison. That's the difficult part. You see, we're on an island, Torque. And islands are surrounded by water. So, we need to get to the port, Torque. It's the only way off this damn island. Now, I know how to sail. We just need to get there and find a boat.
So they both head off together.
This way, Torque. Through this door.
What's that sound behind the door? It sounds like electricity.
I'm sure it's nothing, Torque. By the way, my clothes are still all wet from the shower.
I really don't think you should go in there, Mr. Guard.
Don't worry, Torque. My pants are made of metal.
Oh no! The electric room got him. Electricity much? And then he's like looking left and right for a high five, but there's no one there.
Alright, so Torque is now on his own. But he's still got an objective. He needs to get to the port. You could say it's important.
It's a good thing that guard's dead. Anyway, back to Torque. We're en route to the port. When? Not so fast, Torque! It is me, a doctor. Dr. Killjoy. As a spooky ghost doctor, let me provide you with insight into your psyche.
I da nije, da se nije desilo. Znači, ne do Bože da budeš baš ti taj 0,009.
Misliš da taj laserski snop ode ulevo, udesno malo, ili malo dubinu?
Ne znam šta, ali postoji mogućnost. Postoji postoji mogućnost, tako da ne bi ja baš da eksperimentišem s to.
A možeš i da nabaviš naočar.
A?
A rekao možeš da nabaviš i naočar.
Najmanje.
100% sigurna metoda.
I onda treba da odem tamo ko u onom filmu The Eye, a Jessica Alba da je ugrade vožnjače metra i da krenem da vidim te duhove smrti kako se budi, samo to treba.
Da, magija, magija.
Jessica Alba, najbolja priča. Veljiva najbolja. Prirodno, lepa.
Ne znam na što sad liči. Ili postala plastificirana i ona.
Ma kakvi.
Da bih
Taj
iznerazio.
mešavina tamo, indijanca, crnca, kamerunca, meksikanca i belca, tu nema. Čista ciganka.
Čista ciganka.
Prava portorikanka ciganka, a? Ja, vala. Smetalo bi mi da mi razglječi jajca kad mi sedne u krilo. Ha 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 ha. Opa. Ne, smrt je prelazna dosta. Hoćeš da uzem ovaj trag u crkvi pošto sam blizu ili... Dođi vamo je baš tu. Nije. A, toplo.
I kako ti ide sa Bombolensom, Milane, a? Dobro, a?
Kako još Ilija?
Kažem, kako mu ide sa Bombolensom?
Milan?
Aha.
Ovdje su zapalili nešto. Konzuma, bless. A čekam čekajući. Čekam čekajući. Moses! Moses!
Da, neko umre.
Evo ga, jedan ovde čuči, glej. Kako da ga obeležim, evo tu čuči iza drveta.
Aha, pobjegao je nazad.
Ušao je tu unutra. Evo, Milane, de brzeljaš toliko, jebem u mangu.
Neko je tamo. Neko je pored ovdje.
Pazi ovdje se čuje neko.
Pogodio.
Aj.
Da. Ba, znam da mora.
Yes. Take care.
Key. My understanding is you've had periodic blackouts. Ever wonder what happens during those blackouts?
Alright, so translation. What Dr. Killjoy's saying is that Torque suffers from blackouts. So maybe Torque did really kill his family, but he had blacked out, so he wasn't actually in control.
Oh.
Well, Torque, if you want to fight your inner demons, then allow me to give you a prescription for some outer demons.
A monster jumps out from a hole in the wall, and then another monster jumps out, and then another. The room is actually a trap set by the Doctor. There are far too many for Torque to fight. Oh no, it looks like Torque's about to die.
Wrong again, Mark. Torque is actually going to black out, but this time it was in the good way. Torque starts transforming into a monster.
All right, what the heck is happening, Mr. Branson?
So this is a physical manifestation of his inner demons.
So does this happen all the time?
No, Mark. This time it's special. You see, the island that we're on is magical, and it allows inner demons to become real. So we better not stay too long.
That's very silly, Mr. Branson.
And what's more, you know that little devil on his shoulder during the morality choices that's squabbling in his ear? That's his inner demon too. And then his wife's the angel, I guess. Though sometimes I'm sure it's hard to tell.
Shut up, Mr. Branson. So this new demon mode allows him to win the fight, and when he's done, he changes back into a human after all. The Doctor is overlooking the whole thing, and he says, "Torque, well done.
but this isn't the last you'll hear from me, Talk. An apple a day won't keep me away.
And then he disappeared. All right, Mr. Branson, where do we go next?
What's next is the exit. We're gonna go through that door right there, and we're getting out of this prison for good. But just before Talk can open the door, a voice can be heard on the other side.
But it's not a monster, it's a man. A human man.
Češ, radim li? Je li to bilo pitanje? Ne.
Ja naskaču na nju tam ceo dan, jer baš bio ja treba. Escape from Tarkov. To neko još igra u pičku.
Nenad.
Ja sam to uspeo da prodam, hvala Bogu.
Gde si našao ovcu da mu prodaš?
Vlada mi dao oglas na benču i javio se jedan lik što mi prodaš.
Nisi ga upozorio kakva igra u pitanju. Taman posla da...
A, kako, znate. Aj, užas je. Nikad glupu igru u životu nisam vidio. 37. 20. Nenad i Drakula me ubedili da kupim, ja. Drakula je digao odmah isti dan ruke, nje. Nije, i on je prodao. I on je prodao. Nije preko Steama, nema tu refundacije.
Preko Steama?
Nije preko Steama.
Ne, preko Steama. Da ti znaš da je ruska firma pravi taj jebeni Tarkov. Pa oni bi se pre upucali nego da baci igru na Steam, da im Steam uzme proviziju. Milan kaže pa ostane živ.
Meće, zato što update-uju utorkom u ponoć servere, ne puše kurac. Ma nije, EA je bolji, već jači, stabilniji, normalniji.
Sve te samo što ima 5 igara na Steamu. Na EA-u, znaš.
A, ne si još. Ubisoft, on je samo za svoje igre.
It's me, Dallas from Easton.
Suddenly, Talk gets the urge to kill. His dead wife's voice is on the other side of his shoulder going, no. We decide not to kill Dallas. Hooray! Talk truly is a man of upstanding character. So this is
Skupljaš akumulatore i starog vožnja.
I've never really understood being on the outside. Prison is all I know. I'm only here because I don't know how to live life any other way.
Wait, shut up a second. Talk turns to his right.
Trči ispred mene, ja ga čujem kao da trči iza mene.
Jel znaš kad ja sam poslao Nenadu to. Znaš kad su skontali da, slušaj sad Boris, zvuk šunjanja i zvuk trčanja je isti. Zato što stopala prave istu buku kad se šunjaš i kad trčiš. Samo kao ti audio ne čuješ, ali ti čuješ protivnika. Ali kao ne čuješ sam sebe, znaš. Trebalo im je, ne znam, pola godinu da kao provale da ima kao taj glitch.
Pa ne, igra je jedna od najvećih gluposti koje se vide. Najjače mi je kad sam Nenada sad bio. Upali smo u neki fight. On je tu nešto puca, dvojica krenuli na mene, ja uspem nekako sa kalašnjikovim da ih odvalim i Nenadov lik trči i vrišti, ide na mene, ja i nema me opali. Ali bio best.
Što si
ja tu ne znam, ko je skev, ko nije skev, ko je bot, ko nije bot.
Pa ti znaš da ja nemam one highlightove u Huntu, ja uopšte nemam pojma s kim igram ako na početku meča ne zapamtim kako izgledaš. Aj, jesam nikad pucao na tebe?
Nisam se sad čuo, bio sam emulatora.
Niko od saigrača mi nije označen kad igram Hunt Showdown. Isključio sam one plave outline-ove od karaktera. Mislim, znaš jer sam te jednom ubio, ali tako? To je bila kolateralna šteta. Ponovo me žar borbe. Jednom. Mislim, jednom sam te ubio, udari se te 2 puta. Ti si bio kolateralna šteta, jer su se tuda smucali likovi, ja nisam imao pojma da si to ti ili nisi. Generalno ne pucam u saigrača, ali može se reći da nekog udarim nožem.
And he hears something in the distance. Oh my god, that's my dead wife. But how is it possible that she's here?
Oh, I've missed you so much while you've been dead. Well, it ain't mine. I've been in prison for several years now.
It's over, T. You say you're innocent, but I don't know if I can trust you. Filing for divorce.
What do you mean you don't know if I'm innocent? Aren't I supposed to be guilty of killing you? Wait, Mr. Branson, help me understand that. What the hell's happening?
Talk is having a bit of an episode. I think the point is that it purposefully doesn't make sense, so it keeps you on your toes.
Alright, now this jealous guy has been overhearing the whole thing, and he goes... Listen, Talk, I don't have much time. My plot device is very small, but I appreciate the time we spent together. And just know this, if you ever forget who the man is, just know...
You're the man, Talk! You're the man!
Lepo ćeš da uletiš, da baciš šlico,
He died the way he lived, in an abrupt explosion.
Your soul is strong, T.
God, what is happening?
So Torque heads off on his own. After all, he still has a boat to catch at the port. So he exits the building, enters the woods, and comes up to another building. And there's a guard standing in the doorway of the building.
And he says... Let's work together, Torque. I don't mind working with criminals. In fact, I love criminals. I never wanted to be a guard anyway.
I always thought I had more in common with the inmates than the gung-ho SEALs they got here at Adams.
I've always thought I had a lot more in common with you guys. The murderers and the rapists.
Listen, I got a plan. This prison has a radio tower. If we go there, we should be able to radio the mainland and make a request for help. Send in some backup.
So Torque and the guard are on their way to the radio tower now. And they're climbing down a ladder, and there, Torque runs into...
Is that your dead wife again? We're seeing her with an increased frequency now. She's everywhere. But wait, what's the wife doing, Mr. Branson?
It seems like she's playing baseball with her and Torque's kids.
But this can't be real. They can't really be playing America's pastime. They're dead. Is this madness overtaking me? The bonkers are overwhelming my mind. No, I ain't got time for no ghost kids. I gotta get to that radio tower.
Huh?
Inside the radio station, they press some buttons and stuff, and they're going to send a distress signal.
SOS, SOS.
They wait with anticipation for our response.
It's like it's possessed or something. After all that, you're dead.
Alright, so let me translate that for you. The guard's saying that the radio doesn't work, and instead it's spouting out garbled, spooky nonsense. And then he gets all scared, he falls into despair. Our hopes of rescue are lost, Tom!
It was at this point that we ran out of budget for the video.
All 15 editors are currently working on Metal Gear Solid 2. But fear not, I have a plan.
Torque has a new shape-shifting form. It is The thrifty creative director. He puts on his glasses and he starts blacking out. Alright, so Torque suddenly wakes up in the quarry. What happens there, Mr. Branson?
There's a monster!
Don't worry about that. Torque is blacked out. Now we are in the hedge maze. What happens, Mr. Branson?
There's a monster!
Don't worry. Torque has blacked out again. And then we go over to the spooky insane asylum.
There's a very well-paced 25-minute section of Goose.
Torque blacks out and he skips forward to...
Alright, so now that we've got through all of that nonsense, Torque has made it to the port. Do you remember Dr. Killjoy from earlier on? The, projection ghost Dr. Man.
And if I did, what about it?
He's the final boss.
Oh.
I think you can explain what his final plan is better than I ever could.
Oh, okay. He's gonna cut open Ellie's head, and he's gonna take out the brain of cordyceps and stuff, and then vaccine.
Not quite.
Yeah.
You see, the whole time Torque was at the Abbott prison, he was actually infected with something called Fox Dye. And the DA needed him to infect everyone with Fox Dye so that he could find Drake's treasure. El Dorado.
Oh.
Alright, so Torque is up against his biggest challenge yet. Appeals Court. Alright.
Oh. Actually, no, it's a big monster. Duh. And it appears to have a mimic of Torque attached to it. Alright, well, it's time for another boss fight, says Torque, and then he does. Torque activates the device and goes Super Saiyan, but he's got that Twitch bisexual lighting. Torque kills the final boss, and he's like, did I just do that? My freaking mind.
Billy? Billy Outlast? Is that you?
Suddenly Matthias shows up.
Ah, yes, Torque. Chemical power has let me come through the world just to tell you one thing, Torque.
You ain't responsible for your wife's death. You were actually a good guy all along. You deserve to go to heaven.
The thing is, Torque, we still don't quite know who killed your family, which is why I brought a friend of mine. Nancy, can you take it from here?
I sure can. If you want to find out who killed your family, you're gonna have to solve this puzzle. You never appreciated your family, Torque, while they were alive. Now they are dead.
Alright, so actually, in all honesty, what happens is Torque beats the boss, and then a guy in a boat comes and picks him up, and he's done.
Come on, Torque. You got a life to lead. Word spread around that you're innocent, Torque. The Coast Guard tells Torque, listen.
I heard about you in the news. Says the prosecutor on your case is being indicted.
Someone's in trouble, and anyway, you're getting a new trial. Also, the judge already thinks you're innocent. The game ends, and we see a picture of Torque with his family on the screen. Also, they're not dead.
I don't want us to ever be apart again.
Go on,
Love
Torque.
always.
You live the rest of your
Karma.
life. And then they go in for not only a kiss, but a high five as well. The end.
But we do actually need to tell you what happens there.
Okay, summary version. We are at the Abbott State Penitentiary at Carnate Island. On the very first day there, while at orientation, earthquake happens. Monsters start coming out all over the place. Everybody starts dying. These monsters are manifestations of demons and things that have existed on the island kind of forever. They're like a mix of Native American spiritual stuff with people who died at the penitentiary.
However, on his journey, he meets a couple of interesting characters, but the most important character is Dr. Killjoy, who's some sort of old ghost projection of a Nazi scientist. He likes to use the magic of Carnate Island to try and manifest a physical form of people's inner demons. Torque then turns into a monster, which is a physical manifestation of his inner demons, and he uses this form to help him kill monsters throughout the prison.
Now, Torque makes lots of different attempts to escape the prison, and as he does, there are all sorts of moral choices. So, you run into this guy, should I kill him? Should I let him live? What about this guy? If you don't, immoral. So, at the end of the game, you run into this gigantic monster. What the hell is this? Well, this is actually a clone, which Dr. Killjoy made, of your inner demon.
Torque kills it.
And then, at the very end of the game, if you did all the moral choices, then we establish canon that you did not kill your family. But if you did all the immoral choices, you did it. And then you steal the boat. No more questions. Who? What? Where? Why? So the trouble I'm having with it is he shanked half the Aryan Brotherhood while he was at Easton at the beginning. I mean, I guess it must have been self-defense, but even still, he killed people, yeah. So it's like, well, he's not getting out.
But he had a really positive relationship with his sons, remember that?
How come he keeps saying, like, I see my son again, but...
Resrel,
Didn't he have two?
welcome to my channel.
I mean, he actually really only liked one of them. He had one that played baseball and he was really proud of him, and then the other one just played League of Legends. He actually did kill him.
How come he was on fire?
Yeah, and why did the Coast Guard guy just didn't acknowledge that? So actually, to be fair, what if he doesn't know? You're gonna be like, hey man, what's going on with those flames? And then you look like the asshole.
Yeah, right, you don't want to embarrass him.
No, no.
But the thing is, like, they've got this long boat ride back. He finally gets home because he's innocent, right? He goes into the bathroom mirror and he sees, oh my god, I've been on fire the whole time. This is so embarrassing. I bet he knew and he didn't even say anything.
Or like alternatively, he goes home and he walks into the mirror and goes, ah!
What's this?
Welcome.
What's this?
Goodbye for now.
Chris Chan is often called the most documented person on the internet. From an extensive wiki to thousands of YouTube videos, millions of onlookers who have jumped on to observe the story, it's hard to name someone more synonymous with modern internet culture. And even with Chris being a subject of forum talk for more than a decade at this point, it seems like people are hardly losing interest. So today, we'll try to cover the entire story of everyone's favorite, or least favorite, internet celebrity. Chris Chan's story starts and ends with women, and with one in particular, his mother. Her allegedly abusive parenting being why he became the most documented individual in the world. And it was on account of his unspeakable acts toward her that he was suddenly pulled out of the public eye and into a jail cell. Seeing as he was just released from that jail cell, everyone's worried about what's next for Chris. It's natural to think history will repeat itself, but many still don't know the full extent of that history. A history which spans over 40 years, with its groundwork being laid even prior to that. It all started in the year of our Lord, 1980, when a 53-year-old Bob Chandler and a 39-year-old Barbara Weston got married. Barb was involved with a few other men before Rob, such as a man named Ron Coleman Yeats Sr., who she had a child with by the name of Cole. Barb, however, disputes this and claims to have never been involved with Rand, but with a man named Jack Smithy, with whom she supposedly had a fancy wedding. Cole grew dubious of his mother's claims about who his father was and decided to hire private investigators to settle the matter. In emails he eventually exchanged about the pursuit of the identity of his father, Cole said, "It seems likely, since Rand's middle name is Coleman, that this man is my biological father." However, Barbara never spoke of this marriage. I would never have known about it had I not made a special trip to Richmond to get copies of all of her marriage certificates. Can you imagine having an essential part of your personal family history shrouded in mystery for 44 years because the one person who could clear the air insists on lying to you? Barbara hung up the phone in my face when I asked her about these revelations. Needless to say, I really don't give a fuck about Barbara or about her fucking lies. In 1966, when Cole was 3 years old, Barbara began a relationship with a man named Jerry Harmon Jr., who would become Cole's stepfather. Another finding of Cole's investigations was that Barb never actually married Jerry, despite her claims of having done so. A trend of dishonesty was forming. In an email about the domestic situation during this time, Cole said, "Barbara is mistaken about the bunch of good years we supposedly had together. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather, Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gamut. From bare beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. As for Barbara professing her love for me, I have not seen any evidence of it in close to 20 years, and that's a very long time. Barbara's definition of love is a hackneyed sentimental term she uses to extract a response. At some point in the early 1970s, Barbara nearly killed Cole when attempting to scare off a would-be robber. A burglar tried to break in when my dad was out cheating on my mom. We had a steel front door. Some dirtbag was making no bones about trying to break down our front door. Richmond was the capital of America at the time. My mother Barbara left the living room for the adjacent bedroom, where said pistol sat waiting. She returned with a fully loaded gun. I stood beside her about 10 feet from the door, where the would-be thief was still loudly at work trying to break down the front door. My mother pulled back the hammer, attempting to cock it, but she didn't pull it back far enough for it to lock. Blam! The gun fired. The bullet hit the floor, ricocheted onto the steel door, then onto the ceiling, before lodging in the plaster wall less than a foot to the left of my head. The would-be thief was scared off, so mission accomplished there. But I could have easily died. In 1978, Barbara and Jerry separated, and not long after, Cole moved to California, presumably to get as far away as possible from his dysfunctional mother. Despite being directly connected to the endless odyssey of Christery, as it's often called, Cole is a relatively normal person. After they both separated from their respective spouses and married one another, Bob and Barb didn't see their advanced ages as a reason to avoid conceiving a child. Whether this was due to their lack of knowledge of the risks, carelessness, or a mixture of both is anyone's guess. By 1981, Barb was pregnant, and on February 24th, 1982, a child was born that would change the world forever. Christopher Weston Chandler. Unfortunately, whatever bad parenting techniques were present when Barbara was raising Cole were at least as bad, if not worse, when it came to raising Chris. By 1983, probably due to her lack of interest in raising Chris herself, Barbara hired a babysitter that would end up abusing 1.5-year-old Chris by locking him in a closet. Later on, he would claim that this led to him having autism, although that claim is doubted. This situation caused him to become nonverbal, only occasionally screeching and crying, which made him very difficult to deal with for his parents. By 1985, Chris met the first person besides his parents whom he recalls as a friend, Sarah Nicole Hammer. According to what he himself says in his Wikipedia autobiography, which, yes, exists, Sarah brought him out of his autistic shell and helped him become more social.
Alien gathering.
Though she did, every once in a
Welcome
while,
to
take
my
advantage
channel.
of Chris's less than advantaged intellect by doing things like locking him in a house's crawl space or trying to get him to put a honeysuckle in his mouth. But apart from that, Sarah was actually nice to him. They played hide and seek, rode swing sets, and even roller skated. This was one of the very few times Chris got to be a regular child. A couple of years later, Chris began kindergarten and Bob retired from his job. In fear that he was going to die from his heart problems, Bob decided to write Chris a letter for him to read in the future, in the case that he passed away. In one excerpt, it read, "I hope I've been able to provide for you and your mother until you at least get to college, and for your mother until she joins me at the great sing-along in the sky, or wherever. Anyway, I expect you to take care of her, love her, and never disappoint her for as long as she lives. I also expect you to never disappoint me, because I will always be with you to help you when the going gets tough, and you need me. Since everything always seems to happen for the best for me and when I need it, I've always felt like my mother was my guardian angel. You look exactly like my mother and I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control over it. It always came along with what was right for me. Look at me 8 years ago in 1979. When I was really down and out and ready to cash in my chips with heart problems I didn't even know about, your mother, Barbara Ann, helped me through the rough spots, and together we had you. Now I really had something to live for. No better things or events could have happened to me. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself, and your children." Despite Chris still being mute at the time, it's evident that Bob had high hopes for him, which included college and children. On top of all of that, he emphasized as much as he could, Chris ought to love and take care of Barb. Advice which we'll eventually know Chris took to heart in quite a peculiar way. Regardless of Bob's shortcomings as a father, it seems that he did genuinely care for Chris and wanted the best for him, at least based on this letter. As his childhood progressed and he attended speech therapy classes, Chris eventually started speaking again at age 7. This was a relief for his parents, who could now actually communicate with him instead of having to guess what was on his mind. According to Chris himself, he quickly made up for his time in silence by talking a lot with his classmates. Through the entirety of his childhood, Chris's parents showered him with gifts, the brunt of which were video games. For Christmas that year, he was given a Nintendo Game Boy, which eventually allowed him to play Pokemon. As we'll learn later, this culminated in a major timeline shift in Christery. For the rest of primary school, Chris's life wasn't any more eventful than your average kid. He had a crush on a girl for a little while and played lots of video games. However, when he entered 4th grade, something very odd happened. 5 faculty members, ranging from teachers to the principal, as he retells it, abused him by pinning him to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audio taping his cries and shouts. Regardless of how far-fetched or possibly false the story may sound, it must have had some degree of truth to it, since Bob and Barb went as far as suing the school, proceeding to homeschool Chris for the time being. We don't have detailed knowledge about the legal proceedings of this lawsuit, but we do know that it eventually got dismissed. Whatever your opinions about homeschooling may be when it concerns children, in Chris's case, being around other kids was beneficial for him and he needed the social interaction to improve. While taking him out of school might have been necessary due to the treatment he was getting from the staff, being isolated entirely was certain to do him harm. In December of '92, Bob and Barb took Chris to a mall, where they would stumble across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a band of animatronic bears. During their interaction with the leader of the band, Leonard Bernstein himself, the performer that operated the animatronics behind the scenes, accidentally called Chris Christian instead of Christopher, his birth name. For whatever reason, this deeply struck a chord with Chris, who insisted that his name be legally changed to Christian, a wish that would eventually be granted by his parents and even got coverage in a local newspaper. Later on, it seems Chris believed God himself was acting through that bear.
I am Christian Weston Chandler, so get it through your damn f***ing skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me, and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989.
In 1993, the passion for Sonic the Hedgehog that Chris already had for years at that point would grow to new degrees, with him entering the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes contest, where he won the grand prize, a $1,000 shopping spree at a local toy store. This win was reported on television, making yet another instance of Chris attracting the attention of the media, even as a young boy. By 1996, Barb would retire as well, meaning both her and Bob were spending the entirety of their time raising Chris, though whether their increased presence was good or bad for him, only time would tell. This was also the year Chris began high school, and in his opinion, these were his happiest years. It was during this period that he became the water boy for the basketball team, and just a year later, he's a manager for it. However, I assume that if Chris was able to exercise that position, it must not have been that serious of a position in the first place. During one of his high school's basketball games, Chris unknowingly received a vision of the things to come. As he tells it, "One day during b-ball practice, I was randomly thinking, with a picture of Mighty the Armadillo of Knuckles' Chaotix 32X leaning against one of a bunch of tall lockers in my head, when suddenly the door behind him opened up, and out popped this orange hedgehog with a basketball. So I drew and colored him on paper immediately. Bionic the Hedgehog. Sonic's long-lost brother was born." As you can imagine, it's just a dismal recoloring of Sonic, but orange. Oh, and by the way, in case you didn't figure it out, his name is Bionic because B is for basketball. Along with having crushes on a couple of cheerleaders and involving himself in an altercation that got him demoted to the short bus, his time in high school was marked by a prophetic dream about Sonic being on Game Boy. After getting an F in English, a 16-year-old Chris recorded his very first video dubbed Song of Christian, where he read a poem he wrote and proceeded to meander about other topics.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song, the song of laughter. And also, sometimes Mother and I buy some Lego sets and build them together. Like for example, this old bicycle pit shop here. You can tell this is an old-fashioned Lego set on the counter. There's the old-fashioned Lego land on the corner.
If you're already familiar with Chris Chan in any way, you might be able to notice that he sounds different in this clip, almost like he's a different person. His voice is deeper and his speech is clearer than what he later became known for. To some extent, it's almost as if he was just your regular 90s nerd as opposed to the Lovecraftian entity he eventually came to embody. This is due to the fact that during this time, Chris was regularly interacting with people that weren't his beyond geriatric parents, which resulted in him being a lot more socially capable and normal. But normalcy was on borrowed time in the Chandler household. For starters, Chris discovered how to, as he puts it, mass debate in the ripe old age of 16 years old. After figuring out how to break the parental lock on his TV, he figured it out for himself, whatever that means. In 1998, the Pokemon anime began being broadcasted, and Chris was immediately hooked, becoming a fan of the series. Shortly thereafter, the Pokemon Red and Blue game would hit the shelves in America, and in a way, Christian's fate was sealed at that very moment. During 1999, Chris's obsession with Pokemon would grow more evident, and in April, he created his first website called CWC's PokeSite, which was meant to be a Pokemon content and news aggregator, which, of course, Chris lacks the competence to maintain. It seems the site's code was based mostly on a pre-built template, and, most likely, was made under adult supervision, considering one of the entries on the site's guest book seemed to be from one of Chris's teachers. Throughout most of the year, Chris created playing cards for his Pokemon OCs. His ideas weren't always the most creative, such as Drumore and Symbolic, two Pokemon that were basically just sentient drums. One of these Pokemon, Espinolic, a comically stereotypical Hispanic Pokemon, served as the mascot of the Spanish version of the second edition of CWC's PokeSite. The absolutely broken miscarriage of a website that came as a result of Chris trying to make his website from scratch in HTML instead of using a template. In late August, he made Yoshi into a Pokemon, which set a precedent for him taking copyrighted characters from other franchises and making them into Pokemon. In the year 2000, Chris turned 18 and held a birthday party he eventually wrote about, saying, "We hung balloons and streamers and we laid refreshments out on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great. As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stine novel from Sarah, a planner with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling." Though they obviously went to his party in the spirit of charitability, the fact that he was likable enough to inspire these girls to humor him is a sign that, despite his problems, Chris was functional, even if in his own way. In the same year, Chris began taking Paxil, a medication to help with his autism, and overall, it seemed like things were headed in the direction of stability. But who could ever predict what was coming next? Chris's interest in Pokemon endured, and he continued to create new Pokemon playing cards while having people from his school sign his site's guest book, complimenting his art. With all of these social rewards he was getting from expressing his creativity through his interests, Chris's ambition and belief in the potential of his creations only grew. During a computer graphics class, Chris was assigned to create a CD album cover, but with the caveat that the image could not include any copyrighted character. Because of his dependence on derivative material, he struggled with this limitation. That is, until he came up with a brilliant idea. If he were to make a hybrid of two copyrighted characters, the resulting admixture wouldn't be copyrighted, and thus, it had to be acceptable. The CD, dubbed Christian's Favorite Hits, would feature a picture of Chris himself alongside a few OCs of his, but with one unforeseen addition: the one and only Sonichu, a mixture of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu. He commented on this moment, saying, "It dawned on me at that moment after lunch, much like the random creation of Bionic the Hedgehog during basketball practice in my freshman year, Sonichu just bursted right into my imagination. A blur at first, but then it became more clear and came together very well. So as swiftly as the creation of Bionic, I drew Sonichu on paper from imagination. Then I drew him on my currently open Photoshop program. After checking with my teacher and my father, who is big on copyrights and whatnot, Sonichu was legal then, and still is, and only mine. So, soon after, the CD cover was made, printed, and passed with an A+ grade. And just like that, things would never, ever be the same. Soon after Sonichu's conceptualization, Chris would immediately start making homemade Sonichu merchandise as if he was a real character. One of the girls that went to his birthday party, Kelly, received a Sonichu sweater Chris had made. Though it's a virtual certainty she had no idea what kind of psychotic horcrux she was dealing with at the time. Chris's creative streak would continue to manifest through another assignment he had to do, wherein he would have to document a week of his high school life, which he would dub A Week with Christian Chandler. The cover art is a picture of him wearing an Ash Ketchum hat with his dog, Patty. Above it is the title scribbled in Chris's incomprehensible handwriting, while underneath is the most menacing drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog ever made. This pattern of randomly drawing Sonic's head continued through the project. As in the first page of this assignment, we have this rendition of Sonic looking like he's been run over by a Japanese bullet train. As for the actual content of Chris's paper, it details a pretty uneventful week, with Chris helping his parents move, sleeping during class, playing Pokemon, and reading R.L. Stine books. While most aspects of his life kept their monotonous rhythm, Sonichu festered in the deepest crevices of Christian's mind, taking on a myriad of different forms such as Dark Sonichu, Surfing Sonichu, and Snowboarding Sonichu. A man for all seasons. By June, Chris graduated from high school, though it was not a good experience for him. In his Wikipedia autobiography, he said, "Graduation for me was a sad one then. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I had gotten over the award ceremony on the graduation day, but to add lemon juice to an open wound, it was dark and rainy that day, and they handed out more talented awards right before handing out any diplomas. When I went up there to get mine, I was feeling depressed, upset, crestfallen, and ticked off. When the award was handed to me, I took it without looking anyone in the eye, and I did not shake anyone's hand. I just walked back to my seat in the graduating crowd. Then, soon after, I just walked the wrong way up the center aisle, found an isolated table, and cried myself out. My mother found me later and comforted me. My father was so ashamed of the way I acted, and he would later still be angry at recalling the moment. Tiffany also found me and gave me a caring amount of condolences back there. I gave her a plush Psyduck as a graduating gift beforehand. But I left out 2 other reasons why I felt crestfallen at graduation. I never got the chance to ask Kelly out on a date, and more importantly, that I was leaving all my close gal friends behind. Soon after finishing high school, Chris would enroll in a community college, though at this point his priority was clearly Sonichu. In CWC's Poke site, he announced that a dedicated Sonichu page was in the works, and a logo for it was released. His indelible originality follows Sonichu and Rosechu with Chikachu and Meichu, the female versions of Pikachu and Raichu respectively, though what function these pieces of OC serve is completely unknown. In October, the Sonichu site goes live and it looks about how you'd expect. Zero improvement whatsoever in website creation since CWC's Poke site 2. As a matter of fact, the Sonichu website is mostly a carbon copy of the Poke site, mostly containing recycled material from it. At around the same time, Chris decides to further his commitment to the Sonichu IP and makes a Crayola medallion of Sonichu's head with his mouth covered with red sauce, like he just feasted on an order of glizzies. At the tail end of that year, he creates Sonichu's female counterpart, Rosechu, which is basically just Amy Rose from Sonic the Hedgehog with little if any changes to her appearance. All of this marks the beginning of Chris's rapidly deteriorating mental health, as his obsession kept growing into unhealthy and straight up odd directions, and he started putting on significant amounts of weight. Though the first half of 2001 was mostly uneventful, Chris began working at a Wendy's in August, his job description being cleaning trays, tables, and carpet/tile flooring, keeping the place neat, and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. Just a couple of months after he was hired, however, he was let go. Chris claims this was due to emotional differences and that the manager had a spike on his shoulder against him. Over time, more concrete reasons for his dismissal began surfacing, such as drawing a coworker of his as an ugly Pokemon, or making a child cry by doing a terrifying impression of Donald Duck. Regardless, he made a total of $500 off the job before being fired. 2002 was a pretty uneventful year for Chris Chan's standards, with nothing much happening besides him turning 20 and developing a nigh unexplainable seething hatred for Harry Potter, apparently because it became more popular than Pokemon around that time. In a card he made of himself called Dark Christian, where his Pokemon type is autistic, his ability is knocking out whoever says that they love Harry Potter more than they love Pokemon. The bottom of the card reads, Christian says, kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon. Early on in the year, his 21st birthday is ruined by his teacher, as he details. My 21st should have been as nice as my 18th or Sweet 16, right? Wrong! I was attending an English class at PBCC with this old male teacher. I don't even remember the son of a bitch's name. Anyway, on February 24th, 2003, the day of my 21st birthday, he had the nerve to kick me out of his class just because of my doggone autism. If I could do it over, I'd give him a swift kick, but then I might have gotten kicked out of PBCC, and violence is rarely the answer anyway. Still though, he wrecked my turning 21. Angry face. The actual reason for him being kicked out of class is mostly unknown, with Chris sporadically saying the teacher randomly ejected him from the class because he was autistic. A more believable iteration of this story happens in one of Chris's retellings of it, where he mentions that the topic of homosexuality came up in a group discussion during class, and Chris, being the fancy gentleman we know him to be, said something offensive. Though we don't know what exactly it was, Chris expounded on it, saying, essentially, when it came to critiquing the papers of the other students, when they started talking about drug use and homosexual content, I wrote with exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church. He also emphasizes that the teacher, being a man, had something to do with it, and how whatever problems he was having in English class went away once he retook the class with a female teacher. Chris also says without explanation that after that day, he realized he needed a female sweetheart. This was the beginning of what would be known as Chris's love quest. Initially, not much changed in Chris's general behavior. He continued to give CDs and gifts to his gal pals, and of course, they all included Sonichu in some form because he genuinely thought it was charming. Being romantically inspired, he wrote the first Sonichu story called Sonichu and Rosechu, the genesis of the Love Hogs. Though this story was not illustrated, as the latter entries into the Chris Chan cinematic universe would be, it provided revelatory insight into the inner workings of Sonichu's canon. According to this sacred text, Sonichu came to be when Chris accidentally collided with a Pikachu that stood nearby as he fought a monster. Due to being charged with energy from the Chaos Emeralds, the Pikachu was permanently transformed into Sonichu. Rosechu, on the other hand, was a Raichu that happened to get hit with the rainbow that emitted from the creation of Sonichu. Eventually, for no reason other than Chris's tendency to insert everything from real life into his work, Sonichu and Rosechu kissed and became lovers. About a month later, as Chris resumed his community college classes for the 4th year, he came up with a brilliant idea to solve his problem. He posted up the very first attraction sign, which was a resume to attract a girlfriend. The sign read, 21 and single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous. A great thinker and go-getter. Natural salesperson. Enjoys good parts of life. Diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful, very creative. He's lonely, seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion. 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single. Average to slender weight/body type. White. Lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area. Does not smoke or drink alcohol. Happy, positive personality. Average/high income. Drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day. You know, I would make fun of the fact that he requires the girl to be average to slender, have income, and drive a vehicle, despite Chris himself possessing none of those things. However, my standards have become so low due to the typical kind of person I cover in my videos that, honestly, I'm just glad he's looking for someone older than 18. Even lolcows used to have standards back then. They should strive to be more like Chris. Oh yeah, don't let me forget to mention that he also emblazoned this sign with some like white version of Sonichu, perhaps to signal how much importance he attributes to the girl being white. This month is also special because that's when Chris makes his debut as a recording artist, dropping his album Christian and the Hedgehog Boys. It's interesting to note that the cover includes Chris alongside Sonic and Sonichu in the foreground, while two black versions of Sonic, at least one of which is supposed to be Shadow the Hedgehog, are in the back, looking upset. The album boasts 8 tracks, all of which consist of Chris reciting parody lyrics over actual songs, not even instrumentals, just full-on songs, ranging anywhere from Backstreet Boys to the Macarena. Seriously, just get a load of So Need a Cute Girl, Chris's rendition of the Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way.
And I never wanna hear I want a boyfriend.
Another track, Best Friends Forever, is subliminally dedicated to the aforementioned Sarah Hammer, who at this point had a boyfriend whom Chris was jealous of. The lyrics are quite interesting. You hang out with your new friends you made and your boyfriend who acts as a black Sonichu. It is your choice to go with them instead of me. Soon you'll realize you're not complete because I'm not there. If it wasn't clear yet, Sonichu, along with pretty much every other character he made up, were either self-inserts or blatant wish fulfillment fantasies for Chris. Because of his utter inability to deal with the problems he was facing in his life, he articulated them through his OC. After a few months of his sign being posted up, without any takers as you'd expect, it was taken down by the dean of the college, Mary Lee Walsh. Chris had a few words to say about her. That evil witch, Mary Lee Walsh, mocked me and even crumbled my efforts and threw them into my face. It was serious, heart-shattering insults like that which literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. Like, as if I didn't already understand that love can't be hurried, but they all left a huge impression among the general population that having a sweetheart was illegal in Virginia. Thus, Virginia is for virgins, not lovers. Despite Mary's best efforts, every time she took one of Chris's signs down, he just made more and more of them and posted them up around campus, even creating MySpace and Facebook pages to advertise his pursuit of a boyfriend-free girl. As 2004 began, Chris began mulling over the idea of merging his writings with his drawings and making comic strips for his Sonichu stories. He also tries to negotiate with Mary Lee over emails, saying, "Mary, I've slept on it and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan. No offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect. By newsletter, Chris means Sonichu's news dash, which he thought would more effectively attract girls by mesmerizing them with his artistic talent. Mary wisely chose to not engage with Chris's shenanigans, opting to just remind him of when his appointment was and leave it at that. At said meeting, despite Chris's Saul Goodman tier bargaining skills, he was forbidden from putting up signs as well as distributing his newsletter, which deeply embittered him, leading him to resent Mary and make her the primary villain of Sonichu's adventures from then on. In one of the diary entries he would post to his no longer existent MySpace account, Chris wrote, "Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I've also declared war on them as well." About a month later, he added that Mary Lee was trying to get him kicked out of college altogether for his stunts, though it's unknown the degree to which that's true, as Chris is a very unreliable narrator. Since he could no longer attract the ladies in the college campus, he took his sign to the Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall. Though initially seeming more promising than his Love Quest attempt in the college campus, it ran into problems at the mall as well. His diary entries go into detail. "I've just had my worst trip to the mall. I was working with my heart on a red string of fate when from out of the blue, a jerk cop shattered my heart and ripped up the red string. I am very mad and upset because that jerk took my idea for a fall, just like that expletive at PVCC did. Before I read on, I have to make a note here to explain that the red string of fate Chris mentions is referring to a heart made out of paper that he would throw at girls at the mall, in the hopes they held onto it so that he could reel them in. If this sounds insane, it's because it is. Anyway, Chris continues, I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was just trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail, but I've been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. This encounter inspired him to create one of his most famous terms, jerk-ops, a portmanteau of jerk and cops. From then on, whenever something bad happened to him, Chris would find a way to blame it on the jerk-ops. He even made a Pokemon card for them, with the description reading, "This copper fiend wants to shatter the virgin's heart by destroying his tools for attracting a boyfriend-free woman." Within a week of his arrest, and possibly because of it, Chris gets suspended from his college, saying, "I got suspended from PBCC by the board, and I have that meddling, expletive, to thank for this as well. I am super angry. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to U.S. President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PBCC. We all curse death upon Mary Lee Walsh." After this, both his diary entries and his attempts at the love quest died down for the time being, most likely due to his parents telling him to cut back on it to avoid getting in even more trouble. In the meantime, Chris was mandated to consult a psychiatrist for an evaluation as a result of his community college's board. It has a few noteworthy excerpts, such as, according to his parents, there have been a number of incidents which led to his suspension. They feel strongly that the suspension was unwarranted and did not take into account the patient's developmental limitations. One such occurrence was during an interaction with African-American classmates. These young women were questioning the patient regarding his search for a girlfriend, at which point he told them they could not be his girlfriend because they were not white. This was perceived as racially insensitive, although from the patient's perspective, he was merely pointing out that they did not meet his standard criteria for a female companion. To the surprise of many, the psychiatrist considered Chris to be dealing with his autism in a relatively healthy way, despite the occasional mischief he got up to. One interesting point that has been brought up as a consequence of this document is the fact that both the Love Quest and Sonichu, Chris's two most destructive obsessions by far, only began manifesting after Chris began taking Paxil in 2000. Though I'm no specialist on the matter, some have said that Chris should not have been put on an antidepressant, let alone Paxil, which is the most potent SSRI available. Considering how mild his symptoms were up until that point, it would make a lot more sense for him to just have regular appointments with a psychologist instead of being medicated with no follow-up whatsoever. The psychiatrist that did this particular evaluation, however, was not of this opinion, and instead recommended that his dose of Paxil be increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams daily. I bet that after this, Chris improved by leaps and bounds. Regardless, the rest of 2004 was quiet, with the exception of a video Chris recorded in his bedroom singing a few of his songs, wherein he was wearing the outfit he would become almost exclusively associated with. Along with it, he is donning his esteemed Sonichu medallion, completing the Chris Chan uniform to a T. Unfortunately, despite asking Santa Claus for a girlfriend, Chris spends yet another Christmas as a virgin full of rage. 2005 rolls around, and a few posts begin popping up on Chris's website, claiming to
Please don't say
Thanks, Anders.
stuff like that. I have to clean up your shit afterwards.
End the stream quick.
I know that's not enough to get us going.
Why can't I get sounds? What's happening? Johan, why do you get the privileges and I don't? It's because Jacob is making favorites again.
We don't have awkward silence.
Yeah. I gotta get that camera. Bitches.
The karma silence.
So how are you guys doing today?
I'm gonna use it to negotiate the higher salary. I need a sanity extra payment, I think. Hazard pay. I can constantly hear that air horn now for some reason. Yeah. Was I the only one hearing that?
It's just the tinnitus, Jacob.
Yeah. And if it's not, it will be.
Is the air horn in the room with you right now?
It's
yes.
It's behind you. The air horn is coming from inside the house.
This, yeah.
Actually, it's coming from Anders' bathroom.
It is. I'm actually sitting with my laptop in the bathroom.
Yeah, it's a poop porn.
I had the stomach flu, so
Gledam ove...
You decided to come disrupt the stream with us. That's
Gledam ove kako se zovu...
you forced me to come on. Didn't even want to be here.
Well, okay then. Turn down your microphone, Axel. Goddammit.
Gledam developer ovoga... Deeper Galactica. To ti kao developer stream, igraju game i ono pričaju igre. Treba da izađe nova sezona. Ja sam završio komplet sa... Veruješ da sam uradio čitavu sezonu. Ali znaš kako sam uradio, nisam ono...
Koji su ovi doktori developeri, a igraju svoju igru.
A dobro, i ovi iz Cryteka isto, ali... Ali ono... To je Crytek, znaš. Nije baš pohvalno. Ne možeš čak ni da ih kritikuješ, znaš.
Deciding the skin for I think we'd rather do something that everyone can but who knows?
It's not dog food. It was yesterday. Today there's no diarrhea.
That's always good.
Doggeria. Wait, is it down? It's friendly difference only. Okay, we got a spot open.
Fire, lightning. Fire, lightning. Oh.
The image is on Reddit too, but you have to upload it to see it. Junk.
Hello, Mr. Tom.
It's Thon.
What's Tom?
Sorry.
Ekipa iz kraja. Bili su do sad Milan i pomozi mi reći Boris. I još nek treći lik ne mogu seti koji teško mi pogoditi po niku.
Alo! Evo me tu se kuću, šta?
Is that a bulk?
Kako ne,
Who knows at this point?
It's just a soundboard, Jack. It's a tin
Ja
ice.
da ga zovem, pa da vidim.
No, it's actually a bulk. What if the soundboard actually summoned a bulk? Can we do that?
Maybe.
I'll call someone at Discord. We should have like something in the game that just listens to Discord conversations. Like anything played in it.
A microphone that listens to your screams. Spawns more bulks.
I mean, Discord records it all already, right?
I don't think it does. Do they?
I think people started freaking out because they removed the fact that they said they don't record your calls. So the assumption is that now they do record your calls.
Yeah,
of course.
I don't know if there's any truth to that, but that's the implication.
Oh.
Yeah.
Push it. Ah, man.
What? What? That might be a short mission after all. Fit Menace. I think it's just rapid shooter.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
Rapid shooter, that rings a bell.
I also think I've seen clip in better clear or something.
Yeah, I think that was yeah. That was early, I think.
Yeah, but in the files it's called
Igrao bi ja s vama, ali to bi bilo kao da igramo ja i ti duos protiv 30.
Kaže Snake, igrao bi ja s vama, ali...
Kao da igramo duos protiv 30, znaš. Znači, ni ne trebaš.
Igrali duos protiv 30.
Nema vajde od
tebe.
tebe.
Mislim da si ti slepac.
Ne slepac, nego razumeš. Kakva vajde od tebe u 10 metara?
Ajde ako hoćeš.
Kakva vajde? Ma ne. Ne možeš pevaci 10 metara i to promašiš. To je problem.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna be dangerous.
Tamo Černobil neki i to. Mio ovako i ne izlazimo.
Najinteresantno. Nek rade što hoće.
Ne.
It's called...
What is he called?
The Scout.
Yeah, he's called something else in the files. I
I
don't know
onda...
what it was.
I've never seen the files, I don't know.
Evo gledam, čekaj.
It's called Navigator character.
Navigator, yeah, that's the one.
Ma
It's called
snimak ima.
Navigator.
Od sad snimak.
Well, the others I think have their original names.
Gdje ti nalaziš te vesti iz nesvesti, ne znam.
Navigator, yeah. So where is all that?
So it used to be a pirate game, is that what you're saying? Like a sea game, Sea of Dwarves.
Stvarno je. Maj 13. Dobro, ovo je bilo maj 13. Da. Da nama Ukrajina blizu.
It's a rigged game.
Always have been.
Au, brate, vidi ovo. Bitno je da mi igramo Hunter. Treba jedan par.
Hoćeš da se kladiš u pare, slušaj me sad dobro. Kad i pre nego što udariš, pošto sad više ne možeš pare da izgubiš, prestižan. Hoćeš da se kladiš, ako budeš igrao Hunt s njima, da ćeš za nedelju dana imati više pare nego Milan koji ima trenutno pare, koji nikad nije za nikad prestiž. Pa znaš što? Zato što čovjek ne ume s novca. Generalno ume s novca, ni virtualno, ni ikako, znaš. Njegov rezon bio je, slušaj me dobro. Njegov rezon je bio, a neću ja da uzimam prestiž, ja gubim pare. Za nedelju dana, za nedelju dana ćeš imat, pošto više pare ne možeš da izgubiš prestiž. Ne, za nedelju dana ćeš im volim da filozofiram, to me radi. Zato što ja i Peđa pucamo na 3 čovjeka koji gađu na nas, a ti stojiš skriven, čekaš da neko priđe.
Malo skilla, malo...
Nema tu skilla, igrat ću sam protiv trojice. To je skill. Uđi sam u meč protiv trojice, to je skill. I preživi, da te ne ubiju.
Ajde.
Ne naprav, ubio sam ga, ubio je mene. Ne, John. Kakav skill. Igrat ćemo ja i ti bez njega, ne gleda. Igrat ćemo duos protiv 30. Onda nas on vuče kroz compounde, kroz zgrade, kroz zatvorene prostore, zato što on mora da se skriva, jer ga ubiju na otvorenom, on mora da se skriva, onda se mi vučemo po zgradama i onda nas ljudi razvale sa šotkama. A kad bi ja i ti igrali, recimo sa Winchesterkom ili sa, razumeš, Sparksom, mi bismo se kretali okolo compounda i ponekad ušli unutra, ponekad, retko, znajući si mene. A da se ja vučem kroz zgrade, da me neko iz zasjede ubija sa šotkom, ne. Zato što on mora da bude unutra skriven jer će ga ubiti na otvorenom, ne. Ne. It's time to stop.
Please stop.
It's time to stop!
It's
Čekaj, moram naći to. Stani.
Znači...
Spitballers.
Oh shit, she's still here.
Decide to stop.
Evo ti.
Oh, now I have to go get in here. Okay.
Oh no!
Dirty Frank.
Legendars.
Znaš da je on reper, pevač, nešto tako, nešto ta dva.
Ja znam, stand up.
Da. Mislim video je da neće ići više ta, razumeš, karijera kao taj online humor, da YouTube više to ne... I onda se prebacio na naš... Ma da, to više, to je preradilo na YouTube, a sad bukvalno sve su cenzurisali, onda se prebacio na druge stvari.
Come on! Okay, bye.
Well then.
What's happening? Stop! I can do it. Okay, bye.
Oh, there's another one! Oh, that's another one!
What's happening? What's happening?
I'm stuck in the ceiling.
Oh.
Vidio sam ti klip juče iz onoga Vampire the Masquerade. Žurke. Vidio sam ti klip juče. Kad si igrao Vampire the Masquerade. Fire. Cold. Lightning. Lightning. Poison Void. Halo?
Jeden. A čuje žurku, Snake.
Da.
Stuc.
Da.
A što se... Ajde, znamo što radi. Evo tu foto. Ajde, važnije. Akademija. Ajde, čao, zdravo. A, Snake. Si vidio žurku?
Gledao sam, bilo je double kill, triple kill,
Jesi vidio ono?
pentakill, infinite pentakill, umiru ljudi.
Kuku, ja
Ovo je, šta je ono bilo, 10 kilova jedan za drugi.
15 kilova si imao to, brate, meču. Bolest.
Hoćeš iskreno da ti kažem. Hoćeš iskreno da ti kažem šta mislim. Ti igraš solidno dobro. Zapravo više nego dobro. Ali ta igra ima veliku bazu igrača. Čini mi se. Ima.
1000 igrača.
Ma ne može bavati, tako da vidim.
Šteta, nije dobra igra i nije popularna, to je ono. Meni se sviđa igra, podsjeća me na H1Z1, znaš.
A podsjeća na...
Znaš, ono, skačeš, penješ se, ono, chill. Freedom, ono, fazon. Baš ono, Matrix fazon je.
Ima lobby skoro dobar kao u Deep Rocku. Koliko vidim, ne znaš.
Ali, gledaj evo sad ću da ti odem dole, gdje ono, moto, kao, sinovi, anarhija fazom, gledaj to, čekaj, ne ovdje. Ovdje ovaj haker, ovdje. Slušaj sad ovo, pojači stream. Jo, muzika ko... Anarhija fazom, ko, brate, ono, back for, brate, vlog, kada smo puštali na ovaj, ono, pojači stream. Jo, kako, brate, ono, back for, brate, nego vlog, ono, nego nema igrača, kada smo puštali na... Mislim, ima 1000, ali... Eto, dobra igra ima.
Pa dobro, samo što ja takve igre meni se ne igraju u tryhardu.
Da, ima milion stvari. Ne moraš tryhardati ovdje.
Gledao sam Cage-a kad se popne na vrhu jebenoga repetitora. Veruješ li? Da, repetitor jebeni za mobilnu telefoniju. Popne se i stoji, znaš ona magla ga sužava na vrh jebene. I stoji gore, a ovaj lik stoji dole i pucvi se, razumeš, i ovaj se healuje, ovaj ga puca i ovoga magla pojede, razumeš, dole. Ono da se popne gore, razumeš.
Da, ima isto i ove moći, kao sekundan. Imam da sam imun 8 sekundi, to mi je na Q, i imam onaj flash kao, da se flashiram na 10 metara. To je moja klasa. A ove ostale klase ima svašta, bret. Nenad je skinuo sinoć, igrali smo meč 2, pa je otišao ono u krevetu 2. Opet na helipad idu. Ima Brut, ima Vandal, ima Saboteur, ima Prowler, ima Siren, ima Muse, ima Enforcer, ima Warden i novi klasa Chloer, nešto. A dobro, moći nisu toliko bitne, relativno. Ali mogu da te izvuku, ono. Revolver može. Snajper, može snajper, sviđa mi se. Dođi. Ali moguće. Ujebate zon. Jebo sam ti mamu, pičku ja.
A reci mi, koje krvne grupe gledaš da uzmeš?
Za HP, vrat.
Šta je to
Ili
kao?
ako imam mail, zavisi koje oružje imaš. Ako imam na ono primjer katane, gledam krvnu grupu da ono...
Imaš buza.
Aha. Zavisi šta mi treba. Ima toliko NPC-eva da ono...
Ima li dijabetičar?
Flash. Ima i to, ja mislim. Evo je, jebaću ti kjevu sve.
Šta je, Han Shodan je otkazan, bila neće da igra Dus.
A što se čini, hoće igraće, sad će matori, doći će on pa ću za...
Znači neće da igra Dus. Kaka je to
neće
pička?
Dus je to.
Kaka je to pička?
Što
Koliko smo igrali Dus, jel se sećaš? Koliko? Bar 1000 sati, jel tako bilo? Nisi stavio na update kao 30 kamena. Barem 1000 sati. Ako ne, ja i on 2000. I samo kao, ja ne mogu da igram 30. Pusi...
O, gdje si burazač?
Pusi...
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 Gdje si ti, druže? Bio si sad tu, vidio sam te, bre. Ali zona ide, bre. Promaja duva, jebote!
Vetar tu lome grane, niko neće da nam stane.
A zona ide. Ne mogu da ustanem stolice da... Hoće ti jebem materijal pičku.
A reci ti meni, zašto tako kao NPC-evi igre, razumeš? Gledao sam te sinoć, znači ne kažem da ti loše igraš, nego očigledno je da neko puca s krova. Da neko puca s krova i...
Da se niko ne okreće.
Prva stvar koju sam ja ono uoči... A znam, ali imaš veliki mobility u igri.
Možda i brate botovi.
A ne verujem da su svi boti, nema zabavati.
Ne, pa nemoguće, ni ja isto ne verujem.
Koliko god malo da igrača ima, razumiješ, pa bot bi pucao u tebe, nema me zabavati. Bot bi te im botao, razumeš, ono, razumeš, kilometar bi pucao tipa za 2 damage-a, ali bi ono, bar registrao 10. Ovo su ljudi, ne mogu. Botovi u DMZ-u. Znaš kako botovi u DMZ-u puci? Bar bi se sklonio da ga ne ubiješ. Ljudi 100%.
Evo sad se PvP-ju. Što me pogađa insta jebo. Ma bravo, matori. Bravo, Torima. Možete ćemo ovamo. A šta radim, jebate, moguće. A što se čini, bre? U kurac ljudim. Aha, doći, jebem mater. Jesi? Mnogo dobar gear imam, rare sve, znaš? Urnišem ih, da?
Vidi double barrel, vidi Milane Peđe koristi double barrel. Aj nađi katanu, ajde. Full hand shotgun loadout. Evo igra za tebe Milane, imaš dvoceku i sablju, ovaj mač.
On se ovdje ne bi snašao gdje se nalazi.
A deo da on skače da gleda gore dole, a puca me tu, ovaj nevidljiv. Skinuo si mu pancir i tako to.
To bežiš od mene, Znaš da si ja samo... Jedna ovi likovi su piti.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Jebem mi ti mamu ja u pitu. To nam me urniše. Iza leđa me karaju isto. Umreću od zona u pičku, mat. Još šta smo rastali? Uđi. Ame tu sam. Džiđara. Vraćam se.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Yep. Aha.
Yes.
Let's see. But
Latron. Welcome to my channel. Hello everyone.
Hello, hello. What's up? If you cut off arms and cut off your legs, would you still love me anyway? If you're bound of your gagged, ragged and displayed, would you still love me? So what
Bashchalik.
brings
Welcome
you
to my channel.
here?
Hunt.
Hunt brings you here? Kad će Hunt da se igra?
Back home from work, so just chillin' and get in the game later.
Nice. To answer my friend from Balkanese, ne znam Boris. Kad počnem da igram sa ljudima koji ne nose šotke i sablje, znaš, i koji se ne skrivaju po compoundima čim se zapuca. Onda ćemo igrat Hunt. Do tad, ništa. Wow. Useless. Ček Boris. Just a second. Tarararam, tarara. Ta-da, ta-da-da. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. You got home from work. Well, I did that last night. I worked night shift. Oh, wrong chat.
https www Twitch TV videos. To brag a bit.
Well, you're probably not playing Hunt Showdown, so yeah, this is not for you, my friend.
To be hot chicks who have seen him at the mall, but didn't come up to him for one reason or another. Though few and far between at this point, these were Chris's first proper trolls, first of exceedingly many. However, one of the people that commented this wasn't joking. An actual girl witnessed what Chris was up to at the mall she worked at and decided to seek his website out. This was quite the event since, up until this moment, Chris never got the time of day from anyone, let alone a girl. Her name was Anna, and in a blog post titled, "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer," she writes extensively about her encounter with Chris, saying, "Once upon a time there was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie & Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay looking guy, not evil looking like creepy molester dude, so he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt, a nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side and a white collar and cuffs. Someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. Whoever suggested it should die, unless it was me, in which case I feel I've received enough punishment. Of course, he looked in and we all waved at him. He looked kind of bewildered and sort of scared at first, but quickly caught on and waved back. So we went about our business, doing floor set and junks, and a little while later he came in. I was kind of apprehensive about this. I mean, I've been doing floor set all day and I didn't really feel up to dealing with another crazy, but he came right up to the counter I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and this conversation ensued. Chris, you look to be about 19 years old, right? I busted out laughing because he guessed it right. That's exactly right. See, I know these things. I can just tell how old someone is, he said, kind of proud and still timid at the same time. My name is Christian, but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler. Oh, hi, Chris. So, do angels have names? I found out later that he meant to say, do angels like you have names? Poor guy was so nervous he didn't get it right. Probably, but I don't know. Well, what's your name? Sorry, I don't go for pickup lines, I replied kind of loud. His face kind of fell, and I felt sorry for him, but he pressed on. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I was just asking your name. So what is your name? My name is Anna. Okay, well, Anna, is there any way I could get your phone number and maybe I could give you a call sometime? No. Well, do you want my phone number then? You can call me on my cell phone. No thanks. So, do you have a boyfriend, Anna? No, I'm not looking for one though. Alright, well, do you have access to the internet? Yes. Okay, hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. I nodded, and he went back to his spot where he kept his 2 tote bags and his Sam Stuff cup. So Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay? Okay, I said, not intending to email him at all. Despite how awkward these exchanges self-evidently were, you gotta give it up for Chris's autistic riz, even if just a little bit. For a guy with as many setbacks as him, he handled the situation with more dignity than expected. Many guys today are afraid to eat released one of the earliest proper comic book productions, Sonic 2 Adventure, sub-episode 1, dubbed Jerk-Off-Tastrophe. Despite being called Sonic 2 Adventure, it's mostly just about Chris himself.
Battle Pass treba da bude džabe, znaš. Kozmetika, slušaj, kozmetika koju ti kupiš kao nekakav DLC support, to u suštini znak koje dobro volje da se igra sviđa, a ne kupiš Battle Pass, 10% Battle Passa je free, 90% se plaća. A me zabavati.
Her name was Hannah and she was 18 years old. I said yes and we small talked for a bit.
Deep Rock Galactic free Battle Pass.
After she left, I became very excited and oh my god, after calling mom and eating my nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end, and I so elated that my shattered heart had a full fast recovery. I went to Starbucks and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonic 2 scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonic 2 site card, and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave a double-take flirt. That was a rise. Now here comes the fall. As I was sitting at my spot thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked...
To je kolega iz prehrambene industrije također. Ako sam ga dobro razumio, čovjek pravi sireve, ili tako? Ja mesim tortilje. Kažem kolega iz prehrambene industrije, samo što on to radi za 5 puta veću platu. Pa ti vidi kome bolje.
Jebi ga, znaš kako je, brate, onaj...
Da, učiš školu za to.
3000 eura, ali... Kad pogledaš stan mi je 1200 eura. Razumiješ?
Kirije? Brale.
Pa ja. Pa razumiješ, malo je to...
Kako si ti u plusu onda?
A neki 400 eura.
Ne, nisam, to je bilo, znaš, ono...
Ma da, znam.
Figurativno. Je, retoričko.
Ajde, zovi me, jebemo majku. Pa ti nas spajaš, ti si ta...
Jebi mi sunce, ako ne dođeš rod nešto onome liku. Ko je Milan Kari, kako nas spaja onda u pičku materinu. Slušaj, nisi ti bio malo pre ovdje, kad sam ja bacio bug kao da bi ja igrao s njima, znaš, s Milanom. I onda me Drakulu beđe, ajde, kao znaš da igraš. Da ja kažem, slušaj Rezon, malo će te umoriti, možda minut. Ako ja i ti nosimo puške i pištolje, znaš, a ti ne nosiš ništa od toga, ti nosiš melee oružje i šotku što ti je 5 do 10 metara range, bez specijalne municije. Ti forsiraš svoju igru, to je u 10 metara, i ti aktivno tražiš cover, znaš, compounde. I fokusiran si na to. Znači, nas dvojica, ako ne delimo tvoj loadout, moramo da igramo po tvojim pravilima, nas dvojica koji imamo range varijantu. Zbog tebe, koji nisi u mogućnosti da učestvuješ u firefight. I svaka borba koja se vodi na otvorenom prostoru automatski izgubljena. To što ti nisi od koristi. Pasivan si.
Nije automatski izgubljena.
Pa nije. Ja i ti koji imamo range varijantu moramo da tryhardamo zato što taj treći je beskoristan i sedi negde u kaveru, u nekom žbunu, u travi, u kaveru, razumeš?
A šta će drugo?
Nema, pazi, slušaj, ali slušaj, sve to radi ako imaš, samo 4 flash bombe da poneseš na početku meča, razumeš? 4 flash bombe. Znači ne moraš jeste, ako vidiš nekoga na 30-40 metara, pa trčiš između drva, pa nategneš flash bombu, pa baciš iza kavera, pa dobiješ hit marker, pa se zaletiš u njega pa ga rasturiš. Ne, moj drug Milan, sve se bazira na to da ti njega vidiš fizički i da ti pucaš u njega. Nema nikakve taktike. Ne, ali ja tako...
Da je taktike, onda bi mu KD skočio.
Nema taktike.
Nema ni KD-a, KD je 1.
Slušaj, njegovo... On je nosi choke bombu. Jel ti nosiš samo malo? Ne, nisam gledao loadout. On je nosi choke bombu.
Ne nosi choke,
ne nosi choke bombu. A znaš zašto se choke bomba nosi? Ne samo da ugasiš saigrača, ne. Nego da, što kažu, area of denial. Da baciš na vrata. Da tih minut, 2, koliko traje choke, da svako ko protrči kroz choke čuješ ga kako kašlje, da znaš da je prošao tuda. Znači, area of denial.
I plus ne može da te pogodi tako lako.
Pa ne može tako lako headshot, može body shot, može da te double tapuje s 2 pištolja i te gluposti, a to su gluposti. Znači, nema nikakve taktičke opcije. Decoy fuse, ako igraš sa shotgunom primarno, logično je da uzmeš decoy fuse, možda je logično, ne znam. Da baciš na vrata i oni misle dinamit je, razumeš? Ako nema zamka aktivna na tom ulazu, ti baciš decoy fuse i uletiš se, udariš kundakom vrata, uletiš unutra i, razumeš, ubiješ prvoga koji je tu, razumeš, koji ispred tebe. Ne, nikakvih taktičkih opcija nema, zato neće igram s njim, što ne igra nikako. Jesi gledao kako su ga digli dinamitom juče?
Koga?
Njega.
Jesam, pa kako je ono, kuda je ono prošao dinamit?
Pa iznad glave. Ima tačno zazor gde možeš da se na cigle popneš i ima mali prostor između cigala kuda možeš da ubaciš i frag i dinamit i sve. A znali su gde, verovatno su ga skenirali. I nisu hteli da ga pušaju, on stoji tamo i misli da će to da prođe svaki put. Neće, protiv ljudi koji znaju.
Jeste vi pobjedili taj meč?
Ma kurac pobjedili.
Ako niste pobjedili, onda mi ne mora govoriti. Džaba ti, pobio sam ja čitav server, tradam se sa zadnjim čovjekom. I šta sam napravio? Ništa.
Imaš kill.
Juče, evo. Katastrofa, sve u sandviču, sa randomima, idiotima i onda šta ćeš, tryhardaš do kraja. A znači do kraja. I opet ništa ne možeš.
Uzmeš 3-4 kila i izađeš iz meča bankrot. Bez para.
Doslovno. Džape, gdje si u a evo te, čovjek je multitasking neki uključen.
Još ću prođu to gledati. Gotovo.
Desi.
Kome priča, Milan?
Pa, Milan, tebi.
Joni sam morao ove rotkape da je namestio.
Oprostiš ti imam realni život, Milan.
Da, oprosti Milan što me neko zvao baš u sekundu.
Oprosti ti imamo porodice prijatelje.
Hoći djela dozvolu da je...
A čekaj, Franja. Jesi li gledao kad je Peđa jeo sandvič? Jesi gledao to? Jesi gledao to? Peđa, molim te, nađemo to. Ajde.
A, brate, čekaj.
Hoći djela dozvolu da je...
Da samo odemo brzo.
Slušaj, te pišem situaciju. Peđa je jeo sandvič
A nešto gricko. Nisam jeo sve, smoki sam jeo.
Jest,
Smoki sam jeo.
i u tom trenutku nekog ubije. I viče Milan, on jede, on jede!
Smoki, pa smoki sam jeo, brate, gricko smoki.
I ovaj kaže, pa šta ima veze? Ajde, izvoli, ispričaj, neće da prepričavaš što se tebi...
Nije jedna ruka, brate, gricko, to je normalna stvar. Znaš onog, brate, Fast and Furious, onog, brate, Kineza, onog iz, brate, Tokio Drifta, takav sam ti ja, jedem samo onako grifta, znaš ti to je to. Tako igram, tako ja igram, tako ja živim.
To manda nas digne, čo? A zašto pričaš tako negativno da ćemo da poginemo? Meni je prvi meč, ja sam svjež.
Vidiš?
Šta vidiš? Ja, ali na koga?
Ima na meni. Boss pored boss. Polako vas zove, sad ću. A jes.
Da li će da otvore jedan prozorčić? Ba imaju shotgune, brate. Šta ću ja to?
Pošalji Milane napred, on je specijalist za to.
Milane?
Ovo je tvoje vreme da sijaš.
Frontman.
Imaju shotgune, kreni.
Nemaju. Odakle?
Idem.
Ajde, izviri. Ma evo ovdje. Ali neće da izviri više. A, evo ga, došao nam i on.
Naravno.
Eto me. Aha.
Poslije kaže da smo mi krivi kad poginemo, moj ne.
Neka ne.
Idem gore. Diži me, imaš ugo.
Evo, dižem.
Neki iznad. Jebi ga, farma me. Full metal imam sa chainom. Farma će me, ostavite me. Desno je Milane, vidi kroz zid jebet. Oj ti je. A jesi lud gdje?
Digni ga ti, još jednog ga digni. Možda uspe ovaj put. Možda uspe ovaj put. Još jedno. 100% ne gleda, ajde. Ne očekuje. Ne očekuje on to.
Aj jebate, moguće ovo.
Eto, sad, jel imaš više health?
Imam još jednu kostu.
Aj još jednom. Da ti obori onaj rank, igrat će tam da se 4 zvezdice, znaš?
Nema veze, dobro. Aj još jednom minut.
Sad ne gleda 100%.
100% sad ne gleda.
100% ne gleda.
Ne kampuje.
Ne kampuje, otišao je negdje drugo. Probao.
Pomoć me ono. Sad ne gleda milion posto.
Ne, gleda, otišao je negdje drugo. Znaš šta mi je fantastično, ne? Milana neće ni da proba da ubije, znaš? Ti si mu easy kill.
Sad ne gleda Milane.
Bježi!
I sad pobegni od Peđe isto.
Evo ga,
druga ekipa te pucu.
Pa nemoj tamo,
ne gleda, S1 ne gleda. Aha.
Jesi safe za rez, jes? Čekaj, ne. Ja s kim ja igram, brate moj, hazarderi sve. Ma jebal li vam mamu valbengarsku?
Yes.
Mi si jede smoki jebat. Šta ću? Si ja postio snake.
Opet smoki, a?
Moguće, ja.
Aj nađi molim te sad ona, ne možeš, živ si.
Ma nije. Ma ko je ovo pogodio? Nećeš sa sabljom, ajde zalet. Ajde držim ja lijevo.
To niko ne očekuje.
Polako. Drži se.
Malo sam zajebao, ali ispravio sam se na kraju.
Odličan si.
Ma zajebao sam jer sam... šta je ovo?
Niko. Povukli se.
Ne može biti niko. Pa pucao nas je... Ko te ubio sa...
Isfarmali su ga dovoljno i to je to.
Što je ovaj imao? O, imao je Romero, Alamo i...
Nije, bacio sam ja to. Romero obično. Uzeo sam bomb lance.
Tebi sviđa te Alamo?
Au, ima bomb lance. Ma nema, profesionalno. Di je ovaj snajper sad da ga riješi?
Hoćemo prema gore, prema Blank Branjer. Jel?
Ma hoću ovog snajpera da nađem da ga riješi.
Neću ga naći. Ajmo gore, ajmo naprijed. Nemam HP, imam 50 HP.
Gdje ideš
na Blank Branjer? Prema Blank Branjerju, gdje ćeš preko njih? A moram izlaz. Tamo je PvP.
Ali oni se fajtaju tamo, brate, ovo će biti GG. Nemam. Ma ne treba, šta ću?
Idi da ti da.
Ne treba mi ništa.
Daj mu, ajde, daj mu.
Daj mu.
Daj mu, ajde, idi daj mu, ajde.
Da, idi ga da, diga da.
Neka. Nametaj Milana dok igra.
Ne rade.
Poslije traži da ide u drugu sobu, znaš, onda ne mogu da ga opučam.
O jebem ti majku i... aj ovo majku.
Ko je otišao dole?
A šta misliš ko je otišao dole? Aj pogađaj malo, hoćeš?
Šta ćeš dole jebati? Imaš bounty. Ajde bro.
Brate, idem na Ford, da isplekam sa Ford, pa šta ti?
Ja sam mislio da je Milan... Ja se izvinjam.
Brate, ako ja njih skinem dvojicu, znači to je završena priča, mi smo uzeli drugi bounty, šta ti?
Dobro, ajde, idem do...
Ko će do Blanka ići? Idite na mo battery, brate.
Jesi ludi.
Jednočajno istinu.
Prvi mi je game, hoću da 7 killova imam. Ispod 7 me ne zanima ništa.
Jako sam jednočajno mi sve vas.
Pa da, ne valja mi dan ako nisam 7 killova na prvi game. Da ga batali, ideš kući i spavaš. Ideš, igraš šaha, Minecrafta, nešto. Nešto što te ide. Evo me na Ford.
Ima i toga, a?
Možda čovjek nije ušao u game da pokupi bounty, nego da vidi akciju.
Od akcije ja umro 5 puta.
A dobro, to je zato što te Milan te digne i pobegne. Neka. Milan te digne i pobegne od tebe, pa to je normalno.
Peđa, stignemo.
Ove vampire poslije. Igrao sam bre do pre malo, pa aj sad malo ću s njima hunt, ali igramo poslije svakako.
Što ne igraš s nama, Nenade, a nema veze.
Remnant, hoćeš s nama, Nenade, Remnant.
Igrali smo jučer nas trojice.
Samo da vidim.
Ma šta ja pogađam?
Samo da vidim nešto.
Jao, da vidiš da li možda se stremo igra.
Nemam spira, ono što mi treba.
Ma možda, znam da možeš, može.
Imam metkove šotke.
Može.
Ja ne znam šta ja pogađam ovdje, neke zidove
Pa
ne
ne
vidim.
vidive zidove, normalno, a to je hunt.
Bolam posred glave ga gađam i nemam.
Gde, odakle pucaš gde, reci mi? Sa Fort Karmika u Brickworks.
Na Bradley Brickworks.
Pogađaš kutije koje nisu renderovane. Ajmo dalje.
Pogodio sam ga, evo sad.
Dobio si penetraciju.
Ajmo na njih, Milan.
Pola kutija nije renderovano,
Imam ja šotku, ajde.
Kako se zove taj kontrol?
Jedan pišu.
Evo ti.
Koji te je skin ubio sa Zorngeist? Pogađam, dobro.
Ajde ubi dvoje i jednog i akcija.
Sam da...
Snajperi svi.
Longama?
Sve, da. Ozbiljno.
Uspeć.
Ola Costa, gdje si neurotič?
Ola Costa de Papela.
Ko juči go, ne.
Ja, Casey Draco.
Neurotic official.
Jedan je tamo,
Welcome to my channel.
Nisam znao da podržava 4 igrača. Pak.
Kako misliš 4?
Ne Hunt, nego Remnant from the Ashes. To ti je ona igra...
Evo te usrastam se.
Pa gdje ćeš tamo?
Nisam tamo bio, uštekan sam bio, brati, sad ću ići.
Kako ste bili tu? Staje napolju pored forta na žbun, znaš. Ubije ga je Kane, nevidljivi. Evo te, nije se vidio na njegovom ekranu, znaš. Nikakav vizualni indikator. Ništa.
Si rekao da izađete, a?
Ko je rekao? Vojvoda?
Što ti nisi pogledao njega?
No tu igraš kao neka pička. Akcija.
O, pribirali je žilicu sam. Moram metaka da nabavim negdje. Malo mi je ovo metaka za njih trojicu. A izgleda da nije niko ginuo od njih.
Kako ti ide gađanje glave sa Nitro Expressa?
Slabo.
I meni jako slabo. Jebi me usta, ako znam kako.
Zapalili ste, brate.
Možeš ovako se neko šunja, uvatiš ono.
Mogu na mučicu da povolim na preko 100 metara, a ne mogu se ono gomno da...
A ne može.
Na 10 metara.
Mali F-ovi. Ja sam rekao bolji je... Luk koji radi 200 damage na 15-20 metara nego Nitro Express koji one shotuje na 30 metara. Zato što ne vidiš pola ekrana, ne vidiš jedan.
Da li ima pitcher? Nema. Lažeš. šta da radim?
Šta da radim kad ne mogu?
Da ne mogu...
Trebali jesmo.
Da se tebi
Ja sam računao da je bar neko poginuo od njih. Ali ljudi su izgleda bogovi ove igre. 1100 kilova. 9700 kilova. Nema šta?
Ozbiljno si igra, a?
Ma, nema. Nema dalje.
Drakula, dobro što si poginuo 4-5 puta u tom meču, znaš? Sad ima da padneš 3-4 onaj... Na 3-4 one zvezde. Vidim koliko si rank. 5 i dalje! A nema zebava.
Zašto sam ja 5, to mi nije jasno. Bio sam jučer 4 čitavo vrijeme. Ništa uradio nisam, evo.
Možda se promenio leaderboard, taj.
Možda.
Možda.
Možda se koji dobio banove.
Ima i toga. Čisto sumnjam da kaže krajte kao prošli mjesec smo banovali 1500 account.
A, da. Banovali moj kurac.
Znači šta oni treba da bi high-tech nekog banova moraš da pošalješ report, da pošalješ video i da oni kao njega posmatraju što on radi. To je mnogo posla za jedan ban, samo da ti ja kažem.
Mogu da idemo ovo.
Odlično.
Svi smo na shotgunima, ajde.
Samo da pokupimo kesića nekako i Drakulu izvučemo iz...
Ništa idem ja, da ispružim malo noge, da se tu zemlja sapenem.
Ispruži se.
Pa da, nije mi to strano, to je se dešavalo i par drugih ovih prijatelja što igram sad. Kaže, banovali me na mjesec dana.
Kao... Čuješ njegovo ime i tako.
Znači čovjek na 300 metara preko compounda 3 te ubije sa nagantom običnim pištoljem i to je lažno uživanje. Čovjek imao video, pokazao mi, kaže evo šta sam ja reporto i oni su me banovali. Taj čovjek više ne igra ovu igricu, da se razumije. Kaže sad ću ja njima banu udariti.
Pa dobro je rekao.
A i upravo je.
Pa dobro je rekao. Više
ja bi ovo...
Ne daj svoje slobodno vreme, radi šta hoćeš s njim, razumiješ?
A sigurno Snake nije prijavio bez veze. Čovjek igra, razumije svu mehaniku igre.
Onoga lika što nas je na noćnoj mapi ubio nas dvojicu i nastavio da se šeta po mapi, razumiješ, i da nišani ljude, da niđe veze nema, niđe ne čuješ ništa. Da bi došao u Healing Water Church, ubije čovjeka na 150 metara kroz mrak na sred livade, random. I da bi zadnjeg lika prefire-ovo iza ćoška. Imam snimak.
Super.
Ja ga reportujem i Crytek mi opali ban na njihovom Discord serveru, zato što kao name shamujem ljude.
Znači, kao govorim, znaš, ima tamo iza one knjige, punih tih videa koji su učitovali.
Hoćemo na Seven Sisters odmah.
Imam, ali imaš Peđe kad je neko, kao postoji sumnja da neko ima skill dobar. A ima kad malo, znaš, male verovatno. Da tako igra.
Ma isto ne vjerujem. Ne postoji taj skill, nigdje ga nisam mogao naći.
Imaš kad ljudi unutar compounda te puknu nasumice po zvuku, kako se ti krećeš, ubijete, van šotujete u glavu, u telo sa šotkom, nebitno.
Dobro, lucky shot, ne.
Ali kad te ubije na 150-300 metara u trku, u glavu...
Pa juče se desilo nama, znači čovjek Springfield Compact 187 metara u trku mi je lika ubio u glavu. Naravno, nakon toga nije ništa mogao da pogodi, ali lucky shot, valjda. Springfield Compact, nije čak ni Dead Eye.
Ima vipik stop.
Šta idemo, na malog bossa, jel? Pa da. Noć je, mak.
Grad. I niko ne... Ajde dođi sad.
Oho.
Sad. Ne znam zašto je puklo bure tek posle... Kasnije malo.
Igramo na europskim serverima, znaš. Zato je puklo tek kasnije malo.
Strašno, još ja kao aj prišao. Skinu mi pola.
Pa igrate na europskim serverima.
Igrao sam sinoć na US East.
Ja uvijek igram na US East.
120 ping, brat.
Nema to veze.
Ali serveri im rade
Savršeno, da.
Znači hit je hit i to je to.
Da, nema to veze kolika je latencija. Jednostavno igra...
Ne, nema veze.
Radi bolje.
Jes, malo ti kasnije dođe hit marker, ali
dešava se
što se tiče svega ostalo...
Da udariš zombija nožem, da primiš udarac, ali nije to ni bitno.
Ma nije, ali puno ljepše im rade server nego europski. To sigurno.
Da.
Ljudi u Herču.
Ja kad kažem ovdje momcima s kanala, oni kažu da nisam normalan. Oni igraju na Evropi.
Eto, vidiš. Šta je s vranama?
A ruski server? Ne bože da uđeš tamo.
Ne, neću da igram. Svi nose automat. Ne, svi nose automate tamo. Batali. Samo batali.
Nenormalni ljudi tamo, majke.
Tu se puca od prve sekunde meč.
Je.
Boss do bossa? Ja ću da vamo budem da vam kažem jel dolaze ovi sa drugog bounty-a na nas. Jel može?
Može, bravo, gledam.
Ali možda će vam neko sa Southwesta doći. Možda. Šta bi? Ko je to umro?
Pukao mu internet.
Evo ih, idu.
Još jedan udarac, Milane.
Bar jednog čujem.
Dođi ovo.
Idu opasno. Evo i tu.
Ajde, odmah. Sam tam.
Ubio sam jednog. Ubio sam drugog.
Pomozite čovjeku, ljudi.
Ovo ne znam koji je tim, ne znam gdje je treći. Evo, dvojica. Black Mamba i Crossfire, daj mi to.
Nitro.
Tebi to ne treba, taj Nitro Express. Pali nekog, ajde. Ne znam je li ovo Bounty Team bio.
Pa pogledaj da li munje puci.
Evo ga ovdje negdje.
Nije to Bounty.
O! Odakle, mamo mu jebe. To je treći od njih 100%.
Nema veze, puca on mene.
Tu.
Lako.
Pogođen.
Lako.
Bleeding municija. Ma umri mater ti jebem.
Daći ću mu.
A brate, bleedingom sam ga pogodio iz Nitro Expressa i ništa.
Bar bi stao da se nahila. Kako tu ima logike?
Ali nije stao da se nahila,
To je
prešto najjače.
To je heavy bleed, znaš?
Ajmo po ovaj bounce.
Heavy, da.
Heavy bleed, moraš stati. Ne može, umrećeš.
Nisi to, on je krvario.
Ajmo na prvi tamo bounty, pa onda dalje. Prvi je veliki.
Ovako sam.
Bravo, brate, ti si sve riješio, čitav game.
Jes.
I, no, ja ti...
Hoću da mu priznaš.
Svaka ti čast. Da nije tebe bilo u ovom meču, ja ne znam kako bi izgleda. Aj, baci sken. Ali je 3 sekunde pauze bilo. Sad baci sken.
Ispred nas dvoje. Southwest.
Gdje je, šta je ispred? Southwest.
Southwest, da, dvoje. Ajmo prema našem bossu. Prilazi. Hoćemo trk prema... Ajmo prema Stanley okolo trk. Hoćemo tamo da ih čekamo.
Ma idemo tamo, da.
Ma nema vez.
Gdje tu?
I prema Stanley, brete, rekao sam.
Slušaj, Drakula je još dobar. Je se desilo da ti Milan pinuje zid ispred sebe. I da ti kaže ljudi su tu. Stoji u zatvornu...
A bolje da mi pinguje, brate, nego da mi kaže ispred nas.
Ja kažem Southwest.
Ne.
A rekao si kasnije Southwest, a rekao si ljudi ispred nas.
Pa dobro, Southwest sam rekao poslije toga, ispred nas Southwest.
Relativno u pravcu koji se kreće. Postavljam.
Imaš tri. Southwest sam rekao odmah, ispred nas Southwest.
Scan ovdje, bacite još
ja, brate, ne znam, moram da još budem objektivan.
Jesi ti bio u vojsi? Je li Draku?
Ne.
E pa.
A kad sam na vojsi? Ja sam teo.
Ne, nego prva stvar koju te nauče
Stepeni,
ne, ni to.
Evo ih.
Azimuto smatranja i tačka. Kao orijentiri u prostor.
Mene to nema.
Tu su svi na Southeast, naštrkano.
Ne zajebavaj.
Sad mi jedan fali, dvojica su na isto.
Bacit ću stikicu ovdje. Trojice, evo ih. Bacam stikicu da bi oni došli na ovu buku.
Chaos.
Ma neće on doći na buku sad.
Doći. Evo ih raše.
Znači šta smo čuli? Winfield, Centennial.
Bojim se da si ti tu usamljen, da ti jedini slušaš tu buku, ja.
Malo je sranje što ja nemam...
Bounty.
Nije, nego imam bounty, nego nemam kut da ih gađam.
Barakuda!
Ja mrtav. Headshot je bio. Snakes. Evo ga tu. Sam. Zar nisi čuo?
Dvojice su tamo.
Drugi pogođen, ne znam je li mrtav. Živi? Opet mrtva ova kurva. Moram municiju da uzmem, sačekajte ljudi. Opet headshot džape. Ne mogu ti, fali vam jedan.
Majmune! Laguje mi, vrat. Šta je ovo? Šta ću?
Nemoj da nas taj klača, evo ga ovdje. Ovdje. Ne znam, dolje valjda. Dolje. Puš na njega. Da ga ja nisam tegovao, ne bi ništa bilo.
Bravo.
Mislim te vide neurotiče, sorry.
GG-ra.
Znači, Snakes 2 headshota sam sa ovim
Nitrom?
smećem odradio. Da.
Ozbiljno?
I jedan body shot. Pa da.
Dok je bio u pokretu?
Dok je bio u pokretu.
To je dosta dobro.
Ali bio je na krovu, samo sam u glavu i vidio, tako da ne znam. Možda da sam vidio nešto drugo...
Možda bi pucao u drugi dio tamo.
Jel. Momci su mislili da mogu sa nama. Malo su se zajebali.
Primetio sam igrajući onda s tobom i sa ovim Borisom da su hitboxovi dosta široki u Huntu. Ne znam kako ti objasnim. Ne moraš...
Kako misliš širok?
Zavisnosti od toga čim gađaš. Određene oružja imaju veće projektile ili manje. Jer znaš da...
Dobro, ima logike, da.
Ali imaš ekstrem. Uzmi Winchesterku sa zapaljivom municijom. Imaš mnogo veći luft za headshot i za body shot nego sa bilo kojom drugom municijom. Probaj.
To nisam znao. Ajde, požuri.
Jebote BMW, Milana.
A ne klipuj taj, uzmi free lovca, a ne klipuj taj nitro i probaj sa free lovcem Winchesterku sa zapaljivom municijom. Ako imaš.
Nemam. Prestižno se.
A kako nemaš?
A sjeti se negdje da probaš, pa ćeš
vidjeti. Jebem li ti?
Mnogo je lakše povoditi telo i headshot sa zapaljivom municijom.
Slušaj ovdje te bolesnik. Evo je novu godinu kao.
Jesmo mi pobili čitav server? Nismo, ostao je jedan tim negdje. Nije, jedan tim je negdje ostao. A mislili su oni na nas krenuti, kako sam ih sačekao.
A loše su mislili.
Ja mislim da sam ubio 3, 4, 5. Šesticu si ubio, bre. A ne, jesi?
0 kilova i 2 asista, odličan si.
A šestica je bila ona što je primila od Nitra, bleeding i dalje se nije.
Jesam bio dobar?
Si bio dobar. Priznajmo, ajde.
Priznajmo.
To ti inače naše...
Savršenstvo, znači seks.
Ne znam ono čemu mi pričamo, to ti inače igram kao ovdje na kanalu, znaš. To što Milan ima običaje, hoće da mi se prizna.
Ko ima veći kurac?
Hoće da mi se prizna.
Šta radi večno?
Hajmo sad jednu da izgubimo.
Smrvi! Barakuda! A, moguće ovo. Samo sek.
I opet si petica. Ali ta šestica je primila od mene nitro, znači metak sa šrederom onim. I znači ja brojim sekunde, 1, 2, ti si na 5. sekundi bacio dinamit. I dok je dinamit još pukao, kad je on, koliko sam mu skinuo, 20 HP-a? Šta? To mi ne ide u glavu.
Bilo bi fino kad bi na kraju meča pisalo, znaš kad ti piše u kom minutu si ubio kog lovca. Kad bi pisalo koliko si mu štete napravio tako. Bar na toga što si gubio.
piše kad te ubije. Koliko si ti njemu dao, koliko on tebi. A trebao sam ići da me ubije čisto da vidim, nisam se, eto, sjetio. Čisto da vidim šta sam napravio.
Zabavno je gledat Milanove streamove, zato što on se uvijek traduje, znaš, s ljudima, onda mogu da pogledam onaj damage. A retko kad klikne da vidi onaj damage history. I onda kaže, pogodio sam ga, ja pogledam ono 20 damage u stomak.
Kako?
S jednim onim šelom.
Šta je ovo opet noć?
Da nije
Pa
wildcard?
nije opet noć. Pa nije wildcard, jebat ću mu mater, on kraj tako preko dana on noćne servere pušta, preko noći ove po danu. Ništa, dobit ćemo bossa i idemo van ovog smeća.
Vidi, tebi se možda ne sviđa. Ali ovi što nose stalno šardi, njima se sviđa noćna mapa.
Uzeo sam Winfield ovaj put.
Ovdje?
Ovaj... Winfield.
Barakuda!
Shira K. Welcome to my channel.
Prosto.
Ma naravno da sam damage primio.
Zanima. Jedan Milana. Ima se, može se.
Ma čao, čao. Ne raspravljaj se s mene.
Čao, Bela, čao, Bela, čao, čao, čao. Tako.
Ma naravno da je midhead na ovom jebenom kulu.
I ne mrda se odatle, no?
Hoću te mater.
Ja, Milane, uzeo sam malo eurokrema, gladan sam još papku mislim.
Eno
Ti
ga,
jedeš,
opet
a?
nitro.
Ti jedeš, a? Kako smiješ da jedeš s Milanom u prisutu?
Ljudi, još jedan nitro sam čuo, Southeast.
Neka mi skine od ove plate.
Skupljaš Nitro Express, šta?
Pa, šta ću bre? Nije mi lak zadatak, ali...
Ja sam diskardovao u svoje vreme.
Skini mi od ove plate.
Diskardovao sam 20 apekata, čini mi se. Nisam imao više gdje da ih stockpile, znaš, bilo je tu lovaca koji su imali po 3-4 komada u inventaru. I onda sam rekao koji će mi djavo kad inako ne igram s njim. I samo sam pobacio.
S apekatom ne igraš, jel?
Ma kaki, pa smeći. Recoil je u pitanju, nije u pitanju šteta koju pravi, nego između dva hice digne... Da ne, nego između dva hica digne ti nišan ulaz, dok razumeš. Nema nikakve kontrole, to je samo za jedan taj metak, razumeš, šteta.
Ima kontrole, nemoj zabavati, boss je tu.
Gdje ima? Cador Conversion regularni ima kontrolu, apekat nema.
Da, rekao sam da je ovdje boss i sad ću ga završiti brznicu.
Gdje je boss?
Ma jebote.
Tu je.
Šta ću?
Gdje je boss?
Mali boss, svakako ćemo ići odavde.
Eto ti misliš.
Na Mozdesu je boss. Ko je pitao gdje je boss?
Ja.
Ja.
Džape, jesi ti?
Jasno.
Ljudi, ja moram da ga ubijem sa...
Čime? Boblins.
Ostavite ga low.
Hoćeš vidjeti da ga ubiješ.
Ostavi ga.
Ostavi mu zadnji udarac. Ludak.
Ne bi li ovaj...
Dobije XP.
Incendiary ammo otključao.
Jel ima za regular?
Ajmo na Fort Golden. Šta je li ima?
Barakuda!
uzeo si onaj default, ili tako, Winfield?
Ma nemam drugi.
Aha, dobro.
Augusta.
A nemaš drugi?
Augusta svrši mi joj usta.
Degustasu marihuana, degustasu.
Od tih default oružja ima najčistiji iron sight, bez ikakvih onih primesa i gluposti.
Gdje ćeš, barakuda? Gaze. Aze. Kako se zoveš ti, bre?
Gaze.
Franjo.
Kako?
A on je mislio da ga Boris zajebava. Ne, čovjek se stvarno zove Franjo.
To. Pa nebitno, nadimak bilo kako se Franjo.
Tako su mi ime dali kad sam se rodio.
Ime te ne može nagraditi, samo da znaš to.
Mene su nazvali Predrag, Pedja.
Pa kad si Predrag?
A ovdje su mi pak Predrag kad sam ozbiljno, kad imaš ozbiljno, a ovdje su me krstili Pedjice.
A to te Milano.
Pedjice, džapice.
Uvijek sam ti govorio da je homo. Nije čak ni šalo.
Kad mi ono tepaju Pedjice.
Da izgori boss čekate, jel?
Izvinjamo se, ajde. Milan je tu, sačekaj.
Neka vas.
Čekaj malo, ovo je na boss arena što ima novi podrum, jeli?
Je.
Da.
Pa to ne može da se brani nikako. Ima ulaza na 16 stranja. Nemoguće. Ni onda nije bilo moguće baš 100% pokrita sad.
Pa na 2 sprata ne možeš ti to pokriti.
Da, i podrum. S tim u vezi. Sjećaš Peđa kad sam pustio lika i rekao ajde Milan.
Ja ću sad da izginem na ovom drugom bossu i onda ću da gledam vas kako igrate. Jel važi?
A neće biti puno da se gleda. Ako ne pušuje Milana, on će da se krije u ćošku i to je to.
Ovi se, brate, ne zajebaju, men se čini. O, pušaju me! Malo ću da ih ovdje zamajavam.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Bi?
Ovo?
Što? Ja sam sredio sve što imam. Nemam ništa više. Ali ako nećemo igrati super, taman da igram vampir. 3 lika ispred nas, alo, Franjo!
Brato, ja se pucam ovdje, šibam se sa njima, ja sam se zabarikadirao u podrum. Ne veze, ja ću bounty da riješim, aj.
Dobro, ništa, ti reši tu ekipu, mi ćemo ovo.
Može.
Na to. Ima tu negdje Milana special on. Ima i sekira, može i ona da posluši.
Šokovima sam se izdepao.
Da, zamisli da nisi imao čok.
Prvi
Oj,
shot, eto.
aj. Voliš te
Ajde,
veće
dobro.
kad ti s prvog metka ubiju?
Ma, ajde. Savršenstvo.
To ga
Sad ćemo mi
radi.
da pobijemo ove, ne brini se. To ga radi. Milane, šta radiš ti? Nećemo igrati ovako. Koga peđu?
A sad
Čekaš
spektakl.
Peđu?
A sada...
Čekaš
show.
da priđu.
Rekao si
Dobro,
ti. Sad ide
bavit
za
ćemo te
sebe.
mi.
Naš Franjo.
Bavit ćemo te mi, Franjo, imamo bounty. Samo da pobijemo ovu ekipu, to je bilo dobro.
Ma ne brinem se ja za to.
Ma da, pobit ćemo ih mi, ono,
Sad ide
lagano,
za
znaš.
seda.
Vi inače glasite za dobre huntere.
Ma
Koji
dobro,
često biju ljudi.
Kako ko?
Kako ne.
Naročito pijene ljude, jel tako Milan?
Kako ne? Aj neka priđu jebote, neće ni da priđu Milan.
Moj drug Milan ima čudan flex da je on tuko pijene ljude. Mnogo
Znaš,
put.
on to voli. To njega imponuje.
Ćeš da nađemo onaj klip?
Ima to je jedan od poznatih klipa.
Da, mrzi me stvarno. Ima tu mnogo bisera,
Kuće
znaš.
samo Milan vs. alkohol na YouTube.
Jel? Da vidim. Tvoj kanal. Kako se zove kanal?
Dracula.
Samo Dracula.
Dracula Hunt. A, Dracula Hunt, Milan vs. alkohol, možeš tako.
To,
Samo
to.
ga miksuješ, izaći. I pošaljite. Dalje tu scenu najviše.
Ova drugi bounty bježi.
Neka beži, mi tamo da pobijemo ovo ovdje, znaš. Opet promija mi otvara vrata,
Dracula sa C.
Ne, Dracula, kako bre C bre?
Nema. Ne mogu ti naći kanal. Donja crta Hunt ili... Ne. YouTube te bacio u zaborav.
Neka me...
YouTube ne može te naći.
A Dracula Hunt šadan samo.
Evo ga. Šta je ovo? Milan vs. Stevie, ovo je novo.
A da. Si vidio to?
Ne.
Ureju se aligatori.
Evo i hitovi.
Evo i hitovi. From the bones.
Kaže Boris da je Colzel New Army
Rašene se.
Ne zna da igra s njim.
Pa ja sam udara pjane ljude, tuka se s pjanim ljudima s prije.
Nitro.
Nazovi prije.
A oni ne znaju koliko je vas.
Ne.
Samo nek puca.
Si ti živ? Jesi ti?
Ma ne, ja sam zaginuo. Ja sam ti rekao, ja ću otići da zaginem i da...
Evo ti pogledaj Milan vs. alkohol.
Gledaj ovu lepotu.
Milan vs. alkohol. Ako možda nađeš ovaj klip.
Evo, našao sam.
Brate.
Fun fact, to se dogodilo ovdje u ovoj Whipping Stone-u.
Da,
Da.
uzgred budi rečeno.
Zavisi.
Pa dobro, imao je dobar razlog. Ja ni ne slušao šta mu priča.
Te ali.
Viš su Milan, ne.
Pušaju.
Yes.
Više su. Stih nek uđu jebote Milane.
Sedi, lazi.
Ne su, ali iz polja blizu su. Bojica ode, Milene, pomozi mi. Ako smo umrli, nismo ni...
Ko da ti pomogne? Onda ti pomogne. Čim?
Nismo ni, brate, udahli ono fazu, da li nam... No dobro, bitno je da smo zajedno umrli. Držali smo se.
A neko ja.
Vidiš, mi smo makar zajedno.
One shotovo te nitrom.
Je li običan metak bio?
Mislim da jest.
Pa da,
Doktori,
ja
ovo su tryharderi, vete, kidaju igru.
Ja ne znam koji je kurac, šta mi dobivamo ovdje. Trefa Joe. Au, znam ko su ovi, ovo su oni švabe glupi.
Evo ti, toliko je mali community.
Mali. Ja kad kažem da je mali community, mi ne verujete. Mali, nego šta?
Sad da vidim baš da uđem na njihov ovaj Discord channel.
Sad da nosim sad, ne znam šta da nosim.
Luk i strelu i skaći na Winchester. Hoćeš još nešto?
Ne, potrebno.
Njegov loadout.
Nije, to je jedan od par loadouta.
Ne treba ti quartermaster za to, brate, nemoj da se izvaljuješ.
Rekao sam skraćenu Winchesterku, magačinu.
Skraćenu.
O, šta ja dobio trade-ova, Fanning i quartermaster. Kako ću quartermaster sa Fanningom ikako odraditi?
Ne postoji. Moraš da biraš jednu opciju, ćeš da imaš Fanning ili ćeš da uzmeš...
Voli da biraš?
Ne znam.
A mi ćemo to ovako.
Dobio si dva nespojiva trade-a.
A baš.
I Romero može, skraći.
Može.
To je prava
Moja preporuka ti je headshot, zato što možda one shotuješ ljudi kad si prazan.
Nemam, nisam...
Eee ga, nemaš ništa. Otključaj ga, otključaj ga.
Hoću ciganko. Otključat ću ga, ciganka.
Šta je cigan?
To kad mi nećemo...
Pripadnik romske nacionalne manjine. Eto ti.
A ja rekao da nije za pušku neki izraz.
Ne. To ti je svaki loadout koji je ispod $100. Ili 150. To ti je ciganka, ti ja kažem.
Lava ciganko. Ajmo.
Ajmo
bi na game ljudi.
Imam counter loadout, znaš, na taj Milanov. Augusta i Marčeta, znaš. I to ti je to. Nikakva specijalna municija, ništa. Samo to dvoje.
Šta je to? $60.
Ma da, smiješno. A Marčeta ti radi heavy bleed. Znaš? To dosta ljudi ne zna.
Buffale.
Kako nisu?
Prije je bila smiješna, brate, u glavu ga ovako zviz, ma kak, ne umireće. Prestao sam je davno koristiti. Mogu bi početi. Vidi opet noć. Jebem ti majku, mrtvu igricu.
Milan je koristio...
A idi u 3 pičke meter.
Milan je koristio mačetu do prije 2 godine stalno. Sjećaš već? Stalno. Bila je, dok je radila 160 damage-a, bila je one shot i Milan je ulećao mačetom. I onda su je nerfovali, ono kao nije niti radila dobar bleed, niti je one shotovala, onda je kao sad ću ja sablju nositi. I to je to.
Ma sablja ću. A znaš ti, Snakes, da sablja kad je nategneš da brže trčiš nego kad trčiš inače?
Zato što imaš taj...
Ne osjeti se neprimjetna razlika, ali razlika.
Da nije možda razlika u FOV-u?
Nije u FOV-u, to smo testirali baš par puta, ja i parovi ljudi.
Baš ste, krenuli sa iste pozicije, sprint i...
Da, u isto vrijeme. I nije bitno, evo neki on krenuo malo prije mene, ja ga stižem. Tijelo uz tijelo smo trčali.
Nastavi dalje. Ulao sam.
Zanimljivo.
Sivo nebo! Sivi dan. Izbačilo te iz igre, kašalo ti, ja? Je ti kašalo igra? Ili? Opa!
Ohoho, šta je
Polomljena
to?
leđa, opa pa.
Overclockovan kompjuter previše, ja?
Pokojni. Koju ti kršenu kompu imaš?
Zamisli da overclockuješ svoj procesor 1500 MHz.
Uzimam trag.
Šta očekuješ da će desiti?
Šta radite vi?
Ja, uzimam trag.
Milan je zabao.
A Milan je polomio kičmu.
Opet mu se procesor zaglupio. Promenio je sve komponente na kompjuteru, i hard disk, i grafičku karticu, i RAM.
Ubili ga ljudi.
Pa nego šta nego se pobili, kad stoji umjesto.
Leđe njegova.
O, pa ubili ga ljudi, jesu?
A ti čuješ mene?
Jesu.
Pa nisam čuo da je opucao.
No, mogli su ga i nožem zaklati, stoji umjesto, kao bot.
Bacam bubu.
Bubu. Drona.
Rašili su.
Ovo su neki tryharderi, brate, opet. Tu je jedan van.
A šta radi?
Da ima FMJ i ubio bi ga.
Zaključan.
Krovu jedan.
Što mu stoji ono... onaj šteker tamo, Drakula, njegovom leži.
Stani. Paraju me trenutno ljudi.
Ujebut.
Jebem li ti mamu sa crossbovom? Ma daj, brate, sa čovkom. Čime me ubio? Imaš.
Dobar si bio.
Reloada, diži me.
Ne mogu, stani. Brate, ko mi ovamo ulazi, otvara vrata, ti mi pričaš ovo, ti mi pričaš ono, ček se.
A mi ne tryhardam ovo, ili jesmo? Ne možeš tryhardat kad Milanu pukne sve živo.
Kako mu neće puć kad je procesor overclockao 30%.
A zašto? Šta ćemo?
To rade na onome benchmark forumu, razumeš, ljudi da bi ono pokazali ko ima veći kurac. Ali niko od njih ne igra igru koja je, razumeš, procesorski ono, intenzivna.
Da.
Urade benchmark pola sata, 10 minuta, ugase, razumeš.
Pa normalno, ne možeš ti 100 godina...
Ne možeš voziti auto 300 na sat svaki dan. Izgoreće nešto.
Jovana za kafu da mi skuva.
Znači ne igramo više, no?
Real life, ne igramo. Nego, jebi ga, desi se timing.
Čekaj, Milane...
Timing je mater i mi jebem ja u usta timing.
Jesi ti još uvijek van igre, Milan? Jesi?
Šta vi? Gdje on? Milane?
Alo? Aj ubacim ekipu.
Igramo novu svakako. Tu sam ja.
Ubili ste ljudi.
Ne, ček, gledali ste te kako si diskonektovan, znaš. Gledali ste kako si diskonektovan, nisi htjeli da te ubiju.
Ko su ovi klošari?
Si vidio što sam mi ubio kroz... dok sam padao jebat.
3000.
U letu?
Jesi?
Da, ubio sam je, brat.
A odakle te ubio onaj sa shotgunom?
Potkom iza, znači kako sam se penjao, suprotna strana stajao onako čučno i sa Romerom, jebika. A ja nisam čuo, ovamo su ovi otvorili vrata, a ti jebika diži me i ne znam gdje ću.
Čovjek mene čovkom ubio, 1 damage mi je dao. Zamislite.
Sa Sparksom te puko, jel to?
Puko me sa Sparksom i sa čovkom me je završio ovaj drugi.
Imam levering, ja tamo za terminus. Šta ima novo na...
To mi se još desila nije.
Je li ona fora sa flash bombom?
Nešto tako, a ne, nije choke bomba, već je choke bolt sa crossbowom onim malim.
Choke bolt je...
To mi se desilo.
To je dobra fora. To je zapravo dobra fora, ako ćeš iskreno. Zato što choke bolt odmah detonira, znaš. Ne možeš se ni pobjeći. To je dobra fora da čovjek ubiješ koji je relativno u coveru. Dobro pokriven.
Šta ti bi, Milane, pa si se disconnectao? Ne znaš?
Definitivno nije procesor, ali tako?
Možda si procesor ove od klokovo 30%, pa možda zato ubade.
Možda. Definitivno nije to, znaš.
Pa i ja isto kažem za svoje auto koje je staro 10 godina, pa ne može mu motoru ništa biti 10 godina, vozim to auto. Ne možemo biti BMW 500. To je motor neuništiv, razumiješ? Neuništiv i još da mu stavimo onaj kurac da ga čipuje, ne može to auto, to će auto preći 1.000.000 kilometara, Milan. Možda čak i 2 miliona. Jel razumiješ ti šta ja sad te pričam?
Zamor materijala.
Brate, ne možeš očekivati od procesora 2 godine da vozi 300 na sat.
Mora da opadne. Mora da mu se
ili uzmi
radi
novi
veliki
ili malo
servis,
spusti taj overclock, brate.
A sad je kasno za spuštanje, sad ga je razvalio, razumiješ? Sad je gotovo, sad džaba spušta nogu s gasa.
Uvijek izbaci mi...
A ne, ova BMW 500 što je vozim stvarno je neuništeno. Što se motora tiče, 3.0 motor, veliki blok.
Je, naživjet će, bojim se da će ti motor naživjet sve ostale komponente.
530.
Mašina, brate.
Ali nije automatik, šal. Ja od automatika bježim. Crni. Ko Katran?
Boss je ovdje.
2010.
Brukave.
Ma samo mijenjaj ulje redovno svaki 15.000 i mali servis sam odradio.
Koliko AI-a ima, jebote. Ode bolje da me ovaj zapali.
Ja sam spreman za stikicu. Stikica je na njemu. Pustite mi da ga ubijem sa Sparksom ovim, treba mi za novine. Treba mi za novine.
Čuo sam te ja. Nisam siguran.
Vidi ovo. Pa da li si normalan, brate, zalijepio mu stikicu 20% damage-a mu dao.
To se dešava.
U glavu.
Da će Milan to da reši. Kad ja budem pored tebe da se on nagore. Sad će na nas. Beži od mene, bre, mršu pičku.
Jebi ga.
Gdje umire, jebote, na sred ulaza.
Šta se dešava?
Vadi pare, dekeć. A?
Možda čovjek s curom. A?
Može biti. Ne treba. Je li Milana Kešić, gdje?
Prijem emulatora tamo, ja mislim.
Rementa.
Znači, mogao bi neko da dođe.
Aha. Oh my darling, gdje je ta kafa? Šta radi ova Jovana? Pravi kafu.
Nema s ove strane. Do duše ima šume, ove mogu biti gdje.
Na kraj sela, žuta kuća, ti ti ti, žuta kuća, žuta kućica. U njoj živi stari Milan, stari Milan. Lala Milan, s potkom i sabljom. S.W.Frost man, razmica.
A, opet
Opet tebe.
Opet mi hvalospeve sastavljaš. Dobro.
On to.
Neka. To je ono što ste rekao za procesor da ti umire. To je istina. Tu nema šta. Tu nema šta. Ne pomaže ni to što sam ti rekao da nemaš ups.
Ne pomaže, voda majko.
Sa korita Ivanova.
Reci mi kako je snabdevanje električnom energijom kod vas tamo u Njemačkoj? Se dešava da imate ono te padove napone kada ono, razumiješ, spusti se sa reznom. Ne?
Ne. Evo, koliko sam u Njemačkoj, skoro 5 godina, nisam ni jednom to doživio. A bilo je priča i da nema električne energije, ovako, onako, a kak. Upale oni ove stare čumoraše pa naprave. Pa je bila ti evo zadnje vrijeme ovo što su pričali, nema električne energije, nema. Upalili su te, kako se zovu?
Na ugalj te...
Ko puca na mene, a ti? Ma na ugalj, da.
Termalne elektrane.
Ja pucam u vas, šta mi, pucam u zombija.
Još što volim ovo bure vamo kod Lighthouse.
Obožavaš ga, ja?
Šta, da ga digneš u vazduh?
Aj.
Jesi kad palio svetionik noć? Ono recimo kada ćeš da bodeš onu drugu ekipu, onu luku. upali svjetionik da oni razmisle, razumiješ, jel tu neko ili neko zjebao.
Ukro se mi kill na zombiju sad.
Jebik. Moraš će mi KD
Neće.
Gdje je matori u starom dubokom snu?
Matori, aligatori. A doći on čim počnemo da ga spominjemo, znaš.
Pa evo ga tu je na streamu.
Onda ono će kaže fino me ogovarate,
A voli to, obožava.
A da, zato je bilo fora da ga isprozivao malo da se pojavi, znaš.
Malo da ga dirnemo.
Da. Onomad kad se bio uvredio, kao uvredi na mlado. Barem ja stalno sniku stream, čujem ja šta vi pričate. Pa onda mi kažemo, pa ajde pričaj malo s nama, nemoj se gledaš.
Gdje su nožili, još sam dobio, aj jeba. Da ubijem bossa.
Zabio troju knives.
Dalje nisam dobio. Startat ću samo, ali sačekat ćete mi 1 minut da samo stavim neke vezice. Na kola. Ne mogu posle, ovdje ću staviti, nekim brzo.
Jebem ti sunce. Šta je, svi AFK, jel? Eno ga, već je Beniš pao. A nemaju ekstrakt. Što? Zašto idemo napolje?
Što bi bježao? A? Da će?
Ma koga jebe ban, igrač? Štaš sad?
On nije dobro znos.
Ajde. Slaughterhouse negdje.
Slaughterhouse.
Slaughter? It's gonna be a slaughter.
Iki fucking
Here is the sporks.
Spurks.
Rahtaš, odavde su ljudi, iz crkve sam vidio ove vrane. Evo ga. Crven. Bacam ja ovu bubu.
Ja pravim buku ovdje.
Ne znam gdje su sad. Ma, čule su da je crven, bro. Aha, evo ih. Evo sad ću ga... To si ti, a nisam vidio. Nemam outline, brate, nemam outline, šta da
Nemaš outline?
Jesi to možda od mene pokupio, a?
Nisam, nego mi je se sjebala igrica i ne mogu ništa da uradim.
I kako igraš bez toga, objasni mi.
Nemam pojma.
Teško, je.
Evo vidiš kako igram Milana
Nema
sa
veze.
Kubom.
I trebaš. Slušaj, to je sve stvar mentalne vežbe. Zapamtiš kako ti igra i saigrač i izgledi saigrač, to je to.
Neka. Ja mislim da su ovdje u šumi.
Šta krava daje?
Mleka.
Pa vod.
Bacam bubu, nemoj tamo da ideš na moj ping.
Gdje su ljudi?
Dobro, ovdje sam.
Gdje su oni? Bio boss, a? Jel? Se ja čujem, bre.
Da.
Šta se dešava? Ajde, pričajte.
Jeste, ubijaju boss.
Sa bubom jebe. Šta, ajmo tamo? Nema veze, idemo da ih pobijemo. Su sami, njih troja?
Trojice. Ali imaju levering, imaju windfield.
Imam i ja levering, ali na terminusu.
Malo ti je kratak domet s time, bojim se.
Ej, baksuze.
Terminus, Dragon Breath. Predobar domet.
To je dobar domet za to.
Nema penetracije, ali
nema
koji će
veze.
kurat.
Ej, gasto mi.
Tome je point.
Polako. Evo ga sa kuće. Vrat se nazad.
Pomoć!
Ako možeš ikad. Ne mogu ti pomoći.
Ne mogu, dvojica me zgužala ovdje.
A brate, ušao si sam. Koji kurac.
Nije už, s polja su ga stukli, znaš?
Je umro?
Od spolja se gađam.
Pa šta rade ovi ljudi, pa ovo su bogovi igre. Ovo su bogovi ovih igara.
Ima si jedan hit marker i?
I još jedan hit marker.
I ništa.
A, Sparks pištolj. Aha, misliš jesam ga ubio sa buretom, jel?
Da.
Ma ne, hit marker sam.
Nevjerovatno.
A pobjegao je na vrijeme. A ja sam zajebao, nisam ga pogodio s onim pištoljem drugi put. Mislim bure. A ja, izginušmo, bravo momci, bravo, ovo ovako treba. Nagonite me da sa jebenim shotgunima igram jer ne mogu sa vama igrat drugačije.
To je to, jel vidiš zašto ne igram s njima? Ne igre oni toliko loše, nego meni se ne sviđa taj stil igre, znaš. Samo jedan te isti, razumeš, close combat.
Izginuo Milan i onda sam ja tu, evo me. Tu sam.
Dobro, pun sam.
Treba mi za novine.
I koliko imaš kinte, predragi? Imaš 8.000. Znaš da imaš više para nego Milan?
Milan je izašao, jel?
Nije izašao, nego nije...
Još uvijek i umeš?
Nije izašao ni iz mečaka, molim vas.
Sad će se vrati, gledaj, će se vrati u sobu i znaš kad ono jebe.
Peđa ono, krivi druge za sve.
Ne, ima on nekad varijantu da ono kad pogine ostavi sve, ode nešto da jede i nemaš pojma šta radi. Nemaš pojma šta radi.
Sada nosim u pičku. Evo i krak da prvom, s bajonetom. Ma ne, prodat ću ga.
Što? Ne. Ne, dobar je, vrlo. Ima isti domet kao sablje, vrlo. Onaj melee range.
Od pištolja.
Sparks pištolj. Otključaj Sparks pištolj.
Ako da ga
uzmeš običan Sparks, igraš s njim. Ajmo dalje.
Ali nemam ni Sparks.
Koji si ti level? 33. level, nemaš Sparks. Koji level je Sparks uopšte? 100.
A nemam pojma, mijenjali su oni.
Ne znam, baš da za 100 promijenili.
Ne znam, ali mijenjali su svašta nešto. Otko znam na koji je Bloodline rank, to i to oružje.
Ja sam se, uzao sam prestiž pre godinu dana.
Terminus pre nisi mogao da imaš sve do 50 i nekog ranka, a ono sad ga dobiješ od...
Na level 1.
Posle zašto ne pamtim, da bi pamtio.
Istine, promenilo se dosta od kad sam se ja levelovao do 100 ranka.
Zašto? Ajde jebote, dođem da igram sa randomima, šta, koji kurac više, nema vremena na bacanje.
Čekaj, stani malo, samo malo. Ne, stani. Milan nije tu, jel tako? I jel vam treba treći? Hoću da ga izbacim iz ekipe, hoću da gleda da pati.
Ma nego šta ćeš čovjek, je AFK je čovjek.
Peđi.
Priča za Peđu nešto,
on govori to, ne?
Ne interesuje me, zove.
Slušaj, ja makar dijelim tačan info,
Tako je, to sam ti baš...
Ne, odmah ga izbacim iz ekipe.
Jebi ga, moraš nešto da uradiš, a ovaj...
Da, jednostavno minut, a ovaj samo...
Ajde, leave group, pa njega...
Zovem. Nek gleda malo.
Braća, gdje si otišao, treba reći.
Nenormalan tip, skoro su.
Meni je nešto zabalo sad. Jebem ti majku i Hantu.
Kako si mi poslao invite, tako me Steam overlay zakucao, znaš?
Super.
A ne, nisam bio u Huntu, bio sam u drugoj nekoj igri, ali Steam overlay nekad njesara.
Dođite, da popušim jedno.
Treba tebe pozvat prvo. Ne mene. Ti bi prvi upao.
Morate me opet pozvati.
Znam.
Dobro, ja ću još ovaj game i onda igrajte, vis.
Neću ja da igram s njim. Upravo to što si ti rekao. To ti je forsirani shotgun play. Od 5000 sati... Od 5000 sati imam 1500 sati samo sa Romerom. Ne double barrel, ne, samo Romero. Single shot shotgun. Ili ću ga pojiti ili ga neću pojiti, to je toko. Nema između. Ne mogu više.
Šalj mi opet onaj Invite.
Ali ne pravim ja parti, nego on.
Ko?
Drakula.
Ajde, Drakula, pošalje. Džepe.
Alo! Predraže!
Otišaj.
Ovo je izdeja. Znaš da imam Huntera koji ima 170 onih rank poena. Onih trade poena. Kad sam igrao... Ne, kad sam igrao event, znaš, on je bio maksovan i konstantno sam s tim igrao, nisam mogao da poginem, ono, i ako poginem mogu da, ono, znaš, za onaj grounded packed point mogu da ga vratim. I nisam ga uopšte gubio. I sad kako sam uzimao one papiriće, one gluposti, sad taj Hunter je 50. level, ima 3 slota za traitove i ima 170 rank poena. Šta ja sam da radim? Gluposti. Krajtek je napravio, razumeš, glupost, ono,
Sa čime? Sa groundedom ili sa...
Sa svime što im padne na pamet, razumeš. Šta god da ubace, razumeš, koji god novi sistem da ubace, razumeš, ljudi ga prvo ono eksploituju maksimalno i onda Krajtek se seti da nerfuje.
Dobro, to je na jedan način navlakuša, znaš.
Sada kao ljudi opet počnu igrati igru.
Pa da, pa to je psihologija. Znači, ne gubiš Huntera u igri u kojoj je najveći punishment da izgubiš Huntera, jel?
Da.
I ljudi igraju, znači, grounded pact, igraju mjesec, koliko je trajalo? 2, 3, jel?
Da.
Stvore naviku i to ti je to. Peđa! Predraži! Ovo je sad ozbiljno postalo. Predraži!
Otišao je zapaliti cigaru. Nisi ti čuo, jel tako?
Jebem ti.
Nisi čuo, jel tako?
Ma nisam.
Ja sam čuo.
Taman će se onaj vratit.
Ja, ona, samo...
Ali su ga ubili, ne znam jesi vidio.
Samo ne... A gledao sam pomalo Peđi.
Kako su ga ubili Peđu pa ubili njega odmah, samo bam headshot. Ja ne znam ko su ovi ljudi, ovo su bogovi igre, znači svaki game ljudi nemaš.
Dobro, ja sam 4 zvezdice. To je dobra vest. Šta je Wormbite? Je li to onaj grobar? Mogu da kupim grobara na Black Marketu za 6.
A ja sad čekam da kupim na Black Marketu, sad ću ti reći. Znači Muscadin se zove Sparks, onaj silencer.
Treba nešto da urade s tim Spark silencerom. Jako mu je veliki Iron Sight. Onaj, ne Iron Sight, nego kako su napravili, razumeš. Igrao si sa Veterlijem. Veterli ima jako usku mušicu i pored toga što ima silencer i upotrebljiv je dosta. A Spark silencer je... Ima onu buđu napred, ono je stvarno smešno.
A ovo ti je nekad davno kad sam...
Čekamo njega, nisi ga invajtovao.
Invajtovao sam ga već. 2 puta ga već.
Aha, jes, došla mi je sad. Evo ti klip, ja sa silencerom, kad je tek izašao. To je bilo davno, nisam editovao, prešaltaj na minutu i nešto to.
Dobro.
Gledaj. Trio sam čitav ubio sa tim.
Sa silencerom? Headshot ili body tap?
Nešto body tapovan, ali većinom headshot. A zadnji headshot nećeš vjerovat kako sam ga napravio.
Sad ću pogledat, samo da...
Od minute i 10, tako nešto.
Samo da ponesem sekiru.
Ali ja sam ono, tvoj tip igre i... U bush, pa šta ću, sam protiv trojice.
Sam protiv svih.
Ali oni nisu znali odakle ih puca. I tad nije bilo ovoga matchmakinga. Zajbanci, tad je bilo...
Svi sa svima.
Da.
Jel to? I tako je bilo bolje. Ajde, nek bude.
Nikad ne znaš šta te čeka.
Da. Nikad ne znaš šta da poneseš. To ti to.
Igraš ovaj cycle, a?
Ma igrao jesam.
To si presto.
Ma šta će, brate, svaki update 40 GB rewrite-a preko... Znači update 100 MB, on 40 GB rewrite-a preko igrice, znaš. Ne da mi se to više.
Je li ono dobra igra?
Pa okej, šta ja znam, brža je od Hunta, to ti mogu reći. Pucačnija je. Bolji su serveri, bolji je hit reg. A sad, što ima dosta cheatera, što je bilo, pa su nešto napravili oko toga.
Bude cheateri, jel?
Da, ali Cycle je baš imao infestaciju cheatera. Infestaciju. Ja mislim da je u njih isto easy and cheat. Nisam siguran.
Pa svugdje.
Pa šta
da, ali zamislim, Hunt je isto easy and cheat.
Šta oni koji đavo traže u compoundu kad čuju da im lete meci iz prigušenog Sparksa oko glave? I oni se još uvijek moti unutra kao debili. Moguće to? Treba se pobiti. Čuješ da te neko puca s silencerom, ne znaš gdje, pa makni se odatle, nemoj ga tražiti kao da si retardiran. Nisam ja...
Bio sam im tvog, pa su onda bili ono...
Ne, nisam ja na tebe, nego razumeš, na ljudsku psihologiju, razumeš.
Čudna je psihologija. Jesi vidio taj zadnji hit, je li došao još?
Nije, morao sam pauzirat.
Ovo pa vidjet ćeš zadnji hit. Zadnji hit sam na zvuk opalio.
Super. Loš spawn, definitivno.
Savršenstvo.
Super. Imaš spawn levo, imaš spawn desno. Mi smo u sredini.
Pa da.
Viš on otišao i nije se javio.
Ma sramota.
I onda posle ja taj pijem jedan čaj.
To neko nosi luk i strel.
Ja.
Ajde.
Lower the sal. Ne, upper the sal.
Misliš?
Ne, pucim, po zvuku ti mogu reći da su.
Oni moraju na nas da dođu, osim ako nije boss tam.
Čuo sam jedan pucen, nešto mi je nevjerovatno da je to baš bio PvP sa jednim pucim. Osim ako svi ne koriste bombalans.
Bombalans.
Znaš ti Evropu gdje latencija mi 50 kad me čovjek traduje svaki put. Da. A ovo je PvP već. Ili je boss u Lower the Sala?
Reeves.
Stanley
Colin Lappa.
Ćete li Stanley Call?
Dajmo na... šta ja znam.
Epic Stone bliže treba.
Pa ako ćeš PvP, definitivno ideš u Viking Stone. Ako ima ljudi, bit će u Viking Stone.
Dajmo na VIP. A to nije ono boss tamo. Odmah do Stanleya. Aj ti idi na Viping, ja ću na Stanley. Ako prvi čuje...
Nitro.
Nitro, pa mora nitro da bude. Ne može meč bez nitra da prođe. Dobro. I drugi je boss na Kingsa. Savršeno.
Misliš? Misliš da je tako blizu opet boss arena za boss arena? Automat?
I automat.
Automat, super. Osjećam se vrlo samopouzdano za ovo što sam ponio. Šta nisam uzeo shotgun, jebote.
Dižem ranu.
Boss je bijel. Sad kad bi sjekiru našao...
Iza tebe. Neko ide iza tebe. On isti.
Ja sam digao vrane.
Te vrane si digao.
Dve ture vrane.
Te vrane si digao, tako daleko.
Da.
Kako je to latencija? Ne, druge vrane koji si nemogući. Znaš gdje si bio?
Ja se makar javim, ali ne mogu se. Pauzeno ti mjesto svoj.
Ti bi da igraš, a?
Našao sam sjekiru ljudi, ovo će da bude Lepa Lukić.
Slatki greh.
Dođi vamo, ti jebem.
Igraj.
Ajmo da zaginem. Ajmo.
Ćeš dalje da ideš, šta? Nećeš da kampuješ ovo?
Nema kampova.
Ajde, vozi.
Sa automatima i nitrovima treba samo jako da ih se igra. Takve ljude treba kažnjavati analno sa crossbowima i sa veterovima. Evo nek znaju da ide. Znaš da postoje skripte za automat?
Znam, gledao sam. Mogu ti poslati YouTube link za to.
Ja nisam gledao, ali mi je nevjerovatno kako ljudi pucaju sad.
Ima. Poslije prvog metka vuče ti dole.
Da, ono, smiješno. I to se ne banuje, to je okej.
To je makro samo, ništa drugo.
Znači imaju nitro, imaju automat. Šta bi treće oružje moglo da bude?
Krag snajper.
Pa, vjerovatno. Eno, neko je zaginuo. Jo, imam kerove, imam inhalatora, imam sve živo.
Lik na prozoru. Lik ispred mene.
To je drugi tim. Vrat se nazad.
To za bounce ide. Ovdje, a?
Bosseren.
Da.
Lik na prozoru.
Uppercut.
Ne znam i odakle, iz one rupe u... Ovdje, ne znam, vidiš.
Ovdje bi.
Ja pucam na pčelu. Evo ga onaj, kako se zove, jebeni grobar iza mene. Tu je onaj, kako sam ti rekao, grobar. S lopatom onaj. Vidiš pre tebe negdje rekao, pazi.
Vidio sam.
Ljudi levo isto. Ne mogu čuti da ovdje su kjerovi. Imamo ljudi iza leća.
Samo se držite zajedno.
Mi jesmo zajedno.
Mrtav
Bravo,
jedan.
mrtav.
Imamo ljudi iza nas.
Iza nas.
Vrati se
Gore,
unutra,
iza nas.
Jel da dođem do vas?
Ne moraš, kerovi ne se razvoliš. Udri ga ono.
Mrtav jedan ker.
Bravo.
Mrtav drugi ker. Jel trebam i to da govorim?
Ne moraš. Ide neko prema nama, pazi.
Vraćajte se.
Ovi će nas napast leđe, samo znaš, bit će sandvič.
Znam. Zato imamo čovku, bacimo i... Taman će ima latko. Samo se zajedno kažete.
Tu je Peđi, 270 stepeni. Veterli.
Neko mode da prođe neko kriminalni hić. Eći to. Oooo. Peđi.
Šaljem bubu.
Ovo je samo kroz čovjek. Tu ti je jedan.
Na krovu. Na krovu čovjek.
A jesi tu ti vani zginu, nisi?
Ne, unutra.
Sam hitro. Ubili?
Jebem ti lagi, govno i kutiju. Moguće ovo?
Ja, diži. Snake ili mene gledat. Diži. Udiš.
Ovo je pao, a ja uzeo sam naš pao.
Pas da ne dignu toga govna.
Sao ima ono odoriš?
Vetar li? Ne možemo ga zapaliti, to je sranje. Imate li vatru?
Imam. Vidi ga.
Vidi ovaj ulazi ovdje, frajer. Alo? Ma daj, brate, ma daj, ova igra stvarno nije normalna.
Jebao pas, mater da ti jebao pas, materi krajte.
Ja flash.
Umre jedan od bounty team. Onaj turn flow.
Zapali onoga, Drakula. Zapalili onoga.
Da. Ja ti dolazim da ga ubiš.
Bravo, ujebote, to bomblens bio.
Uzmi bouncy, diži me.
Ovi će nas pušat.
Pa nek pušat.
Samo ti mene digni pa nek oni nas pušat. Hoće se prema izlazu.
Turncoat je već zaginuo jednom. To da znate. Ništa izlaz, brate, borimo se do kraja, šta je?
On ima 50 HP, imam 100, zato te pitam.
Nema veze, ja sam na 150, ja ću da ne možemo izaći.
2 čovjeka koliko ja vidim.
Napolje spoljeni.
Ja vidim, jedan je gore, na gornjem spratu. Na drugom spratu, drugi u prizemlju, pored Haze.
Vidim ga.
Jedan je u prizemlju, pored tebe.
Čujem ga. Ali neće da izvidi. Moram da promijenim oružje.
Šveterli?
Neka da vidim. Evo imam ovaj Scottfield. Precision.
To si uzeo od nam.
Precision.
Drugi sprat ako sam dobro vidio.
Zid me pogodio čovjek.
Vidite kroz one daske šut.
Ma da, svi im se služe, znači.
Pogledam se. Ovdje da ti potrebi ovdje sa leve strane.
Trojica.
Penje gore na skroz
Trojica
gore.
ili dvojica, šta je ovo? Trojica čini mi se.
Trojica.
Vidim ga unutra u ovome. Kućici ovoj malo.
Dvojica su sad vamo, iza. A jedan je gore.
Teško, moraš sam da ih pušaš.
Znam. Bravo.
Ali nije umro. Spak sam ga hitnim i ja ne umrem. Loša priča.
Mislim će oni se oni pušat.
Brate, imaju hitno,
Jedan.
imaju onaj automat.
Ne, šta god hoćeš. Išao.
To sam ti rekao.
Evo ga ovdje lik. Iz ove kutije.
To ti kažem, imamo toliko helta da nas mogu probušiti na svoj.
Uzeo sam Sparks, a poison municiju imače. A, vidio sam te piče. Mrtav jedan.
Tamo levo lik.
Znači ovdje zgine. Možeš ti samo pokrivat to tijelo, da ga ne dik...
Dvojice su na zemlji.
Samo pokrivajte, nema potrebe za pušanje.
Ispred mene.
Ovdje jedan.
Na vratu. U čošku. S automatom. Evi ga. Bravo.
Bravo, man.
Ja ti glik s automatom, pazi.
Usroje se i on.
Ma i on će da te čeka, znaš. Ko prvi opali ovdje pobeđuje. Kakav imbecil. Nemoj to. Ne. Znam šta si hteo, hteo si kroz zid da ga probušiš sa ovim Sparksom, ali...
Ništa, ja sam jako iznerviran što mi ovo nismo sada pobijedili.
Ne može, već smo se tukli. Ne može. Oni su igrali defanzivno, mogli su nas pregaziti ranije, znaš. Kad smo se mi šorali s onom ekipom u dvorištu, mogli su da izađe da nas pobiju sve. Nisu.
A zajebajem se ljudi, sve okej. Nek smo se malo podružili, malo nešto. Ko odigrali. Mora neko izgubiti, ajde šta ćeš.
Ne možeš uvijek dobiti. To je istina.
Ali ovo je nemoguće. Igrali smo protiv onog tima. Prije oni su nas svukli.
Uzred.
Nismo imali šanse.
Uzred budi rečeno, igrao sam sa Free Hunterom, tako da je poli kurac.
10.000 već imam.
Ništa ljudi, ajde, budite pozdravljeni, pa se vidimo.
Pozdrav.
Čujem.
Eko, ćemo mi da pravimo pauzu, pa...
Ako budeš teo da igraš Remnant, može, ja ću biti tu.
Može, dobar je ovaj meč bio sad. Un action.
Da smo mi krenuli izaći s mape, razumiješ, možda bi oni krenuli za nama.
O, ne vas. Bože moj. Kako je zanimljivo bilo. 10.000 već imam, znaš? 9.400.
Znam ja to, ja sam rekao mi će više pare nego on.
A što se radi?
Što nije teško.
Ne.
Kad neko kupuje svaki meč, shotgun i lovca i resetuje pojene da bi imao levering. I onda pogine zato što s leveringom može vola do bode. Dobro, rade to ljudi, ovi streameri, znaš.
Rojko
Kupi lovca i uzme, razumeš, sete mu poen i uzme doktora, na primjer. To je to. Odmah ima prednost na tobom, razumeš.
Jebote, Catalyst, Mirror Sage Catalyst 2 evra, 90%.
Meh. Ja da pojedem nešto. A ti vidi.
Prijatno.
Dobro večer. Daj, šta ste umrli svi? Alo? Ha. Alo?
Heat power. Welcome to my channel.
Vampiri. Vampiri preživljavanje. Totalna katastrofa. Mobile's hand showdown. Interesting. Not.
Hey, Snake. Hello, hello. How you doing? I'm ruining the ruins. On the contrary, I am repurposing the ruins. I'm giving them new life by making them, resources for me. Shut up. Don't worry about it. Right, I don't. How big is the new area? Pretty big, actually. It's two different zones, south and north. But yeah, it's large. It looks like it's probably the same size as Farbane. Yeah, it's really, really huge. And again, it's just the new zone that was added. There's a lot of other like things that have changed with the update. None that I've noticed yet, except for the how building works now, where you claim an entire territory rather than like have to place borders down. Yeah, I remember they said not even 2 floor. I think it said you could build, I think, up to 3 or 4, and I think on like custom servers you can make it up to 6. It's like a really, really large amount.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Make a little airlock real quick. Alright, one storage chest. We need a Miss Brazier. What is the giveaway of you Rising DLC? The current giveaway I'm doing is a game key. But later on it'll be later on it's gonna be the DLC after that. Yep. Yeah, I've got 5 DLCs to give away and 5 game keys to give away. So if you know anyone that might if you know anyone that might want the game, make sure to you know, tell them that I've got a giveaway.
Dracula.
Yeah. Alright, what else?
Dracula. Meh.
Ta-da. We'll put the coffin over here. Alright, let's start making some refinement. I already have enough for a sawmill. Lovely. Sawmill will put you there. All the wood I've got in there for now. We're gonna also store my resources that I've got, because I don't want to go out there and then get blasted by someone and die. Lose all that. Yeah, quick little power nap. You know, keep it refreshed, keep it feeling good. All right, so we're gonna need a lot more wood. So let's cut down all these trees around me. By the way, I don't know if I said, the Mist Brazier that I just built, it's not necessarily a lighting thing. What it does is, when you put bones in it and turn it on, it will burn the bones and create a cloud of mist around you. So basically, or around the brazier. So basically, it creates artificial cover from the sun. So like, until I get, you know, a proper cast that has like roof covering, and then I won't worry about it, I can turn the brazier on.
Što tražiš?
Ma čekaj mi je. Što sam
I
postavio.
wish I knew how to take a power nap a little better. God damn.
Da su kreni. Ovo nije to, definitivno nije to. Ne znam.
Je ovo prazno?
Ne, nije. Da nije gore tamo na polici. Gore desno. Tamo.
Onda sam tu bilo ono što stavila. Ovo ti je. Ništa. Stavit ću ti nešto pa ću ti donijeti.
Ne znam.
To ti nije oči.
Jel tu?
Evo ga.
Eto viš, kako to da nađem uopšte? Objasni. A to? Mislim.
Evo ti je oči. Kad ti fali, donijet ću ti. To baš očekaj gleda.
Lako pakitam.
Almost. Give it to me.
Goodbye for now.
Stone and leather, or hide, bench. Right there.
talked to Hannah, she told them she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, Hannah and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big no. After that shout, I got kicked out again, and I'm still without the Fashion Square shopping center that I've grown accustomed to after my whole life. So my love quest has restarted, and as for that date of ours, I'll always remember it, but as far as I'm concerned, it does not count as my first date. I was not as happy as I was today in a long time. I am once again heart shattered and sad, but I will not give up on my love quest, because there has to be one true boyfriend-free, dateable, non-pranking girl out there somewhere. Poor guy really cannot catch a break. Around this time, Chris finished Sonichu number 0, the first proper edition of the comic book series. The hand-drawn premiere issue, as he puts it. The stories in it were mostly reworkings of previous standalone comic strips, complete with nonsensical plots and nightmarishly ugly artwork that Chris Chan later became synonymous with. He also begins drawing new Sonichu releases during his public outings for his love quest, and is even noticed by someone who gives probably one of the best summaries of Chris Chan's essence at this point in their blog post. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I am not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws the Sonichu comics, harmless I assume, yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own. Surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means, he sits in his chair and draws, 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, texts of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure, but there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all. I never thought I'd see Chris be described this poetically in my life. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Amidst these sightings, Chris decides to go to the Mid-Atlantic Anime Convention, where he took a few printed copies of Sonichu number 0 and distributed them to whoever would accept. As his love quest sinks to new lows, Chris gets kicked out from the local McDonald's, where he's also been conducting his attraction sign experiments. I'll spare you from hearing the diary entry in its full extent, but the Managerks, Chris's nickname for the managers, started calling the cops on Chris for loitering in their establishment. In later Sonichu episodes, the manager received in-universe stand-ins. One of them was named Married Senor Comic, an alias which is completely unexplainable to anyone with a functioning brain, and for no apparent reason, had robot arms and legs. After Married Senor, Chris's creativity must have run out, since the other one was just succinctly referred to as Black Fat Jerk, on account of the fact that, to Chris, that's all he really was. If his diary entry is anything to go by, Chris began explaining his situation to them in song and dance. When one of the managers asked Chris to just have a normal conversation with him, he sat silent for a minute until he came up with possibly the most schizophrenic own ever uttered. I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they have all taken the pretty girls, leaving me with none. What a wordsmith. He followed this up by giving them verbal punishment, the finger, and last but not least, curse ye ha-me-has. What's a curse ye ha-me-ha, you may ask? Well, luckily for us, Chris has demonstrated in video.
Curse ye ha-me-ha!
A month later, a similar situation played out at Target, as the managers called the cops on Chris. He claims that, as he was about to give them a prepared speech, 5 cops chased him down, pulled his pants, handcuffed his wrists and legs, and hogtied him. After being briefly taken to county jail, Chris was given a court date for disorderly conduct and trespassing. Later on, he dramatized the situation in a Sonichu comic, as he always did. Fortunately for Chris, after 2 hearings, he was given a $30 fine and had to pay $56 in costs. Within a week of the Target fiasco, he was once again arrested for following too close while driving. And yes, at this point he was a licensed driver, if you can believe it. After his suspension from college was lifted and he started regularly interacting with other people his age again, things relaxed a bit for a while as advances were made in the love quest. After bidding goodbye to Anna, who moved to Utah, Chris makes a few more attempts at finding a date over MySpace messages, mostly to no avail. The first one was Jelena, who turned him down because he seemed too desperate. Then came Lindsay, who consistently rescheduled her dates over the course of 2 months in order to never actually have to see Chris in real life. Overall, things seemed dire for our brave hero. But it was around this time that he began to rouse online attention, with a thread on a Sega forum centered around Sonichu popping up. Earlier that year, YouTube was created, so the golden age of Chris Chan was at the gates. Meanwhile, he was getting some traction in his emails. Though his application to become an official Nintendo game tester was rejected, Chris got into regular correspondence with a girl named Megan. On the 1st of November, Megan emailed Chris asking him to buy an episode of Tintin on eBay for her. They had already met in person before in a video game convention, convention a year prior, but it wasn't until these emails at the tail end of 2005 that Chris grew obsessed with her. Though she clarified from the get-go that she wasn't interested in Chris, or anyone for that matter, in a romantic way, this didn't deter Chris, who clearly saw her as a love interest and continued to invite her on dates. To date, Megan was probably the person who had been the nicest and most patient with Chris. 2006 marked a significant rise in Chris buying the most random, useless garbage from eBay, from My Little Pony and Sailor Moon paraphernalia to German World War II photos. Apparently, all of these purchases were influenced by Megan's interests. Based on their emails, we know that Megan was into MLP, Sailor Moon, and for some mysterious reason, Wehrmacht soldiers from World War II. Considering how desperate Chris was to get a girlfriend, it's surprising he didn't start LARPing as a novelty to impress her. Eventually, he got her a Nintendo DS, which she turned down due to the fact that she already had one she bought herself. While Chris was busy spinning his wheels into the mud during his love quest by chasing after
Hoćeš da dobiš ključ za V-Rising.
Oko?
Pa odeš na kanal od ovoga lika, on streamuje nekad s hermitama, Tom Skeps. Ima možda 5-6 viewera, čini mi se. Među njima sam ja. I daje giveaway za ključ od igre.
Kako se zove?
Evo ti link. Tom Skeps. Stvarno dobro
Da, koji su stepovi?
Pa kucaj onu komandu giveaway.
Samo, dobro. Type ticket.
A ima novi update, znaš. Komplet nova oblast i...
Ah, nice. Oh yeah, everyone that's here. If you haven't entered yet, or you're interested in getting the game, exclamation point ticket. I've got one game key right now to give away.
Ima jedan ključ.
So make sure you enter into
Što on igra? Hunt, Aloft, Marauders, Dead Island, Hunt.
It's probably gonna be a little while before I do the, like, draw the winners, but, you know, get in now. And just make sure that, you know, later on, you're around so that way you can play this.
Ako dobiješ ti...
Pa to je to, uzeli smo obojica po tiket, znaš, ja već imam igru.
A čak tiket kad sam napisao nije mi ništa izašao.
A on te ubacio kao u svoj taj, kao naš. Imaš kao giveaway, kao taj pool. I onda kada on uradi kao taj raffle ili tako već, onda izvuče jednog nasumičnog viewera koji je bio, znaš, u kanalu i ako si tu kad proziva, znaš, kao taj je dobio ključ, samo mu se javiš na chatu i to je to.
A znali se kad je...
A najavi on obično. Vidim koliko za streamuje sat vremena. V-Rising je kao story mod za Dotu ili za Ligu, znaš. Imaš 3 ili 4 ability-je, to ti je maks koliko možda imaš aktivno odjednom.
Da, sviđa mi.
I možeš oružje da menjaš Kad promeniš oružje, tako promeniš specijalizaciju. Tipa, hoćeš se... A nije ni puno, ne znam, 15-20 evra. Mislim, nije ni puno, ali eto, ako hoćeš da probaš. Pa kaži ga, ako hoćeš da probaš.
Ne, sviđa mi se, drugačije nego, ne znam...
Hermit je streamovao, ja nisam znao šta je dok nisam uzeo i probao.
Hoće na smite. Samo što je ovo ozbiljnija grafika.
E sad, ako hostuješ server, možda igraš na onom svom privatnom serveru, znaš, možda imate ljude s kojima ćeš ti da igraš. A imaš servere do 23 igrača, tako nešto.
So now with 94% warrior blood, we've got almost 20% increased physical power, reduced cooldown on weapon skills, reduced damage taken,
Nema problem. Stati se rano unutra.
and chance to parry an attack. That's awesome. Oh my god, all the copper.
Meni je ostalo bilo, pre nego što sad su wipeovali, znaš, servere zbog novog update-a, baš je ono, masivan update. Ja sam skoro sve bossove pobedio, ostalo sam bila 3-4 bossa. Zadnji ability koji sam bio ključao bio je da mogu da se pretvorim u šišmiša i da letim. Ono, letiš preko mapu. Imaš konja, a možeš i da se pretvoriš u vuka ili da trčiš peško.
Ti slobodno spavaj, čale, izbaci njih napolje tamo na pasu i onda ti je slobodno.
Dobro. Nema problem.
Vidi ga bačer.
Šta bio?
Stonebreaker.
Ja ga. To ti je jebeni foreman kao šef rudara. Dobiješ neki taj ability što on baca, dobiješ nešto tako slično kad ga pobediš. Da, gledaj. I dobije njegov kao, dobije unlock recimo, otključa mu se advanced crafting recimo, možda praviš stone cutting tools. I dobiješ ability od bossa.
Iza fazno Sea of Thieves, to je Kotor Klavu, ima sve videće oko.
Okay, so now we have a new ability.
Šta je to? Vaš neki stari stream?
Ne, pa njegov stream, njegov facecam, mu brate sobi kako je stavio stvari. Viš?
To.
Copper coin? Copper coins. Oh, that's right. They added like more NPC merchants and stuff like that you can trade with.
Nek bude stream sa strane, da ja upalim ovdje.
I would like to get some copper from this copper mine. As you can see though, it's been fucking cleaned out by these sons of bitches that were here before. I don't know how long it'll take to respawn, but we've got 88 more, so that's a little bit. How much do I actually need for the forge? Oh, I have enough for the furnace. Not that I'll have enough ore to like even have that. Oh. Not the most efficient way we'll do with this. I have a horse.
I have a pen. Vampire da malo.
Alright, well while we've got this horse, let's go and like kill other bosses. I know Healy. I think Healy and the other guy are out this way. Yeah, we gotta ride that up that way. Ride! Ride, Seabiscuit!
Šta je meni powder pesi što sam ja uzeo slot, a?
A, si vidio?
Pa to mi jeste bio cilj.
To je bilo do jaja. Bilo u fullu.
Alright, that's a Roman
Scum
boss
full.
that's way too high level to ever fight right now.
Znaš, bitno je da on kad ja jedem jenja, a on kad ode,
Forgotten Cemetery is not where I want to be.
smeja ono, ne kaže ništa i onda ode i onda dođe poslije sat vremena kao šta je ono bilo, pravi se.
Is it here?
Znaš?
Bandit logging camp, here we go. The foreman's here, and then up here I think is S.W.Frost Archer. Yeah, Geralt. Yeah, great guy. What did I just pick up? Ooh, a reinforced bone sword. Nice. And I didn't even have to build it. Hi, you. Oh. Someone's fighting over there. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Oh, they killed him, the son of a bitch. Attacking me?
Kad mi prebaci OBS zbog igre na ovaj prvi monitor, dođe mi da se roka.
A, to se dešava ponekad.
Zbog rezolucije. U ovoj igri...
Ne. Kako nekad igra random te prebaci?
1024.
Šta je to?
A, stretchat, namjerno. Sam. Zato mi izgledaju ljudi ko...
Ti si jedan od onih što igraju kad sam gledao kako igri DBD sa forsiranom rezolucijom da može da vidi preko kavera.
Killera, da ga lakše vidi, da ga lakše dođa, prediktuje točno. A to jeste tako, jeste da je ružno, ali tako. Zato se CS igra u 4.3, a ne u 6.9. Niko ne igra u 6.9. Ne postoji. Jedino, mislim, postoji, jedino oni casual igrači. Ovako, profesionalno, ako hoćeš da igraš 4.3, moraš.
Moraš još svi ostali igrati. Evo, to ćeš da kažeš.
A nije ostalo igri tako, nego... Znate, hit, rek i veći, veći, ali...
Hitbox.
Hitbox, evo me reg, jebo mehanik. Znaš...
Imam ti jedina igru koju ljudi spominju hit reg. U ostalim igrama je normalno kad nešto gađaš da povodiš.
A je?
U Huntu je to premija kad zapravo tvoj metak dođe do tvoje mete. Znači, fora, ja sam poginuo bio kad smo igrali s svojim momkom. Poginuo sam, a skočio sam bio na kutiju, znaš. I ono od laga, razumeš, sam se samo vratio dole. Skočio sam da budem iznad glave mu, znaš, da mogu da promjenim nož, da me zvekne ili u stomak ili pomozi mi reći, u noge. A on mi je detektovao headshot, a ja sam bio u vazduhu. Nevjerovatno. Evo, ja sam uzabio talovski. 2 pištolja. Opušteno.
I am not a man of many pockets.
Ševen ti kola, ti jebe od piču. mi ovaj da... Raise melee damage, ja nemam čime da me...
Terrible time of day to try and fight. Oh, she's there though! She's alive! Someone did this already. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can just pull her in. To here.
No mercy.
Fight me!
Double barrel,
Fight me!
sjajno. Mi to potrebno bilo. Aj, bate.
No, no, no. Sound of the sun cooking my vampire. I love it, don't you? Get in here. Fight me in the shade. Fight me on my turf. Oh shit. I can't see the AoE on this rug. Rug's busted. Oh shit. Oh, fuck you. Eat a dick.
Ne smijem na kola da skačem.
I just want the V blood!
Kako mi se ne sviđa ovaj gear, brate moj.
This guy's got a copper bullshit. Let me just get my fucking blood, man. Oh, hey, I'm invulnerable.
A zato je ovaj gear.
Oh, what happened? Oh no. You know, if you let me go, you might have still been alive. We have iframes while draining the V blood, yeah. Quick, we gotta get back there and grab all that shit. That's why I dislike PvP servers. That's why I kind of like them though. I like PvP because at least you get stuff like that happening sometimes. PvE is just, it's too boring for me. I don't know where that person spawned at, but maybe we can get there faster.
Take care. Yes.
At least it's not a full loot thing. Oh my god, we just wanted the way gate.
Čoveka nisam vidio čitav meč. Šta je ovo?
There they are.
Take care.
I'm out! My shit now! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I got it all!
Yes.
Now I just need to escape. Oh, this is gonna burn me. Shit, no! Oh god! Aww. Come on, get killed! Damn it! I tried. I tried. Oh my god, my respawn timer is so long. Oh, god damn. Alright, well. Let's hang out for a sec. Can I do anything while I'm dead? Can I, like, check on my abilities? No, okay. Damn it. It's unfortunate too, because the guy just, it's just that the guy had a, also counter would have been so much better to have, honestly. Having the counter ability is pretty good in PvP.
Ubi me!
That was just really unfortunate because that dude has had a copper mace already. So not only is it just stronger, but it also, copper is when you get your first weapon ability with your weapons. So they already had like an extra thing they could throw at me. So, a little, you know, unfortunate. Yeah, I'm gonna put counter back on. I'll probably get rid of the first blood like shot you get. Copper tier. Well, I know copper tier is better, yeah, but also like that fight wasn't going too poorly for me. The first fight, obviously, because it just, you know, I don't know. I think I did pretty good in my fight. Oh! I don't know where I picked this up from, but fuck yeah, I got a crossbow now. Alright, well, I lost all the copper I had, but not like I had a lot anyway. So let's do that there. Yeah, if you land it, it's good, but I'm just gonna take the counter instead, because that'll save me in fights. Yeah, I got weapons. I also still got these cool axes that will be pretty nice for early on. Alright, let's head back into the let's head back into the mine, see if we can grab some copper. Thankfully I live right here, so it's like not a long hike if I actually do get copper out of it. What's up, Graham? Fucking empty again. Oh, someone's fighting though. I'm gonna be an asshole. Fuck. I'm getting stuck on everybody! I fucked up so bad on my fight here, holy shit. Thank you for the help. Oh fuck, someone else is here! I've made a terrible mistake. I wanted copper. Everyone keeps stealing that shit. Enjoy your fight. 1v1. I fucked up so many times in that fight. Holy shit. The amount of just hits I kept taking from the AI, like placing where I placed myself was terrible. All right, let's go out here. Let's fight someone. Let's get some blood and heal up. Maybe we can gank them as they're trying to leave.
Take care.
So I saw a NPC over here. 8% brute blood. I'll take it. Shit. Okay, Shipward class so much easier. Oh hell yeah, Matt. Alright, let's heal up and then we'll get back in there. Back in the fight.
Puši mi kurac, bre. Jebe mi ti mamu.
Over time, Chris began wearing her down, continually being pushy about wanting to date her despite her repeatedly saying she wasn't interested. Most likely because of this, Megan severely limited the amount of times they met up in real life to once a week, and even then, Chris would take that as an opportunity to be as handsy as possible, which she obviously wasn't okay with. After months of this dynamic going back and forth, Chris overstepped a few boundaries when he started complaining about Megan being friendly with other guys. This was grating for her since not only were they not dating, but she was also not interested in the guys Chris was paranoid about. This caused her to email him in a slightly stricter tone, saying, "I don't want to have to tell you again or I might get really angry, because you know unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly, okay? So can you understand now? Anyway, sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kinda like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. You make it sound like I have to get your approval to be that kind of friendly to someone. And I felt rather disappointed about those remarks. And you already know I don't love you, so why do you make yourself unhappy by holding grudges and trying so hard to win me over? So please, if you really want to make me happy, please let me make my own decisions and figure out my own life, okay? Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, what makes you think I'll stop being friends with you? I'm not that kind of person who'd say, well, I have a boyfriend now, so see ya. No, I'm not that kind of girl. You know I haven't talked to this person in a year. I'm not really wanting to get together with him either. Boyfriends aren't for me. Don't want them, don't need them. However, I can't say I like how much you call him a lucky jerk. Why is he a jerk? Why do you call all guys that? Because they take all the pretty girls, leaving you none to choose from? Hate to be blunt, but that's a pathetic way to think. You don't go to a mall and buy a girlfriend. The thing is, guys didn't take all the girls. The girls just didn't choose you. Quit blaming other men. Personally, I think you shouldn't be so picky about what they look like. All you say is you want a pretty girl. Well, it's the inside that counts. After all, a pretty girl can have the personality of Satan. Meanwhile, an ugly girl may have a heart of gold, but you wouldn't even give a second look, would you? I often wonder, if I was an ugly girl, you wouldn't even come near me, would you? Little did poor Megan know that the powers of the Chaos Emeralds render Chris impervious to reality checks of any nature. While this drama ensued, Chris never stopped cranking out new issues of Sonichu, all containing the same themes recycled over and over again, such as Sonichu's enemies always being conspicuously black, the text bubbles being randomly placed on the page with no discernible reading order, Chris vicariously defeating his real-life opponents such as Mary Lee Walsh and the guy who Sarah Hammer dated instead of him, so on and so forth. What was noticeable in the later episodes was that, progressively, Sonichu became a secondary character in his own comic, with the protagonist becoming Chris himself. Sonichu's function was primarily to serve and protect Chris, and every once in a while symbolically represent who he wanted to be. Additionally, other than real-life people, Chris also added a character called Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself that seems to simultaneously fulfill the ideal role of the mom, the ideal daughter, the ideal sister, and the ideal girlfriend. The fact that this guy wasn't regularly seeing a therapist is a travesty, to be honest. As Megan put a healthy amount of distance between herself and Chris, his eBay purchases started drifting towards the salacious. Items include Bootylicious Love Doll, Pearl Beaded Prolong Ring, Nina Hartley's Guide to Sex Toys, and my personal favorite, Space Nuts. After years of frustration, Chris began taking matters into his own hands, and following this general theme, he also decided to give up on Santa, since for the past 3 years, he was asking for a girlfriend which Santa never delivered. 2007 begins, and Chris begins working on a new project called Yep, I'm on TV, which consists of videos he had recorded on VHS tapes burned onto a DVD. Of course, he had no idea how valuable an archive of his activities would eventually become, and most likely he just did this out of his narcissistic self-obsession with every moment of his life. Later on, the leaking of this DVD was of great assistance to those interested in the CWC lore. But at the very end of this highlight reel about Chris's life, there was one video filmed solely for the purposes of being put into the DVD called Christian Weston Chandler's Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In this 9-minute-long prophetic manifesto, Chris summarizes the lessons he had learned up until this point. He did this because, ideally, he wanted this video to be played in schools. In it, he goes on about why going to school isn't torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys because they will have a better personality and a brighter future. It's around this time that Chris reconnects with Cole, his previously mentioned half-brother, to offer him a copy of his autobiographical DVD. For the first half of the year, it's business as usual for Chris, who continues to exchange emails with Megan, where she continually complains about him touching her when she doesn't want him to. By June, she leaves for Kentucky, and Chris misses her dearly since she was pretty much the only female he could get close to that wasn't his mom. This wasn't the only thing causing him to be upset though, as by the end of June, Chris's dog Patty, that he had had since 1988, had to be put down. He even wrote his dog a eulogy, saying, "When Patty was brought to the vet on that faithful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments with my hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, 'We love you, Patty.' After that, I gave her my final pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty, I love you." As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last bark saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you." Regardless of how thorny and problematic of an individual Chris Chan is, losing a pet you've had for that long is tough, especially considering how few and far between were his sources of affection. Patty must have meant a lot for him, and it's hard not to feel for the guy. But let's not dwell on this for too long, because Chris did not either. By July, Christian had entered a
Čekaj, kako je?
Luda igra ovaj Atomic Heart, znači, ludiluća.
A.
Šta sve možeš da iskraftuješ od tvojih sposobnosti, rukavice...
A magično kamenje?
A? Kako?
Eko magično kamenje.
Magična rukavica.
Magičan kamen.
Dakle, neku telekinezu, upgrade, da ti digneš, drži ti, onda stegne pesnicu, pa ih 3 puta tres na zemlji, digne i tres na zemlji. Sad ti ne treba oružje, znači ono, bam bam, bam baram bam. Daga 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 da.
Daga 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 da, da.
Daga 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 da. Daga 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 da. A tamo u službeni kompjuter ne smijem da pogledam, pošto danas sam sam u smeni. Ako su ovi narkomani update-ovali opet software, ugasio se. Pošto svaki update je sve bolji i bolji. Svaki update-om svakog dana u svakom pogledu sve više ne napreduje. Stanite, Kiri. Kiri između. Stani. Stani do Prato, sve. Što se? Ti malo čakirci.
Gucci čarape.
Gucci čarape, Gucci papuče, ja ćam Andrej nakađa. Tata mi je nakuman, pravio me puti pola kide, heroina, kokaina i to tebilja.
Jeste radi.
Contest called Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, which was created to promote the Parappa the Rapper game that was coming out that year. The grand prize was 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Expo, which Chris was hoping to use in order to seduce Megan out of Kentucky and back into his arms. Well, not quite back since she was never there. Anyway, this is Chris's entry if you were curious.
Hey, P Station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Buckville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know, Master Onion.
July was also a very active month for his eBay, and he bought plenty of more stalls, adult videos, and masturbation aids of all kinds. Mind you, all of these trinkets, gizmos, and gadgets were bought on the credit card of a nearly 80-year-old Bob. Whenever he wasn't getting business with those, he was emailing every person he'd ever interacted with in his life to vote for his Parappa the Rapper contest entry so that he'd win the prize. He even tried Cole, but to no avail, since he seemed to be interested exclusively in trashing Chris's parents. This technique must have proved effective since his video made it to the final rounds, but in early August, it was made public that the winner of the contest was not Chris, but a guy named Adam Stackhouse. Chris would put in his 2 cents about this unfavorable result. That stupid, no good Adam Stackhouse won the trip. He had music and more than one person in his video, which were in violation of the official rules. 3 other videos out of the remaining 9, Apraluski, Brutal, and Soria Buckwald all violated the official rules as well. Those 7 people of those 4 videos should have been disqualified. Period. I am so angry of the fact that the PlayStation Company and their promotional associates will not do anything to bring these violators to justice. Sworn on my autism, justice will be served to these 7 people of those 4 videos. Of course, while accusing other people of cheating, Chris overlooked the fact that he himself had made over 120 fake accounts to vote for himself, as he admitted in an email to Megan. Also, his claims that Adam's video had music are based on the fact that Adam beatboxed, which hardly qualifies. In any event, his tirades continued over at his PSN blog. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB, who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. I loathe Adam and his sister for stealing my one chance at taking my sweet gal friend to Seattle. It would have been terrific. I might have even been able to change her outlook on not planning on having children. She and I are both virgins, although I am a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin. I don't have much going on for me, really, because I have been the dog in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic, for my whole life. I curse those 7 people, between the cast of the 3 illegal videos, to die and burn. As for Adam, if he's reading this and is asking, "You got something to say to me?" I do. P.S. You dream-smashing son of a... One thing I've neglected to mention is that, while Megan was away in Kentucky, she wasn't checking her emails, so she had no idea what kind of garbage Chris was filling her inbox with. When she returned and saw what he had been up to, she once again tried her very best to shut Chris down. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend and I never will be. When I say, "Don't touch me," that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. Also, I can't say I like how you use my photo in your video and on the cover of your comic book. I want them removed from the internet immediately. Since I'm not a MySpace member, I can't view what you post. If there are any photos of me on your blog, I want them removed. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. With all that said, we're down to 2 options. A, we remain friends and only friends, period. As in no more touching me, following me, asking me personal questions, and giving me things. We can still battle and trade cards and talk. Or B, never see me again. Sorry it's come down to this, but I've told you repeatedly in a nice way to stop, but you've never listened. I hope you will finally take what I just said into serious consideration, and now know that if you try your advances again, I won't be very nice about it. Despite how clear Megan was being, it would once again fall on mostly deaf ears, as Chris would reply with another email titled, "Ouch, my heart." Trying his hardest to guilt trip and yakking about his love quest once again, concluding it with a declaration of his love for her. A couple of weeks go by and Chris continues sending her love mail, all while purchasing more and more sex dolls. Eventually, it seems he did take what Megan said to heart and complied with her demands, and she thanks him for it. The peace treaty between them didn't last very long after Chris began expressing his distaste for one of Megan's friends who happened to be gay. After being confronted by Megan about it, Chris replied, "Originally, I was not fond of him because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some in my face. I'll tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation." What a prophetic statement from Mr. Chandler. By some miracle, Megan is once again tolerant and patient with him, saying she understands why he's like this, and she also had a tough time in high school and felt very lonely. In that same month, a new dimension to the CWC story was revealed, as for the very first time, an online community took note of his existence. On a thread about Eulilia on the website Something Awful, Chris gets brought up, along with his Sonichu comics. Soon, he gets his own dedicated thread titled Sonichu and His Quest for a Boyfriend-Free Girl. After 2 decades of people either pitying or distancing themselves from him due to his eccentric sensibilities, Chris finally finds his niche, a target audience of people who relish in how strange and demented he is. In the thread, people point out how his website looks like a visual rendition of a grand mal seizure. Some even theorize that there was no way everything CWC made was this naturally awful, and that he must have been doing it on purpose as a really elaborate prank or performance art piece. But a handful of the users actually had experienced Chris in person. One user said, "I posted in the other thread, but I've seen this guy in real life. This is no prank. He used to go to the college I attended until he got kicked out. If anyone here is from Charlottesville, Virginia, you may have seen him also. He hangs around the UVA Alderman Library and the Fashion Square Mall. I had seen him around campus and just thought he was in an anime club or something. I never saw him with his signs. I learned a lot more about him when he messaged my sister on MySpace and invited her out for a soda. She declined and he became increasingly more harassive towards her until she blocked him. Yes, he wears that Sonichu necklace around everywhere. People slowly realized that Chris was definitely not your run-of-the-mill internet weirdo. Not only was it evident he was a special kind of, well, special, but no one up until that point had despite how small of a community there was around Chris and Sonichu at the time, it was like stumbling into King Tut's tomb and finding
Ti imaš magičnu rukavicu koja ti daje para moći.
The same user from the previous post found and shared an updated and enhanced version of the attraction sign on Chris's websites. This edition included a list of Chris's turnoffs, which are the following: smokers, real drunk alcoholics, gone to Moe's often, current/previous mothers. I support them fully, but I would not feel comfortable walking into
Magična rukavica, da, nanoroboti, da.
my own children, real ugly women, currently
Da, pametni polimeri. Bori se. Pametni polimeri.
Although I myself am high functionally autistic, but that
Evo te, šta je to, Terminator?
Police women. What stands out first
Dobre, Boris. Dobre, Boris. Dobre, u redu. Ma nije mi stalo uopšte. U redu. Uživaj u igri. Samo kažem, kad počneš da filozofiraš magično kamenje, to zvuči jako loše.
He also mentions that
Mogu ja da filozofiram,
I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll save that wretched can of worms for later. In the dark underbelly of the internet, news travels at light speed. And just a little after CWC's debut as a lolcow in the Something Awful forums, discussions about him sprung up in the cartoon and video game boards on 4chan. Unfortunately, because these were from so long ago that 4chan didn't have the reputation it currently has, and consequently, almost nobody archived what went on, we don't have all of this chatter saved. Regardless, we can imagine the kind of discussions that were going on. A few days after the word of Chris Chan had been spread around, someone named Evan from the cartoons board emailed Chris saying, "This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it." One of the attached images seemed to be a GIF that depicted Chris in a staring match with a Sonic-like figure, and that was the only attachment that wasn't a veiled troll. The first one was a drawing of Chris in his love quest with a sign that said, "No darkies," while the other two were NSFW renditions of Chris and Sonichu doing unspeakable acts. Because of his infinite naivete, Chris replied, saying, "Thank you for your fan art contributions and constructive criticism. I like the one with me in the girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I am feeling great to test towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me, though, please draw a strip of Rosachu stripping for Sonichu and have him fuck her, and draw Rosachu masturbating and squirting." Emphasis added. "I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction." Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. Attached was an image of Chris and Sonichu staring menacingly, subtitled by the phrase, "We're keeping track." It's bad enough that Chris likes the no darkies image, but the Rosachu signals a major shift that Chris was undergoing this time, from oddball virgin to corrupt perverts. Evan obeyed his wish, but with a twist. Much to Chris's surprise and chagrin, Rosachu was depicted as having a giant penis. Chris replied, "Do me a favor, draw a vagina on Rosachu. Rosachu is a girl. She never had a freaking pickle. If I see one more freaking pickle, you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists. I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow." To which Evan responded with a simple "uh-oh," along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle. This time, literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying
Nisi tu bio kad sam Milan uzeo mesto u ekipi.
Somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went
Opet,
over the things
hoću da kažem opet.
it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his
Ne igra mi se toliko kant koliko izraz na njegovom licu kad skonta razumeš da smo ga ono ispali.
All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later.
Ne, nego samo ga smestimo na klupu, znaš.
Znaš, to bi moglo da preraste u neku praksu.
Pomogu mi proksi, jes. Čim on kaže da ide da jede ili da se ne javi tamo vamo, ja samo kažem kikujte ga iz partije. Samo uđemo u meč, to je to. Ali meni je interesantno samo dok je on tu, znaš. Kad ode onda, okej, odigram taj meč s vama i...
A Milan, moj Milan.
A on baš živi da igra to, znaš, a mene boli kurac.
Ako ne uzme moj kes, ne, kupit ću na kraju i biraj se. Dobra igra jebati, izgleda lepo.
Znam.
Yes. Take care.
Otišao tu sam kasnije.
Pa idu.
Later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by actual cops like he was at Target, but if someone merely suggests taking away his ability to play Pokemon cards with preteens for a single month, he folds just like that. On November 10th, an image of Goatsy was added to the article's gallery of images above the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan," and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set him off to make an account and try to edit it into a positive light himself. Emphasis on the word try because it seems not even Christian is capable of making himself look better. He removes Goatsy along with words like retarded and scary because he doesn't like them. In the section about Evan's trolling, he replaces the phrase masturbation and squirtin' with just masturbate, and added a couple of notes that said every person is doing it and relief, with a smiley face next to it. In an attempt to defend himself from the accusations that he was racist, Chris edited in the following section. He's also old-fashioned in his idea of a sweetheart. She is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and sexual descent. His verbal acumen never ceases to amaze me. In regards to the mockery of his attraction sign, he put in the only reasonable and inexpensive idea he could ever think of. There was also some clarification about the medallion, which people were speculating was made of clay, but Chris specifically said it was made of Crayola model magic. This was just the first day's worth of edits. It was a day later, on November 12th, that Chris made the brunt of his most notable edits, such as commenting on his Officer Nasty doll, saying, "Nah, it's just my artificial woman in her plastic blue outfit. Awesome to and the cleaning maintenance is simple. She'll only last until she has her internal injury." Among these discretionary, even humorous additions, he also makes possibly one of the worst mistakes of his life. For absolutely no comprehensible reason, he makes multiple additions to the gallery, all consisting of hand-drawn Sonichu tie, with the exception of 2 images. The first is titled Mary Wants It.jpg, a nude Mary Walsh on her evil throne, beckoning with her finger and saying, "Come and lick my p***y, my jerk-off slave." What the f***? If you can believe it, that wasn't what got him in trouble. But the next image, the infamous Shame Came for Quickie.jpg, which featured Chris with a smirk, a naked female with one hand and doing a thumbs up in the other, captioned with, "Your sister has come for me." Though obviously I can't show the whole image, people have done some anatomical analysis on it in order to understand the inner workings of Chris Chan's creative mind. People began wondering what Chris meant with the caption, because usually when doing trash talk, the target tends to be people's mom, not their sister. Discussions ensued as to what this actually meant to Chris, with some even thinking that the girl in the drawing was Crystal, his imaginary sister/daughter/girlfriend. Little did they know that Chris, at least at the time he wrote the caption, believed John, Megan's brother, was the mastermind behind the trolling, and the caption was meant for him. The girl in the drawing was Megan, but no one knew this other than Chris. The rest of that year's edits of the ED page were uneventful back and forths between Chris and the site's moderation. Over in Chris's emails on December 30th, he wrote and sent a poem that's quite the mouthful to say the least. "For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers. I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. When the mood is right, I'd whisk her in my arms and lift her up in sweet gentleness. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured." I have no idea how Chris's post-McDonald's erotica is more articulate than the writing of Sonichu. It's insane to think he thought this would be romantic for a woman to read. By the way, he didn't send this directly to Megan, but to a mutual acquaintance of theirs, who presumably read it before passing it on to Megan. It's unknown if it actually got to her, as there's no email of hers acknowledging any of the stuff said in the poem. For the first 2 months of 2008, there was a great quiet before the storm. That is, besides Chris getting some anal beads that came with another one of his purchases, and Megan briefly living under the same roof as him due to her having issues with her family. personally. Given his reputation for touchiness, I'm sure she tried to keep her time there as short as possible. Their uneasy, but not quite all negative relationship survived until early March, when Megan emailed Chris thanking him for a trade and consoling him over being banned from his local church, which later we find out happened because the pastor found out about his ED page. The tune suddenly changes to a very different one come the 12th, when Chris emails her profusely apologizing, saying he was caught up in the rage when he did that, followed by a string of, "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you." It's worth noting he doesn't specify what he's apologizing for exactly. This may seem like a random thing, but it's actually because in their communications outside of emails, Chris was trying to pretend that the girl in the drawing wasn't Megan, but Crystal, as the trolls had supposed. At the time of sending this email, he hadn't quite let go of that lie, hence the vague language he uses. He also promises to take the ED page down or his name isn't Christian Weston Chandler, which is interesting considering it used to be Christopher and eventually would become Christine, but that's for later. The next day, he emails her again with some quote-unquote detective work on this 4chan fella that's been ruining his life. In this one, he does specify that he was the one that made the drawing, giving up trying to dodge that particular bullet. On the same day, Megan replied saying, "I just don't know what to say now. I'm very much scared by that image and it will never leave me. And I can't decide what's worse, the image in general or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much." Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenities to the already horrific site, but you've also embarrassed and humiliated me and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I'm not that kind of girl, and you know what? So why? And you also lied to me about it. So I'm unsure what to do about this. I can't say I really think of you the same way anymore. I'm sorry to say. I will continue to give the remaining items for the Zune, and that will be all the contact you will have with me unless I decide otherwise. I hope you understand. So we'll let time decide how I feel about this current situation. Until then, please don't come up to me anymore unless it's to give you what I owe, which seems kind of awkward now. I know how it feels to be alone, but I can't keep throwing away my pride little by little just to keep you satisfied, you know what I mean? There has to be an enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself, you understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime. Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Chris, in his all-enduring grace, sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to cork out the gnarliest, gigantic turd on it. Here's what he replied with. "I understand, you may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there, as a part of outer course versus intercourse was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things in perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com. Or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet, or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is allowing yourself more exposure to sex to make yourself more comfortable with that fact of life. While I am on the verge of taking that Encyclopedia Dramatica page down, I understand that there are a number of other web pages of hate against me, and as much as I would like to be able to track down everyone and report them, and get on the verge of taking them down as well, someone else may put up another hate page up against me. It's a fact of this modern world known as cyberbullying. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down their throat in an attempt to drown them into submission, there were too many images of penises. Yetch on there. I drew drawings promoting to go against those heads. I did the drawing of Sonichu f***ing Rosichu. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag, masturbating, and I did draw the drawings of me giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I did it out of anger, and I regret having done it, and I'm really, really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger and or out of our boundaries that we end up regretting later. No accountability whatsoever, with the cherry on top being Chris implying the only reason she got upset was because she wasn't as sexually mature as him. To make matters worse, a couple of days later, after getting no reply from her for entirely justifiable reasons, he emails her again asking for her to help him out with the ED page. He also mentions he's been trying to remove or work around mentions of her in the article, and his genius way of doing that is concealing her face by zooming into her vagina in the drawing. This once again sparked Megan's ire, who replied, "Look, my main issue is not the website itself, it's just the fact that you drew those weird pictures. Instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarged my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it? I don't care how lonely you are. I haven't had luck with relationships either, but I don't boast about being a virgin with rage. When you say things like that, it just makes you sound like you're looking for someone to P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers who were simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it. You need to stop with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once. Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Hey, at least they're doing their job and I support that. In many instances during the general story, there are moments where we can sympathize with Chris, but this certainly is not one of them. He continues to email her, blaming everything on ED and claiming he's the resistance against the alien dominators, whatever that means. Worst of all, he begins defending his drawing of She Came for CWC.jpg, saying, as for the drawing itself, I've realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac, so thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method. So not only is he blameless for the actual drawing, it's actually a good thing he did and should be thanking him for, because if it weren't for She Came for Quickie, he might have raped her or something. I don't know exactly what's being implied. What a thing to admit to a girl you're supposedly in love with. He follows us up with claims that he's suffering way more than she is to get her to pity him, which does not work as intended. I can't stress enough how disrespectful it is that he keeps acting like it's somehow ED's fault he drew with his friend. If that wasn't bad enough, his next email was him complaining to her that she brought the page up again, describing the drawing as a little dirty detail they should both forget about, and that in giving it so much attention, she made his month stressful. He also reiterated his lack of regret for drawing the image, just in case it was understated in the previous one. Completely unaware of how deranged he sounds, he closes it off with the following statement. Although I do understand your feelings, and I can only respect your wish of staying away from you, sob, my heart still cries for you. I'll always be worrying about you, and I will always love you, Megan Schroeder. In order to display how contrite he is, he edits ED once again, creating a gallery of images called You Know What? I Hate Me Too, consisting exclusively of drawings from Sonichu wherein Chris was being beat up or hurt in some way. This was not an effective strategy, as a month later, Chris and Megan shared their last email correspondence, with Megan saying she wasn't interested in any more gifts from Chris. And just like that, Chris's most worthwhile acquaintance is alienated because he couldn't resist drawing himself fingering her and putting it up online. After being baptized in the month of May, Chris earns himself a permanent ban from the game place for reasons such as scaring the kids he played card games with, taking his consoles with him into the store and hogging the TV with them, singing Britney Spears during games, among other things. He tried to apologize and appeal the ban along with his parents to no avail, as the manager of the game place, Mike, would just call the cops on them. Much later, he had this to say about Mike. He's hated my guts after multiple times borrowing the store's HD TV for console gameplay. And in subtle retaliation, I handed out on a cardboard box, Michael loves the F out of Mary Lee Walsh. I tried to protect myself when he found it weeks later after having wrote it. I even convinced myself that the F meant fiddlesticks. It originally meant fuck. That was why the son of a bitch kicked me out of the game place permanently. After years of loyal volunteer service in the Pokemon TCG League, I had apologized numerously before, but he's still the pig-headed, stubborn he was back then. Out of all of the isms Chris had expressed up until that point, a dislike of the Jewish people was certainly a new one. With both Megan and the game place now gone from his life, he was in the darkest place he'd ever been. Without any place to escape to and no one to vent to anymore, Chris takes to YouTube to confront Encyclopedia Dramatica and its surrounding community over the article on him, blaming them for his fallout with Megan, all the while very explicitly publicizing that the girl in the drawing he made was her, which most of the time did not know. The video was titled Quickie's Second Message, and it was a certified golden age of YouTube classic. In it, Chris coins terms like pedoforks when trying to defend himself from pedophile accusations, as well as proclaiming his love for China, not the country, but his stilted way of saying vagina. Conclusively, he threatens to never release the 7th issue of Sonichu if the ED page wasn't promptly taken down. A little while later, Chris would post another video requesting that people send hate mail to the creator of the page, Jason, closing the video with the iconic line,
As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina, I have your number, and you're going down.
I should mention that for the duration of both of these videos, Chris always held a PS3 controller as he spoke as if it were some kind of regal staff. Through the rest of the month, Chris made and uploaded more videos in the same vein, dictating commands to an imaginary community of loyal followers, telling them the latest Sonichu news and teasing the new issue. In the middle of August, a now octogenarian Bob would make an extremely depressing addition to his letter to future Chris, saying, Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere. and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons, with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter, or good deeds on the internet. He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous worldwide. Jesus, I forgot how stupid this story is. In a few ways, you know, Bob was right, and Chris would become famous worldwide, just not for being a good role model for autists. During the same period, Chris would establish contact with another girl through emails. Her name was Blanca, and she took the initiative in emailing him to show her OC character, Jiggly Amy, a hybrid between Jigglypuff and Amy from Sonic. Of course, they were lying and trolling, and of course, Chris fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And within a single day, he was telling her he was interested in a relationship. Not only that, but he also asked her opinions on pornography and asked her to get on webcam with him. Mr. Chan was in quite the hurry. After uploading even more images of Rosachu drawn naked to the ED article for no particular reason, he does the unthinkable and sends nudes to Blanca. For the sake of accuracy and journalistic integrity, I should make it clear that this wasn't exactly Blanca he sent nudes to. It was someone unrelated to the 3 trolls behind the original Blanca identity who took it upon himself to pose as her and ask him for nudes, which Chris gracefully obliged. I should also specify that these aren't your regular nudes, but a close-up picture of Chris's penis with a Sonichu drawn on it, along with pictures of Chris wearing his mother's panties. Within a month of the nudes being successfully acquired, they went up on the ED page, much to Chris's despair, who preemptively emailed his church to notify them of it. Blanca's MySpace page would have its About Me section edited to say, "Hello, I am a large, hairy, homosexual black man in a pickle costume. You love me. Pay no mind to my profile pictures. This is the real me." The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit. In Chris's email to his church, he says he was deceived and that Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging emails with the other Blanca accounts. It's also during this roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and another troll that claimed to be a Sarah Jackson. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris picks Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonichu. The fallout of the news being sent was still going strong, as a whole week later, all of Chris's accounts were hacked and everybody in his contacts list got a copy of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another conflict with a troll, this one called Jimmy Hill, who was claiming to be the original creator and IP holder of Sonichu. Speaking of Sonichu, around the same time that the 7th edition of the comics were released online, Chris would announce that a video game was in the works. He announced it on his website, saying, "With the Sonichu franchise growing wildly with lots of energetic hype, I'm ready to take Sonichu and my world of Quickieville back to Nintendo of America and Sega of America. And upon the unity in business between Nintendo, the company provided me with my second gaming system, the Game Boy, after my very first Commodore 64 computer. Sega, the company who introduced Sonic the Hedgehog, is not only my lifelong hero, after the American Rabbit, but as the true role model icon I am proud to have learned some of my attitudes and beliefs from since 1991, and myself, Christian Weston Chandler, we will make Sonichu and Rosachu and their world being more real than I was able to make them by myself with pen and markers in hand, and a vastly knowledgeable imagination. You won't be able to truly say you've caught them all until you've caught the original Sonichu and Rosachu and a Quickie-approved Nintendo/Sega Pokemon Lightning version on GBA and DS to catch a great share of the other currently available 493 Pokemon. And I have the idea for the video game myself, if I can swing that with Sega as well, an epic tale of my tragic adult life straight from my tortured heart and soul. I will bring the pain to the jerk-offs. I will kick Mary Lee Walsh into her cauldron to burn, as well as the other villains. And I will have support from my electric hedgehogs, my mother and father, my closest gal pals who I've grown to love, Megan Schroeder and Anna McLaren, to name a few, sparingly in the game. I plan to have this game alone go multi-console between Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 with downloadable content. And all this can come to fruition with your help, the populace of Sonichu, Rosachu, and Christian Chandler fans. All I ask for in minimum is to contact Nintendo of America and Sega of America by way of posting in their respective forums, sending them emails, and highly recommended handwritten letters to both companies that you want Sonichu and that they should get in touch with me, Christian Weston Chandler, via telephone or snail mail or in person. Both companies have my information in their computers, as I have written to them a number of times in my life. In the wake of this catastrophe, a brief opportunity to find solace presented itself to Chris. First, his church got him in contact with a counselor, a particularly patient woman called Rocky, who began accompanying him from a distance through his misadventures, for whatever that was worth. But that wasn't all. Someone had been emailing Chris for a while now, a girl named Vivian Gee. Despite being a girl, Chris never gave her his usual CWC treatment for a combination of reasons. She never sent pictures or indulged in his delusions about Sonichu. As a matter of fact, she was the one person who was always consistently realistic and bluntly honest about Chris's situation, which scared him off like the plague, since he only wanted enablers to count on and naysayers to antagonize. While initially acting similar to the other trolls, this quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris. She was also deeply familiar with the Sonichu comics and held them in a kind of fascination, even making audiobook renditions of every single one of them. In a strange way, during this period, Vivian was one of Chris's only friends, if you could call her that. On the day the news were leaked, she emailed him trying to snap him out of his delusions. I don't know where to begin. I'm not even sure why I'm sending this to you. Listen to me. Listen. No one gives two shits. Your pictures are now all on the internet for everyone to see. Tons of celebrities have news and they don't care. They are way more popular than you'll ever be, so don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel you need to be creative or whatever bullshit you say, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life. Don't base it off stuff that exists. Just make something completely new. If you quit Sonichu and start working on your real life harder, I'm sure you'll find success. If you stay in your deluded fantasy land, I don't know what you'll become. You have never tried when it comes to women. Never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. There are places where single men and women go to. I'll let you find them on your own in your area. Take off that medallion. I can't stress this enough. If you do, it will signify your detachment from Sonichu and a brighter future. Forget about all those haters. They don't hate you. They're trolling you. They want to see you become this way. Don't you understand there's no reason for you to get upset at them? That's what they want. If they see you upset, defeated, angry, you're just giving them victory. Your latest comics as a retaliation is a result of that, and they love it. They don't view it as an attack, they view it as a victory. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist. Get a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of draw comics about it. Chris, you've got a way to fall, but you can change that. This didn't even get a reply from Chris, so you can imagine how successful an attempt to help him this was. Later on in the month, Chris goes back and forth between dating Blanca and a new troll account called Panda, and more images come out. This time of Chris making sweet love to his Officer Nasty doll. A Skype conversation of his with Panda, where they discuss, was also leaked at this time. From it, we can glean that Chris believes that men have a limited amount of sin, which Chris refers to as comeuppance, the same way women have a limited amount of eggs. At this point, Chris was well aware that everything he told anyone always ended up on ED, but since he wanted to keep lying to himself and pretending Blanca and Panda were real girls and not trolls, he started pretending everything was due to him being hacked. Early on in October, the trolls got him to mail her a Sonichu medallion along with a heartfelt letter. After receiving the package on October 9th, it was instantly leaked online, prompting Chris to make a video doing damage control, saying that Blanca wasn't the one behind this, but random trolls that lived in her area and intercepted the package. He also lied about having gotten the medallion back to make himself look like less of a loser. This lie is dispelled on October 20th when a video is uploaded of the trolls cutting the medallion up, putting it in a pickle jar, beating it with a hammer, and finally burning it all together. A day later, Blanca broke up with Chris, supposedly over the photo from wearing his mom's underwear that the pickle man tricked him into taking. The same day, he releases an update declaration that he has reached his lowest low. A few days later, he was pushed into doing a Q&A with the people from his IRC chat in an attempt to get him in better spirits, though this wasn't very effective. After years of claiming to be lonely, depressed, upset, and a heap of other negative emotions, this is the first time Chris genuinely seemed completely despondent, without the motivation to keep up his regular spiel. The only mention-worthy thing from the Q&A is that he pretends he's met a girl in real life, claiming he's kissed her and lost his virginity to her. He quickly forgot he told this lie and resumed his lamentations over the loss of Blanca, while Vivian Guy was still trying in vain to prove to him that she wasn't another troll. The next 2 months are notably uneventful compared to the rest of the year. Other than a few Q&As in his IRC chat and some conversations with Panda, right near the year's end, we have the founding of 2 online forums, the Sonichu Girls Fan Club and Gays for Sonichu. It would still be a while before he said anything about the latter, but just days after Sonichu Girls popped up, Chris was already posting on it himself, introducing himself, and once again, reigniting his sweetheart search. His introductory post read, "Yes, it's your man of the way more than an hour. I've read my accent/voice was a favorited feature. Blush. I've rarely thought my voice was that alluring, although in my honest opinion, it sounds like a direct match to Sonic the Hedgehog. Anywhere from the classic and Sonic X shows and all games, starting from Sonic Adventure, and when singing, I can have a Frank Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor." Yeah, honestly, I'm honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still single either. Even my own mother finds me handsome. Oh, no, 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 no. Aside from the understood fact, I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I am capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. Sometimes I wonder, between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender. I would wonder what life would have been like if I'd actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realize that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentlemen. God gave me the package and I signed for it. And while it is true, and I am not ashamed to admit it, that I've seen my fair share of I have learned how to better, positively treat a woman before, during and after the act. I would definitely stay until she woke up, and I would call her back later to see how her day was. And I would have put the seat up, then back down when I used the restroom she would use later. I care more about every woman's feelings and opinions over their body. On the flip side, I feel discomfort around men because they can be such mean and cruel jerks. I should go on with what I detest about them, but I will not stoop to their level of cruelty. Also, I feel discomfort when shopping for underwear for myself. They do not need models pictured on the package. It grosses me out to see that thing. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own when I look down. I wish I don't feel as much discomfort, but the very sight of others is like kryptonite to me. It makes me feel like throwing up, even when the image randomly pops up in my head. The amount of foreshadowing is tremendous, but the lack of self-awareness manages to be even more fantastic. He genuinely believes that the Sonichu Girls forum popped up organically, and beyond that there's a worldwide fan base out there somewhere. At this point, Chris Chan's popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next, and dedicated trolls who saw Chris's full potential and weren't keen on letting him slip away anytime soon. 2009 held exponentially worse things for Chris. The year started out slow, with Chris doing very little besides continuing his work on new Sonichu episodes and his correspondence with the Sonichu Girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating in groups in a severely autistic man in his late 20s. Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the Vine are astounding, and sometimes funny, and sometimes pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris is contacted via emails by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's biggest franchises. The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Cash, who later became the central troll in the Quickie saga, at least for a period. Chris fell for the Shigeru bit, especially since, a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already preparing the groundwork for it, emailing Chris as Takashi Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing, acting as if he wanted to feature Sonichu in the next game. The day after the Shigeru email, Chris was already announcing that Sonichu and Rosachu would be in Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking the trolling of Chris, simultaneously posing as multiple different characters. After establishing the connection with Nintendo, he began emailing Chris as Greg Mays, posing as another Nintendo employee that was in charge of updating the Sonichu website with an appropriate redesign to market Sonichu for Animal Crossing. By doing this, he finessed the admin password for Chris's site, promptly logged into it, changed the password, and locked Chris out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sonichu fan base, unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the database behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down, and I cannot change the password at the moment. Greg Mays, if you do not re-upload Sonichu.net back to the way it was before you even started, I will come down at you. And my lawyer man from Nintendo, Jay-Z, he gonna come down with his boys from Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down.
His next email to Chris read as follows. It is I, Jason Hendrick Howell. If you ever want to see your beloved site restored, you must meet my demands. If you ever wish for me to hand over your beloved website, you must announce your homosexuality to YouTube. You must not reveal that I told you to do this. Otherwise, you will never see your site restored. You must detail how you've been kept in the closet for so long, your search for a sweetheart as a cover-up, and why Sonichu is so gay. You must be angry. Of course, you could always make a video proclaiming how straight you are. Either choice, gay or straight, which will it be? Chris quickly obliged.
I, Chris Chandler, am straight. Don't you forget it.
But this didn't satisfy Clyde's demands for a longer video, wherein he explained why he was straight and totally not gay. Chris once again obliged.
So I tell you for sure and for true that I am straight. I can tell you why from my lifetime stories, but I'll tell it to you in just a few short minutes. Anyway, right. So, Christian Weston Chandler, I am straight.
After this, Clyde's next request is for Chris to upload a short video where he and his parents go over his accomplishments in life. That video would never be made. Instead, Chris's next upload was him denouncing the ED page and 4chan once again, though what led him to rekindle this beef is unknown. This lack of compliance with Clyde led to the site being hacked once again, and in email, he admits to Chris he isn't Jason Howell, the creator of the ED page. Chris doesn't even quite absorb this information, replying with threats instead about involving the police in the situation, and praying to God and Jesus for Clyde's death, while Chris continues to refer to him as Jason. This led into a voicemail Chris left for the real Jason, who had no idea what was going on or why he was receiving it.
Saved message. Jason Kendrick Howe, you bastard! Bastard! You hacked into everything! You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it! You love me, never, and I pray you dead! Goodbye!
This would do nothing to stop all of Sonashu's web presence, along with Chris's personal accounts, from being constantly hacked and vandalized in all sorts of ways. Because of this, he ceased communications with the Sonashu girls, unknowingly ending their cryptic troll campaign. However, he only did this after sending all of them locks of his hair in plastic packets, along with certificates of authenticity. You know, just in case someone tries to make fake quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to make sure people knew these were the real deal. In the meantime, over at the Shigeru email situation, because of all the hackings, Chris's identity came into question, and to prove that it was actually him and not a troll, he made a video addressing Miyamoto and showing his driver's license on camera. Chris also made another update to declare that he continues to be straight as an arrow, despite what his more recent outgoing emails may claim. In order to prove his straightness, he claims to have a subscription to Playboy and stomps on the dildo he got from Adam and Eve. A couple of days later, in his IRC chat, when Clyde accuses him of wearing women's underwear, which Chris did do at least once, Chris inexplicably decides to reveal the fact that he has, and I quote, numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs. Amidst his claims to loathe and love boobs and vaginas, Chris also claims that at those times it mostly slipped out without my knowledge, in reference to his bowel movements. During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides staying in those IRC chats, interacting almost exclusively with trolls to a masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth getting into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperate to say that Clyde is Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would say that's cruel if Chris hadn't flat out ignored multiple people that told him Panda was a malicious troll because he'd rather believe he had a girlfriend. If their objective was to freak Chris out, they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after repenting for hacking the Sonashu site and being willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious of the whole thing and just admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris claimed to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that, he spent a few days offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince his parents to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he spent the past few days with
A?
Šta si, na ovo jako sjediš, jel?
Ne, u redu. Šta se širka?
Stacionirao se, čak stavit ću ti na vješalicu.
Čovjek vrata.
Da.
Ovdje.
Jo tu, sad je bio tu. A?
Da. Tu je.
Skoro je ovo suvo, pa ću ti ga... Skoro je suvo, ovdje ću ga raširiti, opet se nešto mrgodi. Moguće lako da će opet...
Kiša.
Kiša.
Moguće.
Osušit će se do prekštra. A imaš ti još jedne pantalone na ulici? Imaš još jedne pantalone na ulici?
Ne znam. Jesi mi bila dala jedne da... Koliko imam ovdje?
Dvoje. A računam ove što sam ti ja dao.
Ja sam imao 3 na poslu. Sad ti mi reci.
Pa nema tih trećih, ja te zato pitam.
Onda sam ih ponio na posla čisti. Da ti to palo na pamet. Nema, ovdje onda su na poslu.
Znam da imaš neće 100% kiša, ako ne sad, noćas i ujutro. Ne smeta ti ovo, no?
Ne znam, otiša bi... Dogomek sada, pa možda... Ne znam kako ću ga zateći, to je problem. A zato što...
Jesu ti davali što plati jučer? Pitam bez mrtje.
Ne znam, nisam gledao uplatu nikakvu.
Suši, ne smeta ti to tu, a?
Šta?
Ovo.
Ne, ima tako da stoji 2 dana. Nek se osuši, eto, bolje tako.
Nek stoji, ako stavi pod garažu, tamo nikad ne se osuši. I snosio i si jutro sklasio, majke ti sad žu ti pitam.
Šta?
Kad si se vrćio.
Odbacila me do kuće ova, kako se zove...
A ti zaboravio kišu, da,
A? Nisam ga ponio, zato što je izgledalo kao da će biti izgledalo je kao da će biti suv.
Da, da.
Ali...
Iđe, a jutro... Znači, kao kokoška sam bila mokra.
Ali nije bilo suv. Iznenađenje.
Kao kokoška sam došla na posao.
A šta si išla biciklom?
A?
Išla si biciklom?
Da. Evo ti ođe u pregradu. Kišu, da. Dobra ti torbica, jel?
Da. Da.
Ej, ja se već. Ali neće sad, no noćas. Duva vjetar, neće sad.
Šta je? O.
Hello.
Gdje si nam svima?
Ja.
Hoće kum da vidi koji.
Get off the horse! This old fucker is a gold miner. We're rich boys. Get down on your knees. Fuck him up! We got gold!
Imaš nekih želja u životu? Jel imaš nekih želja u životu?
Stani, je moguće
I
da...
da li je prva želja u tvom životu da budeš prihvaćen? A druga želja...
Nije, ne želim, nego kad
druga
kažem
želja u
nešto,
tvom životu je...
tišina. Znači, slušaj, evo, muk.
He was a Finnish commando.
Da ne bi gledao više ovaj trailer, otiću sam sebi pola filma. Ćemo da pogledamo, ali nećemo. Bi gledao film dobro. I snimajte dobro.
Ajde, prošetaj, ajde.
Pa naravno da hoću. Nenade, hoćeš da ti pošaljam link za film? Izgleda da ste dobro.
Pusti.
Boris mi je poslao, bio onaj... Pomozi mi reći... O mene. Poslao mi je bio Super Mario film. Međutim, poslao mi je onaj link za, kako se zove, RAR, BG, znaš. I onda sam ja video film koji sam, ono, znaš, koji mi je poznat. I da sam odatle povukao link s RAR BG. Ajde. Dolazi, preporučujem ti film. Sada je jako dobro. Mada čini mi se da bi brže film skinuo nego da ga ja prebacim ako na flash, ali nema veze.
Kume, što si reka, kume, oprosti, pričao sam s jednim čovjekom neke ozbiljne stvari, naš, da pomognem nekom čovjeku iz Novog Sada, što radi sa mnom igrom slučaja.
Da li se pomoć svodi na novac?
Ne, no, pa u suštini da, jer sin mu ide za Ameriku, pa ne može da se sastavi, pa ono odvajamo mi iz ekipe nas za njega.
Welcome to my channel.
To su samo pare, razumiješ?
To sam mislio.
Da. Znaš, mi ne gledamo na pare, a ović Beka je tu, jebote, ne gledamo mi na pare ka neki. Gdje si Beka?
Šta, da dati tom sinu da palje ili šta?
Znaš kako su dobar jučer što su napravili? Kesić i...
A to Beka nikom ne bi da.
Kesić i Predrag Drakulović su ga ispalili, znaš. Uzeli smo da igramo onaj Remnant.
Koga ispalio?
Ma Milana, ono, znaš. Zapucao mu se komp i ono mi upalili drugu igru, nastorice da igramo.
A ko ti narkomančina, jeli?
Predrag Drakulović, ne znam o kojoj pričaš.
Ne znam ja toga, ako men džabe mi pričaš, ne interesuje me priča. Ne interesuje.
Uglavnom,
Ne interesuje me, džabe mi pričaš.
Znači, zanimate, a?
Ne mogu da, znaš šta je nego stvar, kliknuo sam pogrešno dugme na Discord. Ne interesuje me, interesuje me ako budeš ga...
Ovo inače, prebačuje se film dolazi, hvala. Legend of the Astral Hammer.
Spartans. Welcome to my channel. Akeko te kumara Unisty.
Toliko brzo ide, nažalost. Kišobran, ko zna gde? Kišobran je negdje daleko. Tamo daleko, daleko od mora, tamo je srce moje, tamo je Srbija. Gde je u pičku materinu?
HVDES. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Na svaki slučaj, tako da znate.
Šta ne znam. Ideš u Rusiju, ili? Konačno. Sa tenkom, ili?
Idem da osvojim Rusiju.
Ideš u Rusiju s tenkom. U goste.
Da, idem da osvojim Rusiju i da pojavim Ruskim i predam tamo Arapima.
Mogu da ti preporučim film, gledao sam ga kod kuma večeras.
Nenade, gdje je onaj treći, Nenade?
Pobegao je. Ne, pobegao, sklonio se.
Izašao s mape. Random 30.
Pa Ilija je stiga, jebote.
Što se?
Hoćemo li igrat on?
Hoću, gdje peći?
BTV.
Ajde rokamo, jebote.
Gdje je Predrag? Će ga neko zvati?
Pa ja bi da se i on zove, što kažeš.
Pa je.
Da je onaj Remnant, Deša sam?
Da.
Što bi to kupio kad si to dobijao besplatno?
Tačno. A dobro, imaš DLC-eve, baš ako hoćeš da igraš, no problem.
Ma ima Nenade na Epic Store, džabe smo to kupili.
Nemaš na Xboxu. To ti isteknu. Ja sam bio u Xbox Ultimate. Ali to više ne može se gledati. Microsoft je ukinuo te PS-ove i to. I umjesto toga će da ubaci family sharing.
Ja baš čekam Iliju da dođe sa roka.
Gledao sam
Igrali smo ja i Peđa onaj Vampis, nije lošno ideja.
Jako ti je dobra to igra, nema šta.
Veza je i baš dobro. Baš se meni svidalo.
Mogu mi, vi se svi želite kako Hunt lagu ovo ono držne, daj da si igri Hunt.
Hoću. Treba samo džapeta zvat da svi zbog tog progresa.
Yes. Yes.
Pa nemam pojma, čekam, vidim šta će biti od ove igre.
Pa možemo ja i ti samo igrati, ono. Nije to for.
Second boss, guys.
And later on, makes this same admission publicly in a new video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes several references to seeing him in court, as if that was a remote possibility, though it was probably Chris's wishful thinking at work, trying to make himself seem important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass at Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for his behavior, which I assume was some attempt to get back on Reggie and Shigeru's good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life was right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold, Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who used his high-pitched voice to pretend he was a girl called Julie, and this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of Christory, at least early on. While Clyde Cash stuck straight to admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless, Blue Spike went much further. Initially, the Julie LARP consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio would surface of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry phone sex, where Chris is Sonichu, and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu, Chris electrocutes Julie's genitals, seems to have a lactation fetish, and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup at the end of this hellish event. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup by my side, and I just make sure to put all of my semen in the cup there. After recycle, I the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own semen because, you know, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, as a lot of guys,
ništa, onda ćemo nas trojice, jer ne znam li džape spava ili ne.
Inače, podržava do 4 igrača, znaš?
Keep maintain that by recycling it.
Jel ne rade, kasno je želim čovjek u 10.
So lately I've been disposing of them. Where to begin? So Chris spends 20 minutes masturbating while in character as Sonichu, having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy, pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a
Ti imaš igru na Steamu, ili Nenad? Nego, na?
Epiku.
Jel te ja imam Epiku kao prijatelj?
Imaš.
Onda možda se joiniš tako. Ajde se hostujem public.
Da palim Nenad igru ili...
Pali.
Evo, vratim se.
Pa ne si malo šta se radi.
Stari druže.
Evo.
S kojim sam ne mogu. Znam da ima da su tu delili besplatno.
Sad već mogu na frenda da idem, jeli Stig?
Probaj. Mada imaš tamo, piše ti da se joinuješ na zadnji kao server, piše na zadnji koji si se joinuo.
Pa na taj onda hoću, ako si na isti bio server.
Isti. Pa ja sam postao to, tom serveru.
And you pursue the walk the... He waits. This may... Tread carefully, child. The portent... Ask. Cessation. Either they portents, like all who sought them. A choice I desperate very well. Ask. Dreams, oh, now the memory wanes. Ellen, old bonds. Very well. To fare at all is well.
Yes. Cassius has joined the game.
You found the... Oh, what an adventure. How many... What would you like to know? Oh, hey, my story end by searching my life. I do... Oh, hey, my story is end by searching my life. But it's anything else you need? All right, I'll oblige you if I can. Anything else you need?
Zvon, že trguješ. Imaš kod nje da kupiš one materijale, samo da vidim. Imaš da kupiš loš.
Jemo on da diga neki prolog ili...
Kad kreiraš lika imaš da staviš skip tutorial. Kad kreiraš lika.
To obavezno moraš staviti da bi mogao upasti.
Imaš tamo ono da namestiš...
Jer ako nastaviš to moraš tutorial prvo
ne, nego...
odraditi.
Isto neće imat nikakav gear, znaš Kesić. Imaš tamo u Character Creatoru skroz donja opcija ti je skip tutorial. Mi smo ubili jednog bossa. I otišli smo u drugi svijet, ali ono... Ako hoćeš, mogu da resetujem, da gubijemo i tebi, da bi ti dobio. Hoćeš li?
Ne možem.
Dobit ćemo drugog bossa. Znaš? Ima 3-4 bossa i random se spawnuju bossovi, znaš? I svaki put su drugačiji questovi i nagrade. Čekamo da se
meni
join.
napisao da sam aim hack loser, jebo mater, ja imam KD.
Zamislio Makiće.
A ja 1.12 kada.
Jesi ga ubio kroz zid. Imaš kod ženske kesicu da napraviš oružje, pogledaj, one preko puta. Mislim da imaš šotku da napraviš specijalnu, ako se ne varam.
Kesicu, došlo vreme da ljudi misle da i ja varam njega.
Pa varaš, zar ne? Prolajim si me.
Imam nešto, Scoreblum sam dobio neki.
Shotgun, single shot shotgun, radi masivan damage, samo jako kratak domet.
Genijalno.
I'm not in the mood for Chad.
Moja sesija ti je ono public, tako da možeš se joiniš na njom.
Joinaj se. Ne rade.
Imaš tamo i neprijatelji.
Piše ti tamo lista servera i naćeš gdje se
Nema 100 servera, razumeš, ima...
Nema da ti izbaci ovo na PTS-ke...
Ne, samo izbacit će ti njegovo ime.
Oni rade njihov matchmaking, znaš. Ti recimo kad pogledaš na Epic Store-u piše ti da sam ja u igri, jel tako?
Da.
Znači detektuje me kako treba, sve u redu.
I me ubacio oko nas.
Nije, pogrešno. Nije još, mislim da nije. Kesić je insta, Kesić je rekla joinujem se i tap pisale Kesić has joining. Nije, nisi kod nas.
You killed the end. All right then. I've got work to do.
Menu.
Nenad izgleda promašio.
Možda možeš ti da ga invituješ preko Epic Store, znaš Kesić?
Moguće.
Probaj.
Sad ćemo ovako bilo...
Možda možeš na Kesić da se joinuješ, jer ti Kesić prijatelj na Epicu.
Nije, čekaj, moram te dodati.
Evo, našao sam Indiju.
Ajde.
Pa nije ga teško, Kasapin join game, jel taj?
To je, pa ko bi bio drugi. Kralj Srba i tako te fore, to su ti Nenadova imena. A to ti je level 1 karakter, Ajde, idemo dalje.
Ne znam kako je level.
Another player is waiting at the stone, piše.
Čekam da krenem. Ajmo. Hoćeš i da pokupiš? Samo da vidim. Mi smo to već pokupili, teško. Ajde, dođi vam.
Ajde, kaži.
Da ćemo to rešiti oko. Ajde. Dolazi. Na kamen. Moraš da dodirneš kamen. Ti Kesić isto. Ne mogu ništa da radim dok svi ne pristanu. Ajde, da vidim samo root settings. Space. Mrzeće me zbog ovoga, ali... Ok, pustite kamen i opet, samo ga pustite jednom. Dobro, sad opet. Mora ovako. Ne, mora ovako, zato što sam...
Kao da hoće neko da upane Snake, vi što ovo piše? Another player is waiting at the stone.
Čekamo tebe. Čekamo tebe. Mazdovica, čekamo tebe. Ajmo.
Nemoj Snakes, molim te samo resetovat progres.
Ne resetujem progres, nego resetovat ću bossa. To što ćemo, ima još zmaj ima kao boss. Na prvom svetu.
A dobro, daj što daješ, da pucam nešto.
A ne, nije ti isto. Ako misliš da ne pustim isto kao juče, to nisam uradio. Neš dobiti isto. Daš vidjeti.
E pa dobro.
Samo startaš sa istog mesta ovdje ispod ruma, ali ono, vidit ćeš. To pokupi. Dođi vamo, Ned.
Puštim.
Vamo.
Alt, ne nade.
Meni je crtrlo. Evo ti ovdje. Dobio si novi armor. Pogledaj.
Odlično, da ga odmah postavim.
Ne, ja i ti već imamo, ja i ti smo dobili pare, znaš. Ja i ti smo dobili kontra kao vrednost u novcu.
Kontrabendo, ono.
Da. Ima ti knjiga koliko hoćeš, ajmo.
Znači, to je samo ovako.
A, to je lore. To baš ako hoćeš da ja i ti igramo, možeš da čitaš do mile volje to, ali to se ti ono, znaš, objašnjava ti priču. Ima toga dosta i kao da igraš Fallout. Znaš, u Fallout igrama ima dosta toga po terminalima i po papirima. Ima i ovdje grdilo. Inače stavio sam na hard nivo težine. Ima 4 nivo težine, ovo je drugi. To što smo jučer ja i ti Peđa protočali kroz njih kao kroz svijet. Vidiš da već ima i malo više health kesiš. Ali ako i gađaš u glavu to nije problem, znaš. Bele kutije su ti za pištolj SMG, crvene kutije su ti za pušku, ne znam. Kako ti radi igra? Igraš je preko noge Nvidia, ili? Nema lag, pretpostavljam. Ne bi trebalo ovakva igra.
Nema.
Može. Ko kupi pare? To ti je lovo sve. Kesić, udri ga snajperom. Nisam papaja. Ajajajajaj, bravo.
Viš da ga gorim.
Pazi.
Povodim ovoga.
Nije važno, bitno je da pogine. A to si stavio onaj dodatak na neko oružje, neki si.
Vatreni metak ti je to.
Gdje ćemo, nim samo map. A možemo i levo i desno. Mislim na desnom kraju ulici.
Možemo neke kutije i tako nešto, no?
Ima po ćoškovima, zato sam obišao Ma da lako se to vidi, evo ti gledaj. Imaš na scroll pin. Na srednji klik miša, ako se ne varam, to ti je default.
Check that out. Check that out. There.
A imaš i ovo, gledaj. Ček, gledaj.
No.
Samo si ovdje trebao doći, na ovo. Samo si na ovo trebao doći.
Over here. Drop off.
Inače, friendly fire postoji, ne postoji ako udaram u smele oružjem, ali ako pucaš u mene, gledaj. A nisi mora da ga upucaš baš, ti si ga snajperom pogodio, znaš.
I to mu skine toki damage jebo.
Dobio sam trait, što sam te oživio, znaš. Da, to kad oživiš saveznika 4-5 puta kestiju, dobiješ trait za brži revive. Oho, evo ga prsten. Imaš i ti, Nenade, novi prsten. Ovo ti je prsten za critical. Jesse, ajde joinaj se na nas, ajde bre, ajde. Ulazi,
Ja
on si
još
igra u
rekao
četvoru.
će li zva čovjeka u pičku materiju.
Ajde, digao sam na hard nivo težine. Ona je na normalu bilo easy mod nas. Nismo nijednom izginuli kod bossa. Jesmo kod drveta. Jednom, ali samo jednom. Kesiće su razvili.
Ma da, nešto je se lagovalo u momentu. Šta je tu u pizdu mater? Dižite me ako imate.
Dižem ja.
Pojao sam 2 pjeskovice, sunce tijeme.
Bacite long ammo metkova.
Ne mogu ti bacim, kad ubiješ protivnika dobiješ rangu.
I si rešio se ugojiš peđe, a?
Katastrofa, ja dajem sebi nedelju dana da stignem do 100 kill.
Ja sam ti rekao, jesi sjećaš šta sam ti rekao pre neki dan? Moraš naći posao. Ili... Ne, bilo šta, travu da kosiš spred kući. Bilo šta, razumeš?
Opa, došli kod mene.
Ja još rekao ću li dva čovjeka u 10 sati vjerojatno spavaju, što znam.
Je, spava.
Ko spava kod nas u 10 sati?
Inače, Nenade, svi itemi...
Na spijatu imate kutiju.
Svi itemi se dele po kupi gdje god.
A rekao kašta, ja ga žijem u 10.
Svi itemi se dele, samo probaj, vidit ćeš. Dobijamo sve. Dobio sam 2.
Pa on će ti još ovu i ide spavat.
Jes dobio sad pare, skrb 24.
Koliko tu? Ideš da spavaš, a?
Jučer smo zvali Milana da igra ovo s nama. Šta ono rekao? Ovo nije za njega, njemu se to ne sviđa, tako.
A mora da razmišlja.
Mora da razmišlja.
Dobar ovaj Sisu film.
Odličan je, gledao sam ga malo pre. Odličan.
U kom filmu se radi?
Sisu. Na finski način.
Ko ti onaj ubijao i Njemački?
A ne, on je kopač. Kao prospektor, on je kopač zlata.
Nemojte spojlovati već film.
Ne, nije spoil. To ti je prvih 2 minuta filma. To je prvih 2 minuta filma. On je kopač zlata i nađe pare. I to je to.
Ja sam ga skinuo malo pre.
Ne spoilujem ti ništa. Oba! A dobro, da si vidio trailer na internetu isto bi ti bilo što sam ti ja rekao. On je našao zlato i pokušava da ga unovči. To je to. Ostalo je sve film. Brale, našao je Grumenove zlato.
Kad ti gledaš filmove?
Ko, Milan gleda filmove? To je laž.
Pa kaže, a ja gleda film, tako kaže.
On je gleda film. S kim si ti gleda film? Ako je bilo seks posle filma, možda. Je bio seks posle filma?
Jes, ja.
To je jedina neka prevara, znaš.
Znam da jes.
To je neka prevara bila. Ajde gledamo film i onda
na pol filma... Na prevaru ga uvatio.
Na pol filma je bilo ajmo sad. Dosadno.
Na pol filma je
prekinuo film. Na pol filma je prekinuo film.
Na pol filma je dobio C u bulju.
Welcome to my channel.
Ovuda. Ako sam dobro vidio.
Ti džape nećeš više roka, nećeš.
Dobre.
Ma oći.
Za mene tek počinje noć.
Na shift menjaš rame, inače ne znaš.
Tebe malo, Nenad.
Viš?
Gdje, svaki čas ima kako mogu samo evo, ja mene.
Ja ti koristim levo rame, pogledaj.
Ako levo rame sranje, desno je klasično.
Kak?
Jel ovamo idemo ili kako?
Pogledaj moj ekran. Znaš zašto? Zato što ti je melee. Melee ti kreće sa desnog ramena na levu stranu. Svaki udarac ti je takav. Idemo dole niz ulicu. Pogledam ove... El Hacienda. Čekaj. Smo se mi to vratili. Ima li gore šta? Tup. Jer mislim kako nismo bili ovdje samo s druge strane.
Jesmo, bili smo ovdje.
S druge strane, ne?
Bili smo ovdje.
Siguran, čekaj. Da, jeste. Možeš da dođeš kroz ovu zgradu ili da, dobre, pići tuda.
Da li se ja vrnuo možda nazad ili šta je ovo?
Dobio sam climber trait. Gdje si ti Kesić?
Ja mislim da se, evo, kod mene doći.
Ne, ide dobro. Ima gdje je Kesić? Ti si Kesić obratio, Stani, ne mrde, raštrkat ćemo se previše. Ti si u dobrom smeru. Preskoči preko... Vidiš ovdje gdje je ova žičana ograda, vidiš mene? Popni se na ovu kulu i preskoči gore preko.
Neće mi dati.
Very good. Ovo smo je Peđi igrali u dvoje, ali nisam
Hoćemo li tući tog bossa kojeg si rekao?
Vjerojatno će ti biti drugi boss. Zmaj ti je zadnji boss. Imaš 2-3...
A dobro, nebitno, daj tog prvog kojeg si mislio.
Pa to ti je ovdje dole, kroz ovu kanalizaciju.
Travelujemo negdje sad.
Dobro. To ti je loading screen.
Da ti Veka još ovu ideš spavat, a?
Don't take it, it sees. Sedite. To znači ima checkpoint. I Kesić nema nijedan heal više. Sad ima. Dobro.
Ma slučajno sam to klikća, pa na Q kliknem i ono me heala.
Naviknu si da vidiš u njih oružje.
Evo ga shroud. Iza nas. Pazi, bombardovanje.
Ko je ovo uradio?
Boss. Nemojte tako da ginete. Taj boss ima specijal da ispali strele u vazduh, ali magične strele, nebitno. I gdje god se nalaziš, samo te one shot.
Da, pođemo dalje.
Čim uništiš onaj totem, on se sponuje, znaš? Op, da.
Opa!
To pustinje uleći.
A ne, imaš drugo bossove, nije ovo isto. Ej, nije ovo isto. U tome jeste fora s ovom igrom, zato je drugačije od ostalih šutera i od Dark Soulsa. Zato što sam... Da, random dungeon i random bossovi, bukvalno. Uđi pa ćeš da vidiš. Recimo sad nam je boss Shroud. Da, bukvalno se zove Shroud.
Ljudi, ne smijete u to pucat, to me ubiti sad.
Taj prsten ti je za XP bio, znaš? Taj prsten zeleni, 30% XP-a da je više, znaš?
Kako da ga stavim?
Otvoriš inventar, escape, karakter...
Stavi ga sam.
Sage stone. Pa zato što nemaš više prstena, da to ti ga auto-ekipu. Taj prsten je dosta jak.
Brat moj radi. Samo hastu.
Budu hastu. Evo ti municiju onda.
Može i to. Biznis.
Ajde, joine se, treba nam pomoć za boss.
Za nas je boss.
Skini gaće skroz, ne.
Ne, nije boss, Kesić iza nas. Iza njega, Nenade, iza njega. Sad pucam uleđe. Uleđe, Kesić. Razvalio ga.
A jes, kad je na mene fokus udario.
Iza njega, Nenade. Udri.
Samo dižite. Morate me dići jer će sve pobiti.
Neće, umre, stigne ga sad.
A kad će boss?
A boss ti je na kraj nivo.
Japes Vzazito. Welcome to my channel.
Ne mora, znači ti udar se može skoči neki mini boss.
Ček, nazad, sad će se doći strelac. Uvacite ga ovdje, evo ga iza nas. Pucaj ga. A ubre. Pazi. Ako vidiš da ispod nogu crveno, bježiš odatle. Sad, pazi noge. Rolaš se, ako vidiš to.
A ne, ostalo 3 igrači. Come on.
Holy hell.
Čekaj, heal.
Samo 3 igrača može.
F stiskajte.
Kako 3 igrača? Kad si pogledao server šta piše 3 igrača maks?
Pa stavi na 4.
Ne, mislim da ne može. Aj majke ti googla, ja sam provjeravao pisalo je 4.
Zašto mi rekorduje jebote? Na snimu.
Kako rekorduje?
Možeš ti to vidio? Ne bi. Ajde. Ne može izbaciti. 3 bre. A i 4 da možeš i 4 ne može.
Brate, googlao sam bio Remnant from the Ashes player limit.
Jesi ti to dobro googlao sam?
From the Ashes
Loše si.
player count.
A može ti džape 100%.
Šta?
A može 100%.
Ljudi moji, po samoj skripti stoji tamo kad odate na Friends Join ima 3 slota.
Pravo si.
Popunjena 3
Pravo
slota,
si.
sva 3 slota popunjena.
Ima mod.
Ima mod. Ja. Ima mod onda ćemo to vidjeti. Makićović, šta vakant?
Kako ja glasam, ne treba da je sport. Već ćemo za vikend.
Leđa ljudi.
Ja imam isto neki remont netikum, to taj.
To je taj.
From the Ashes, uđi.
Ovdje ga morujemo,
Leđa ne rade.
Imam remont.
Ljudi.
Je li ovo meni pretoplo ili je...
Klim. Welcome to my channel.
Cover me!
On je uzao seks. Koji seks?
Kanite da se ne puni ovo sa ovim.
U pravu sam ja. Piše it used to be 4 but it was reduced to 3 because of the player performance.
Čega?
može.
Nisam čuo.
A zbog...
Aha, 5 kraj, a?
Ne, nego nije čak ni to. Nije čak ni to, nego kaže zbog FPS-a, zbog performansa. Isto kao Hunt. Mogu u Cryteku da dignu broj igrača na 30. Znaš šta se dešava kad nas 10 igramo?
Mjesto 3 misliš?
Ne. Koliko je limit u Hunt meču? Koliko ti je u Huntu? Limit je 12. Zamisli da ti dignu limit na 30. Koliko bi imao frame-a, šta misliš? Deset. Cenim 10.
Reka, čudi me da ne ideš spavat, reka si još ovu i ode.
Ne, tek počinju sad. Daj da nađem još trećeg, ovaj se ne javlja. Ne javlja se, imaš 6
Starac. Ja sam pun.
Nije kiša.
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Watch my back!
Već budući mi je jedan.
Oooo! To ti neće najsporije oružje, to što ti imaš. Taj mač.
Malo lometi me guno na neprijatelju.
Što niste deca mojih neprijatelja? Kesio živi ga.
Čekam odgovor. Buraz može za 5 minuta samo da hasam. Može Milane? Hang on!
Nešto dolazi s leđa. Čekaj.
Ono dolazi.
Da! Leđa!
To je skripto ono.
Čekaj, nek mu dvojica priđu s leđa. On ide na mene. Nek mu dvojica priđu s leđa. S leđa. Ajde, pičku, materinu.
Ajde, da više.
Ček, stani, nemoj uzimat heal. Heal ti je na Q, ali nemoj uzimat još. Čuvaj.
Znam da je heal na Q.
Evo ti long
Da sam
gun.
izvalio.
Majko mu jebem. Daj bre full screen u pičku materiju.
Ko ja? Izvolite ga.
O. Znači da vidim full igru.
Mogu je.
Kuca napravljena bre za sve.
Da bre bio!
Inače, ko te one-shotali s tova govna, ne?
Nešto me totalno izbaci. Šta je sad to u pizdu, mate?
Moramo to živjet na kamenu. Aj gore, napred, Nenad. Ako je napred checkpoint, da ga živimo na checkpoint.
Pa dobra, pa šta, pa umro sam čovječe, nije to sve okej, šta?
Ne, moramo te pokupit na kamenu.
Ti je govno, jebote, ja uđem, pucam čovjeka, ništa, jebote.
Ne, respawnovat ćeš sve. Guraj napred. Dićemo ga na kamenu.
Pozadi, ti se vratiš nazad sve.
Ne, ovo je napred.
Jebote, u taj hunt čovjeka moraš bazukom pucat da bi ga hitao.
Ja čekam novog bossa u huntu.
To će biti interesantno donekle.
Prvih sat vremena.
Jel tebi ispisalo si sad dobio pare, iako si mrtav? Velike su.
Nisam gledao, provatiram.
Piše u donji
Iron sam dobio.
Dobio si. Dobre. Jesi dobio ovo?
Dobro.
To ti je free level up.
Jes, ali neće da mi...
Leđa!
Ja se već ginu.
Vamo, Nenade, vamo. Ubit će ga, Nenade.
Ne,
Pa
njega
vidiš
će.
da se ja bijem.
Dobro, prijatno.
Pazi mi je povodno u tebe.
Ima i brate verzije sa Bog
Ujam.
A vidim, ali... Jesam li živ, vidiš da... Ne znam da će stiđe 3 vave, gledaj.
Wounded.
Znam ja da je wounded. Nikad neće biti jasno zašto ljudi kad ih napadnu...
Hoćeš.
Hoću kurac!
Samo te nauka na ovo, razumiješ?
Kako si poginuo tako napred, to mi nije jasno.
Još sam pokušao doći.
Ma kakvi? Ne, ja sam se povukao. Ja sam se bukvalno povukao.
I kada se povukao, oni su svi na mene otišli.
3, 2, 1... Što teži armor, to se sporije kotrljaš, znaš? Isto kao...
Sve što sam stekao, potrošit će neko.
Evo sunce.
Jesi, Milky.
Yeah!
Milky, don't worry.
Momci, morao sam da pobegnem u vode, šta ću? Ali ne moramo se vraćati nazad. Guramo naprijed. Naprijed, boss. Naprijed.
Evo boss ovama.
Ti Milane završio meč.
Kad vidiš tu maglu, tu ti je boss uvijek.
Ajde da naprijed.
Samo prvi put je animacija kesiću.
Pa ovoga smo, ja mislim, već tukli bili.
Ja nismo. Traži da više.
A ne.
Shout. Fucking shout.
Kako, šta me to pucalo je?
Vidi ovo puno.
Ovi gađu se kiramo inače, znaš.
Ta igra postoje malo da hvata.
Ovi inače gađu, ako niste vidjeli. Ovi obični mobovi.
Ti ne, niste mogli ni da prdnete.
Ovo će biti teško.
Gledaj, si uzo bounty ili... Vidim. Kaži im, let's go to the home.
Sklanjajte se s ovih, silazite dalje, to je moj savjet.
Cover me!
Vidi ovo puno.
Aha.
Gdje mi se još mi večeras pun energije.
Još.
Kako ćeš da kidaš?
Energija.
Čudi me, zato što on je već u ovom vremenu u dubokom snu. Ali večeras je...
Obojicu.
Ne mogu da se pomenu. Ne da mi da se pomenu.
Friday on the Friday. Stay.
Hold
Daj bre! Ovaj pušuje meni.
Tebe, a?
A jel moguće ovo?
Ja više... Ja ako te dignem, ja više nemam... Gdje ćeš da dignem, ne?
Gdje su on kapice?
Digni Kesić.
Mora Kesić tebe da dignem.
Neurotic official.
A i to će problem.
Ne mogu.
Welcome to my channel.
Ne budeš im ustanem, ono bacilo na mene.
Nenade,
Mrdamo Kesić. Stay alive, stay alive, stay in life.
Prešo, moram naći nešto novo. Preš si Far Cry 6. Roti kakav nešto. Nešto novo.
Nemam čime, dođi Kesić.
Nešto divno. Sad je ovako neurotik. Hoćeš igrao God of War. Bila S.W.Frost, ili Resident Evil. I četvorka izašla piratska.
Ja se zašto sam permadead, što?
To što više nemaš onih... Ja nemam healova da vas dignem. Ne mogu da vas dignem. Dignuo sam vas obojicu 3 puta ili 4.
Nije mi djel mi da se pomakne.
Pa moraš da se krećeš.
Otvori, Nenade, be happy.
Ne mogu da se krene kad čime oživiš ovaj baci ulti na mene.
Pa ti si mene invajtovao, bre.
Hoćeš da upgradeš oružje prvo.
Voli da ga vidiš. Šta da ja nosim, šotku ili snajper?
Evo, šta se radi, moguće.
Ajde, proćemo još jednom. Ako ne uspijemo, možeš da odeš da upgradeš pušku.
Nemam, brate, noževe, to mi je... Ona već imam 10. Don't worry. Be happy.
Mamu vam jebem!
Gdje su vam kapice? Poturla, bre.
Opet neki tebe.
Ja ne čujem urlanje, mora da je kod Milana.
Opet neki tebe. A kad je rekao juče, gasi ta govna. Govna gasi. Ja sam lopotio.
Ali ono... Uozbiljio se u sekundu, gasi ta govna. Koji kurac je ovo?
Znaš, vidite ga, radiš sutra, matori. Kak ne taka trola. Pojačam u TV na maks.
Baca ulti, pazi.
Ja, i kako pucaju ulti? Kako pucaju ulti?
Auto aim je to, znaš.
Stay out. Izuzetak. Still, next.
Ovako, vidiš? Vidiš?
Legenda, bret.
Ne znam kako da te dignem, poginuo si u ćošku.
Motivan lig.
Nemoguće.
Sad protection.
Motivan, brate, lig, majke.
Seriously?
Nemoj se nabijati u ćošak. Ne mogu te revivat tako. Moram da stanem u ćošak i nemam ne mogu da i vedem nigdje.
Snake, treba vam sun protection.
Treba mi kondom.
Seriously?
Protiv seksa. Hoćeš li iskoristiti si bez veze heal? Dobro, opušteno.
Znate,
To
ja
će
sam
nam trebati.
u žaru dve pljeskavice miksovane, ogromne.
Seriously?
Znači, seriously? Sad, ne da neću moći da zastavim večeras. Ima da hunt igram do pešća.
Seriously?
Pazi, ulti.
On je pucao u mene, pedaj, zakuko sine, onako ne bi zakuko ni za mene. Četiri. ja onako...
Ne znam kako ćeš ti ovo raditi. Tu je boss. Teško. Dobro, nije loše, bolje. Skinuli smo mu 1/4 health. Baca ulti, bježte, morate se mrdati.
Šta je ovo, Mad Max?
Još sam mi obaci.
Ajmo u Madonna ili...
Taj shotgun nije loš za njih, samo nema puno metaka, 7 komada.
Je to double barrel?
Jebi ga, ne znam. Ne znam kako je on bio. Tu je boss. Čuvajte.
Šta radi kiselina?
Mislim da neš moći da me revivaš. Njih 4 te gazi, znaš. Bješ.
Imam zero. Nego našta je poenta. Pojeo 2 pjeskavice, pojeo ja, pojeo
Pazi.
sa smoki.
Gađi.
O jebo matere!
Ne možete ni na healovat kad krene ovo.
Milane, seriously?
Seriously?
Kako rekao seriously? Seriously? Da je to ozbiljno rekao to seriously. Aj jebo.
Sad će opet ult, pazi kesiš.
Ja kad bi sad počeo da pričam baznik. Potoči ga i tako to.
Ako imaš stamine udari u sprint, kad krene da bombarduju.
Ljudi ispred mene.
No. Seriously?
Gledam, gdje bi mogli da budu? Aha.
Pazi.
Ono pljeska srnžuje. Da bre, dačo bre, katastrofa. 2 pljeskavice od 200 grama miksovane. Razvalio sam se.
Hang on!
Katastrofa, pa ponovo mi došao
Gdje mu kesiš, mrdaj.
Tu nisam jeo dugo, tu sam bolestan. Vidio sam samo pare, pa je.
Bombe.
Da.
Ma ne mogu nići.
Malo.
Ne mogu nići.
Ajde, ulazi bre. Pa, seriously?
A jebem ti mater!
Redo si se.
Moraš da se krećeš, ovi njegovi, oni beskonačno spone, moraš njega da fokusiraš i njih da izbjegavaš.
Seriously, ispred mene.
Stalno dolazi.
Lik, desna strana.
Desnu stranu.
Opa, jebe ga.
Nabuđi oružje, Nenade.
Ajmo da unapredi oružje.
Seriously?
Kako možemo?
Vrati se
Bijeo
nazad,
je.
doći s nama.
Pa oće, kara me.
Ne, Kesić.
Kara me.
Ne da mi da se vratim.
Bravo. Seriously?
Ne.
Ništa, pogini, samo ostani tu nade. Pogini Kesić, samo puštaj tu bi.
Jesi ti na bolovanje koji ja jesam, ali ja sam na zauvek bolovanje.
Pusti da te kokne.
Nemam da će.
Dao sam otkaz, dečo.
Viđo?
Ima bre da jedem, dačo...
Svi vidiš šta radi, autoimun se ovdje. Pritisni X da kao umreš.
Kill self.
Da jedem kurac.
Ne, to.
Seriously?
Talisman.
Treba... Tad ću ja samo odmarit. Da Nenadu napredi pušku.
Seriously, Snake? Dačo, gdje ti je
Šta
sam
pričaš
protection,
ti
gdje su ti
Beka? Čudi
kapice?
me da nisi na spavanje.
Misliš sa ptičicama?
De, pa, brate, Milki i ja
Vama, Nenad.
tu. De.
Vama
Ovo
nas.
ti čitavu noć.
Samo da napiši na poju.
A jes, ali kak je Beka? Beka ti ide spavat sa šta ti?
Gdje?
Seriously?
Ovdje ti koč, levo.
Nije ti ona vika posle 10 već kak je mamica zove.
Evo ti ga, zapao sam ga tu.
To.
Iza ove kutije. Seriously?
Samo da ga Kesić pusti na mene.
Da, Nenade.
Da ti dam, da mi daš plameno ljubavi, da noći jedan dan.
Ladno mi fali Irona da nabuđimo.
Koliko ti treba?
Vjeruješ?
Koliko? Što ti treba Iron ili Forge Iron?
Forge Iron.
Nemam. to moramo da idemo dalje da bismo dobili to. Nemam. Ja imam običan error.
Seriously Snake u Frost man?
Koliko imaš para, Nenade? Piše ti tamo u ćošku.
Mora pusti ovo njega da ja mogu da vidim koliko imam.
Pusti ga Kesiću da upgrade to.
A da, ali moram se ja upgradeovati.
Na šta ličiš?
Pa ako nemaš Forge Irona, ništa.
1200.
Sunca jebi ga po crnosu.
Probaj.
Sad Snake ima da ih kara, pa znaš koji damage radim sad jebot.
Ako si se upgradeova tu pušku, upgrade si snajper, ne?
Ma i snajper, i ovu običnu, i armor, i svašta nešto.
Pa ako ne naprediš armor, jebi ga, one shot
koliko ti skidam damage-a sad?
Kako se zove Drakulin sluga?
Viš, ne možeš mene da one shotiš, vidi kako si njega ubio.
Drakulin sluga se zove Igor.
Kakav bre Igor,
Tako se zove, Igor.
Igor, odmah.
So long.
Tako mu i pravo ime.
Sad ću ja da ga zovem. Igore, daj mi Coca-Colu.
Tako mu ime u nome, u Emanu. Jasno. I nešto je bio mi onaj.
Znam, bio je peder, ajde tako. Nego šta je bio?
Bio je Srbin.
Be safe out there.
Ko, Igor?
Bio je Srbin.
Gdje si našao taj podatak?
Ali Rumunska crkva je bila pod jurisdikcijom Srpske pravoslavne crkve. Sve dok naš glupi je tada na kralj, jebe mu se mrtvo i živo i sve što će mu se roditi, nije to pustio. Kao što je dao i ostrva i zemlju tamo u...
Da. Jesi upgradeova što si mogu?
Oko te mišljena, samo da bi dobio malo rumunske pičke. Pizda je jedna grupa, jebe mu se mrtvo i živo.
Dačo ti je Samper isto Kesić, kolega sa Sampa.
S old school, jel?
Ja bi ga ubio i to bi ga zakljuo, se takav metak se na takoga ne troši.
Hoćemo li?
Ajmo probat Snake da završimo to.
Mogu bre nešto imaš nekog...
Aj ovamo, Nenade, aj ovamo.
Treba da ideš malo put lekare da popričaš.
Palmatićeve.
Ču Smeuljica, ču oga šta priča, kakve smehutice šta priča.
Imam gneva prema našim neprijateljima.
Pa znam naravno. I šta mi fali čovječe, jeste me čuli nekada pizdim jao jako rekao?
Stalno.
Mene i ti lekovi ne bi pomogli. Ja mrzim kralja.
Pa možda bi ti pomogli lekovi da ga manje mrziš.
Ne bi.
Joint jedan iz Duvaj.
Ja sam republikanac.
To će narkomančina da ti reši.
To može da bude jako dobro.
Narkomančina će ti to završiti.
Srbija je među prvima u svetu po broju
Jape završim.
Jedan na svakih 30.
Nemam pojma o čemu pričaš.
Snake, din koji damage mu pravi sad. Odmah ću aktivirat ovaj insider jamo.
Jebi ga Dačo, znaš šta je pojenta?
Sam mogu ga gađi Kesić.
YouTube smeće kvalitet. Ova igra ima problem. Zato što ima previše detalja. Znaš, da igram bilo koju drugu igru ne bi bilo mučno. Grafički jaka.
Diži, ne možeš tići. Ne možeš tići.
Kako jebo mater,
Nabi naš u ćošak smo bili. U ćošak me nabio, to je to onda.
Se kida puno kao kamenje od jednog.
Moraš da izbjegavaš one govnare.
Bolje uzmi smijuljice.
Čudo da ne je bio počin.
Da počne u 11 sati spavaju mu nego.
Ne znam. Nije teško da... puši.
Karaj, gangbang. Milane.
Pazi, bombardovanje.
Imam nekakvu kapu sad on je neki bio, da ono kažem, u dubokom snu, ali pošto sam ja došao.
Da. Voli ga, brate, više ono išta.
Pa daj!
Njegov pećica, a.k.a. tako da, on je se spreman da igra samo volim. Ej, volim i ja njega.
Uzmite se po sobu.
Pazi, bombe.
Vidim, ali ne da mi iz ćoška da se makne.
Outside! Outside!
Pa ima u tim, da?
O, dobio sam noževe.
Loša je boss arena, možemo li promijeniti kako?
Mogu da resetujem da dobijemo drugog bossa ako hoćeš. Hoćeš tako? Ovaj boss zna da bude jako težak.
Ma nije boss problem, no boss arena.
Ne, možda nije boss arena. Ovaj boss se uvijek spawnuje u ovoj boss arena. Moraš da koristiš cover. Ne mogu te pucati kroz teksture, ali moraš da izbjegavaš.
Da.
Nisam ga vidio gdje. Nisam ga vidio gdje, samo me sa strane izroštiljao sa strane.
A nisi ga vidio?
Mogu da premenim bossa ako hoćete, ovaj boss je jako težak. Hoćete to doraditi?
To sam perinjo. Znate onu žutu.
Oj momci.
Išli smo u
Ajde.
Afriku. Snake.
Ajde.
Nasadimo.
Izlomit ćemo živce, previše rano. Jaki ovaj boss.
Ilija!
Teleport. Zmaja lakše dođe. Ma ne, ovo je teško bre, ja sam ovo sam ubijao. Za ovoga bossa najviše vremena treba u ovoj prvoj zoni, najviše. Onaj debeli sa onom mačetom kje si juče, ono je lako bilo.
Pačar?
Ma da, ono je bilo lako, ovo je nenormalno. Ovaj lik gađe strelama i samo je ove čkobalje malo. Takni to je kamen, opet. Ne da.
Stavi redi Milane.
Ne mogu ništa da menjam dok svi ne, kao...
Ne baci sam smeći.
Votuju, čekaj. Vote settings.
Uaj ti beka jednu smijuljicu prije spavanja.
Uzmi jedan joint, zapali Milane.
Molim će.
Ajme. Drugi boss, ne možemo ako.
Kako mišliš?
Ovaj boss je...
Mogu.
Vidite se prosi, popita slobodno.
Ovaj boss je pretežak.
Nije znao bre da nije slobodno.
Pretežak. Ko će koga da zaprosi?
Znači to.
Volio te udate i razvedene.
Hoću s tobom da džuskam, hoću s tobom da lomim celu noć.
Hoću sa mnom da džuskaš.
Ajde.
A gdje ćemo ovamo Snake, šta je ovo?
Resetao sam, neću ovoga bossa
Sad će
odbiti.
Snake da vam...
Ostat ćemo od nove godine tamo.
Sad će da vas vodi iza šupe tamo da vas...
Iza šupe.
Aaaa, kako je pokvaren.
Ja, ne, nikad.
Sad ćete da lovite legendarnog Dabra i da ga nosite...
Ne, Milan samo zaslužuje takav tretman da nosi Dabra 100 godina.
Znaš si ti Dačo da je...
Jel ti stvarno vuka kožu ti?
Jes.
Koja igra šta, gdje?
Aj,
Jes, budalo.
Slušaj Milki.
Ovc. Nosi je odranu kožu. Ja ću kažem svoju verziju, ne interesuje me njegova verzija. Moja verzija.
Slušaj verziju,
Stani,
slušaj.
pravo da ćemo mu brate reći, on je počeo.
A slušaj verziju.
Ajde da čujem, ajde. Mislim ne čujem, ali nek priča.
Dobro.
Mislim da Kesi dobijamo sad i Forgeren, ako sam dobro vidio, znaš?
Dobija si Forgeren.
Da, manje, ali.
Pa ne, zato što...
Ovc.
Pa što bi dava $2 kad si mu ti vuka to?
Haj, što da dajem? Ko ti je kriv?
Snalazi se čovjek, brate.
Pa nisam imao magarca. Slušaj, nisam imao magarca da nosim na njega i onda sam se poslužio sa nosačem. Praktično.
Ajde, mogu ići, ja.
Ništa neača fora.
Nije taj Red Dead bio, šteta što su završili.
Developeri ne pravi više ništa za igru. Bukvalno ništa. Etardiran.
Jeste šteta, tako, brate, dobra igra da propadne.
S druge strane, ne.
Djene, Milan.
Okolo.
Ajmo, Milan.
Molim da će.
Archer! Watch my back! Stay down!
Ajde, moguće, kod veštice, ne.
Everyone okay?
Evo, moguće.
Cover me!
Imaš novi prsten, Nenade, dobio si, ne znam da li si primetio, neko je pokupio od vas. Pillar of Stone.
Pa ja sam.
Šta bi ovaj naš, šta je ovaj u toj našu...
Kao, eto šolj. Evo, moguće. Ujebati.
Ko zlatna poluga, evo te, on je zlatan grilman, nego zlatan poluga.
Kaže San Perinjo, u koji geta onaj u Las Vegas, da, u Las Vegas u San Andreasu.
Daj Kesiću snajper, udri ga.
E sad, da li je onaj kazino s leve strane ili onaj desno dalje tamo, pitanje je.
Kod mene.
Bravo. Pazi leđa.
Jebo.
Dođi vam, Kesić. Vamo.
Da, jasno. To je isto ko za Resident Evil 4 što ima onaj gun game fazon, ono pucaš.
Gunslinger misliš?
Ima, dobijaš novo oružje. Mercenary onaj. Da dobijaš novo oružje.
Milki.
Pa da, njemu je uživancije, znači voli te sekundarne stvari da...
Yes. Inače, kod onoga kovača gdje si unapređivo gear, imaš da kupiš sva startna oružja, znaš Ned.
I da upgradeuješ armor,
imaš da kupiš,
to nisi uradio.
Da, imaš da kupiš Winchesterku, dvocevku i dva još pištolja ima skupe. O, evo ga ovaj. Samo malo Kesi, pazi imaj zamke. Polako Kesi, zamke.
Kakvu zamku ima?
Vidjet ćeš, imaš zamke ispred sebe. Dobili smo ključ.
Ima, Mione, ima.
Polako.
Vuček je muškom konju. I muški vuček je ženskom. Da. Pa to sam ja i rekao.
Konski ciklus. Aj, moguće ovo.
Pazi na zamke.
Vidim.
Imaš Kesiću nagazne mine. Crvene, vidio si.
Ne, brat.
Tu rajmer zamke se.
Ne znam.
Ovaj Snake sreća pa te ne čuje, brate. Koliko pričaš za njega.
Ej, ljudi su ovdje, aj se fokus.
A non stop samo za tebe priča.
Znam, on me voli.
Možda je.
Pomoć.
Staj. Damo ti, tu, stani polako, tu ti. Bravo, doktore.
Evo, para kako hoćeš.
Ubio me bomom, ajde, ulazite.
Hilam se, ne mogu.
Ajde pravimo prvo levo.
Bomba, raši ga.
Mi smo otišli na kontra stranu. Mi smo otišli na kontra stranu.
Who's next? Watch my back!
Ti.
Stay down!
Pa koju biste probali stranu, ovu ili?
Isto nas se vatno.
Tu vam je neko ustekan treći.
Možda je duo.
Hang on!
Može biti. Sad ću ja da overim.
Winchesterka je jako dobro oružje ovdje. Popi... Jesi rotovan?
I'm root.
Infektovan sam.
Popi boc, otvori inventar i popi oil skin tonic.
Pojeo si ruter i sad si rutovan.
Ovo je igrica nemoguće solo, ko je kupio da igra solo Obroje Boston. Pa gledaj, relativno jeste, ali ako igraš preko 2-3 hiljade sati možeš solo protiv trio, da.
Može.
Ako si doktor igre.
A nije doktor.
A možda igra dobra, a pošto nije dobra...
Može na ove slabije Snake-a, na ove šestice nema
šanse
solo.
A ne možeš. Zavisi šta ti je cilj. Je ti cilj da ubiješ 2-3 triosa? Ne možeš to ne možeš.
Kažite mi je se desilo nama da je nas ubio solo lik? Nemoguće, zato što mi ispratimo, zato što pričamo preko Discorda, ispratimo, brate, priču skroz. A ko je umre? Uleće ovaj odmah, drugi čisto.
A bilo je jedan čovjek sa auto 5 i to.
Ja su, kad ide samo za Kesiću, nikad to ne reći. Nikad ne daješ informacije, nikad to može priješ.
Jači ovaj,
to je samo za peđicu, to je samo za malog bila.
Ja sam ovo, vrate, polenio.
Pazi mine.
Solo je dosadno.
Kako je to mine bacat?
Ne bacamo, nego imaju po zemlji.
Čisto.
Ajmo prema, gdje ćete? Hoćete prema Milu ili dole?
Ajmo dole, a?
Ajmo dole.
Tu se vraćamo, ajde pogledamo vamo, možda smo nešto propustili. Čekaj, ne. U kom pravcu je nazad? Ovdje, ne?
Dosadno je solo, brate, ja nikad ovo solo
nisam igrao.
A tu ti je checkpoint, ali tu ti je prelaz u sljedeću zonu, znaš?
Crap! How's that?
Se ne bude. Znam.
Ovo manite mene.
I razbi.
I čajke.
Inače, Milki, dobrodošao ovdje na ovaj kanal. Ćeš da slušaš svaki dan kako ovaj Spartanac za Snake-a priča po cijel dan.
Opsednut.
Ali ono za voćkicu još mi se mantra po glavi, sve je to mozak. Za voćkice je. Dobro, nije išao one sprejeve, bre, da brate, spreja ono preko onih.
Ček, samo iskoristim adrenalin, sad će doći za vas.
Dobro. Jasno, znači multitask nam...
Stižem.
Da se ne gubi na vremena. A jel moguće?
Da, peđice.
Nema se vremena.
Fuller smoke a lot. Welcome to my channel.
Yes.
Dobro, nikomu ništa ne kaže.
Ko? To čuješ glasnogovornik. Jelo, Fuller. Ovdje nije bilo ništa pametno, samo resursi, znaš? To sam pokupio za sve.
To Nenad ne mrda, digo sam ga.
AFK. Nenad ti radi multitask. Tamo nema ništa, bukvalno ništa. Jel ovdje ima šta ovom čošku?
Onda Diprok...
Evo ima ovamo više.
O, ima knjiga.
Malo leti u svemiru pa se vrati 80 godina
Čego ne početite po ime?
Ta.
Vreme.
A jel moguće ovo? Metal Gear Solid.
Pam.
Jao, šta se radi? Katastrofa je.
Yes. Vamo, Kesić, imaš ovdje oružje. Samo nemojte me ubiti svim zamkama.
Na šta je rekao, slušaj ovo sam pirinje šta je napisao. Kaže, on je tip čoveka koji vozi taksi u San Andreasu. To je to.
Ajde, samo
ja sam to radio.
Možemo, ja sam u onome.
Ili bolničar ili ono...
Ovaj sitiju sam vozio tenka, vozio sam ono...
A ne tenka, nego onako kao posao.
Ovdje imate oružje, momci.
Pa ne, imaš i veći sa tenkom.
Alo.
Reci, ću li oružje to uzeti?
Ovdje ima oružje, otvaraj vrata, dođi. Otvaraj to. Dođi, Nenade.
Otvaraj to, evo ga.
Imaš ključ za ta vrata.
Gotovo.
Oho. A, da, ima zamki. Gledaj na pod, vidjet ćeš ove, stani.
Pa me upucao je bod.
Zamke, pa.
Skinuli ste mi health.
Stani, Kigis.
Skinuli ste mi mašavni health.
Zamke, imaš zamke po podu, pazi.
Nije on mene ubeđio, ja sam rekao to da ima muški i ženski
spasite
konje.
druga, možda se ubije od voćkica trenutno. Sve
Evo on ga pištolj ovdje.
sekundarno voćkice.
Tu spasite druga, možda se ubije.
Kesić, dobij si, čuješ, dobij si novi pištolj, pogledaj.
Čekaj, stani.
Daj bre Snake, bre, gasi te voćkice tamo, pozadini.
Vidiš? Ja imam voćkice. Nemam ja, ima Nenad.
Eto ima samo jedan u magazinu.
Tu spasite druga.
Spasi me samoće, ćutanja i plača, ne dozvoli da postanem sudbine jača.
A šta da radiš, Beka? Voli čovjek, pa pusti.
Joe voli, Joe pati. Ajmo napolje, svi smo završili.
Nema veze, to tako to.
O, čuješ Kesić, brate, ne tam. To ti je to.
Nego?
Pištolj smo dobili i to je to. To ti je kraj. S ovim možemo izaći napolje. Pobiti ova govna.
Evo o čemu pričam,
O ne. Aaaa, ne.
Legenda.
Pucajte ga u gus. A nemojte vi, pustite vi njega da u mene ubiti, hvala.
A je moguće.
Dobre.
Pa vidiš kako sam ga ošurio jebot.
Jesi s leđa,
Ja mislim
bravo.
da se lakše skidaš sa heroina nego sa onih LSD-a, bret.
Ko?
Ajmo dalje. Hello.
Šta je, kaže lik, šta je ovo grob ti jeba?
Šta je ovo? It's not safe. Kill nervy enemies.
Evo sad je sigurno.
Ovo je baš ozbiljne droge.
Neće da...
Je, oće.
Evo ga sad oće.
Oće.
Pa da, no nije stila kad si ti.
Ejo, majko mi, ajmo priz. Majko mi. Hvala ti što si budan večeras.
I like it.
Zaslužio follow. Pa kako nije, bret. Zapratite ga tamo, bret.
Nemoj da me iko prati, hvala mi, ne treba mi.
Mora, bret.
Ne treba mi pratioci.
A kako, bret?
Ne treba. Ne dugujem nikom ništa.
A ne duguješ, dugujem ja. Ko je to lo?
Znaš ko imam pratioci, stalno me botuju ovi digitalni umetnici, nude mi da mi rade banere i
šta je Twitch
gluposti.
meni uradio. Nabili mi 400 followera i sve mi skinuli.
Deco Mafia. Welcome to my channel. Dracula Raid.
Hvala za raid. Komac.
Really bad, Bobby.
Beriš! Šta je to? Lijepo evo da
Ne,
Deco Mafia.
Bro.
Thanks for following.
Hvala vi.
Ile se?
To vas je Dracula preusmjerio vama.
Hitovan!
Noti Dracula, noti. Desno ne
Šaj, on je neki
ti komentarišu šta
Bravo.
Stream.
Dižem te, treći osto napred, idem do ubijem
Ne,
treći.
jesi tu ušao opet u istu kanalizaciju koju smo izašli, majke?
Nisam.
Ne dali se.
Pa koga će drugo od tebe?
Lijepo, mam video.
Snake!
Majmun je jedan. Majmunski.
Oh no.
Diži ga.
Idem.
Spasiba.
Mali svi. Watch my back! Diži ga i piću periš.
Opet neki... Markav. Pazi Kesiću.
Ne, uzimam i oružje umjesto.
Iza tebe, Nada.
Lutač, bebo.
Inače, Nenad, ovdje ti oružje ima efektivni domet.
Inače, doći će nama ekipa, vrete.
Nije treba. Primus.
Si još živ kao jebote zombi.
Znam da vas je Dracula posle. Spasiba.
Stavio sam ovu knjigu na 20. level, Snake, je to max?
Ovo ti je max. A možda drugo nešto drugo.
Fanning ima to.
Ja ga nemam. Ma neću.
Ja sam primjer napisao Dracula Raid.
Vidim.
A šta radim?
Šalješ mi razbojnike.
Ne šaljem ja.
Razbojnik.
Pa raid. Raid ti je pohara. Jesam dobro preveo, Nenad.
Kaže, brat ubiven od koga sam. A, moguće. A komentari tvoji, znam da uzem track.
Pa i ti si isto kao i on 15 sati.
Čega 15 sati?
Ne.
A, ma baterij.
A ne.
Nemoj da se praviš.
Pa ja da znam od jutros nisi gasio igru jebo.
Jesi ti meni živ i zdrav, ja sam pogledao jedan film već.
Ja još
I
nisam...
A
odišao
Neno
krug.
kaže kako 15 sati, pa i on igra 15 sati.
Ma ne igram, Kesiću, ostavio sam kompjuter upaljen i otišao.
Ma znam sve,
Dobro.
pa vidio sam da te nema.
Pa naravno, ne bi reći da ugasim stream. Po pola sata stream. Ko nema što radi. 30 minuta stream.
Pola sata stream.
Ajde bre, jebem. A dobro, to ti isto kada kupiš kola, neće da...
Hoćete li checkpoint da označimo?
Moraš da ih voziš.
Au, to je taj boss, dođi vam. Ovo isti je najboss od malo te, sad će biti lakše. Zato što sam smanjio nivo težine. Pa nas neće van shotovat golem. Nenad, molim te nemoj da igraš mobilne igre.
Ne gasi, dečo.
Gledam.
Nenad nešto radi dok mi igramo.
Gledam ovaj sisu. Gledam sisu.
Gledaš sisu, dobro. Aj sedi tu kad gledaš sisu.
Mnogo. Puno.
Nema veze, sačekat ćemo da se oni pobiju.
To je to, to je checkpoint. Ajmo da vidimo.
Mi ulećemo. A gdje su on kapice?
Samo stavi kapicu.
Daj da ubijemo ovog bossa, ja idem spavati.
Može. Taj si ti biti easy peasy, samo ga.
Uzeli su ovdje loot iz supply,
Imaš sad 4 gyro na Kesiću za upgrade, znaš?
Ja
mislim da puca levo. Ma jes, ti možeš čito srde da pobiješ.
Samo da priđeš.
Samo da priđeš. Samo toliko.
That's all you got. Running low.
Dolazi, pazi. Pobjeći, gledaj on. To je to, pobjegaj. Dobar red.
Gdje uteka Snake?
No, pobjega je dalje. Niz nivo.
Tensur. Welcome to my
Ne
channel.
znam zašto, skinuo sam ubio dobar
Tako je
damage.
skriptovano, da te maltretira i onda pobjegne u boss arenu.
A dobar damage sam ubio skinuo.
Ma ubit ćemo ga sad, vidit ćeš. Probaj Nenade,
Nažurim niđe.
probaj onaj single shot pištolj smo pokupili. Ne u mene, hvala.
Ali si te upravo.
Evo ga, Kesiću.
Ja sa sleđe kad gađa stožima, može?
Još je bio sad moć.
On mamu ti jebem. Pazi.
A, šta ja radim? Trova. Diži me ako imaš ugo.
Ovo ima minigun, ljudi. Leži, strelac.
Ja trola gađa.
Ljudi, ne mogu sam. Bije me ovaj smrad u gas.
Bliže Milane, bliže.
Navukli ste mi ovoga, jebao mi je majka.
Kaj ovo je?
Stižeš li?
Stižeš li?
Je.
Nemoj.
Evo ti ovaj stiže.
Redi kad nam skampuju to.
Safe sam ti sad, slobodno.
Je, ali ja nisam safe.
Što se pomeraš, Milane? Dva tima oči.
Ma lagano, gdje je njega dva?
Nemoj da paranoišem.
Aj evo.
Aj sebi da vidiš. Ben, ajde. Seriously, Milana?
Seriously.
Ajde.
Je.
U trepe!
Ko je bliži, brzo.
Prvo mene jer ja sam mrtav.
Napali su. Nice try, Milane.
Pazi, dolazi ovaj s mitrezom. Čuvaj kesiću. Pazi to malo govno.
Vidiš da su dva tima.
Pazi leđa.
A ne mogu, mora kesić da pomogne, ne može tako.
Ne, mosim. Nisi moj, jesmo?
Dođi kesić, dođi kod nas. Živi nekako, ovaj dolazi. Debeli. Debeli ga. Stani u cover.
Pojače malo gamu i URL.
Mrtav, bravo. Ajmo dalje.
Spusti roletne.
Pa jesi vidio sad kad sam boosto oružje, kako ide?
Ima lakše. Samo se moraš paziti. Šta je to, prsten? Da vidim koji si prsten pokupio, Mother Ring.
Mene je 1.20. I opet ne vidim.
Šta je Mother Ring?
1.35.
Mother Ring smanjuje 20% damage od strela i od gluposti.
Šta slušaj, poobjašnjavam iz igru šta treba da...
Jedi govno, ti si čuo? Tako.
A volite Snake.
Ma ne interesuje.
Božate.
Ma ne čujem ga ja kesiću, nek prdi.
Seriously kaže.
Znaš da juče kad smo igrali ovo čovjek upalio auto i došao kod mene i pade mu na pamet. Ajmo da kupimo kameru, sjećaš se? Kako ono loše bilo je. Sjećaš se?
Aj, gdje ćeš čovječ?
Mi seli da igramo Remnant from Ashes, ajmo da kupimo kameru. Ako možemo li igrati ovo? Namjerno. Ovo imamo ovoga materijala, kesiću. Mislim da možeš upgradeovati oružje do maksimuma skoro. Evo ga boss opet, pazi. U cover. Čuvaj Nenad. To je to, poveći opet. Hvala. To je to.
Seriously?
Čuvaj, čuvaj. Inače SMG imaš da nađeš u onom glavnoj bazi. A mora da se uradi jedan kao mini quest, znaš, za to. Mogu ti pokazati posle ako ćeš. Dosta je dobar ono, ima 40 metaka okvir i ove slabije protivnike razvalje.
Ja bi Snake da razjebem od...
Toga bossa i da stanemo, dobro? No problem. Level up. Svaki skill se boostuje nenade do, ne znam si igrao s tobom, do 20. levelu. Čekićem kad razvolješ ove police gluposti dobijaš najviše resursa. Ali i najspori za normalne protivnike.
This could be useful.
Češ kada ćemo gubiti s prve. Ako ne poginete. Oj.
A gdje Nenad?
Idem.
Nenad je...
Sedi Nenade.
Nenad ima laptop i drugi monitor. Teško mu je da multitaskuje sve. Ili igraš Factorio, majke.
Aj ovamo, Nenade, ovamo.
Hoćeš biti s nama u boss fightu? Da, isti boss. Da. Kao što rekoh, ovo nije... Ovo ti je normal, trebalo bi sad da ga lako ubijemo. Viš.
Da, će mene fokus udariti, brate. Svi mogući na mene fokus.
Moraš da paziš na ove njegove govnare.
Znam, nego sve mene isfokusiralo.
Nije dobro ovaj izgled.
Diži me, Nenade.
Pokušavam, vidiš kaj... Nije dobro ovo kako ćemo da meći.
Pa za njega možda nije dobro.
Da je skamo developing. To je to, dačo, ja vidio.
Gdje ću ga ja, bar ću probat.
Oj jebote. Baš mi majku zombiju. Gdje su on kako?
Bjež!
Ima to negdje doktor možda?
Tamo se kreći.
Ne, doktor zombi.
Doktor zombi?
Seriously?
Jebem ti mater.
Čuje se onaj zvuk Kesiću prije nego što krene bombardovanje. Čuje se kako vidiš da digne oružje u vazduh i krene da gađe
što se čuje, tu su ljudi.
Tu su ljudi, a tu su zveri. Dobre.
Samo efekt.
Pazi, bombardovanje, krećite se.
Idemo najmilije mi.
Dobre. Samo preživite. Čovjek Kesić.
Nešto me drugo ubilo.
Stay from the highway.
Reloading!
Ne mogu.
Slobodno.
Možeš. Samo bježite odmah, čim ga digneš. Bjež, puca u vazduh.
Da, ali me u čošak nabio.
A ne znam gdje on.
Hoćeš da uletimo?
Ispod nas.
Ma daj.
Na pol health. Nemam heal. Dođi vamo da ga digneš.
Da mi samo doletimo.
Bombe. Dođi digni ga vamo.
Agresivno unutra.
Ej, imate.
Pazi, nemoj sad da ga dižeš.
Milane,
Dole,
brate
realno.
mili. Aj prestani ovaj Agorov, boss, smrdljivi. Oko tebe.
Šta čekaj, brate.
Si ga digo, jesi? Mrdaj se! Ne radi! Nemoj off... Jebis.
Pa digo sam ga.
A jesi, ali on alt-tabuje, znaš.
Ne alt-tabuje, ne gledam.
Bolje su ljudi isto.
A gledaš.
Aha.
Dobro.
Gdje je Snake? Eno ga.
Beži
Tegan.
Kili, iza tebe.
Ne mogu tu. Safe sam ga ovdje.
Ajde, pomoću ti da pređeš.
Čekaj.
Pazi bombe.
Ajde, bež.
Fino sam ga sad ošurio.
Dobro, digni ga.
Jebate, on je grovan i dalje.
Digni ga malo, Kesić, ne mogu gledati.
I da ga zapališ. Ovo ima sekiru. Milane,
Ne mogu čošak me nabio, e.
Moram ga sam ubiti.
Mrtav je on skoro, e.
Vidim.
Bacam ovdje kao bombu.
Pa ne mogu, čošak me nabio.
Ovdje su
Jednom ga svekni snajperom i on je gotov. Shade Wood.
Stay out of...
Neki Shade Wood sam dobio.
Sad si ti odmah reći, ubio sam ga.
Okej.
I samo da kampujemo.
Jesi ti to dobio,
Da,
nisi?
praviš oružje. Weapon mod praviš, to ti je dodatak za oružje, ovako kao moć. To smo dobili svi.
A ne, jel ima mrtvih ljudi za...
Ne mogu da vas dignem, ja sam iskoristio na ono srce 3-4 puta na vas i ne mogu više, razumiješ, nema više revival.
Tu vam ja dimljak.
Sabito?
Vi ste vama.
Ja bi Snake na ovome da se završava.
Evo, samo se čekaj da udarim checkpoint.
Ljudi s polja, je.
Southeast.
Ilane, dođi ovdje.
Upravo si Kesić. Skinuli smo ga mi skoro čitavoga, ali ono...
Pa da, ja sam ga u jednom navratu dobro ošurio, znaš. Zaređa sam ga bio.
Ovdje je checkpoint ispred nas.
Ali... Jednog da, sad ću ja drugog.
Izbacim me kamen.
To je to. Hoćete li...
Da se nabuđi oružje, misliš?
Molim, samo pomozi mi da uradimo.
Ovdje je jedan. Iza zida.
Mogu ja...
Ne, ima fosa nego brza fosa.
Ko izašao?
Niko ne izašao.
Uzeo sam ovo i ubio me, kako?
Ne,
ovo mora da gori.
To je to.
Ovdje su u dvorištu.
Imaš dve...
Treba meni ovo. Ali mi ovo ovdje.
Dobili smo ulicu od njega. Šta je to bilo? Twisted Idol. Increase armor by 30%, reduce encumbrance by 15%.
Važi.
Ti Kesiću staješ od žele?
Aha.
Okej. Češ ti Nenad da ti nađem SNG? Dobro.
4.
Da, svi su west, northwest.
Onda...
Kritično stanje, brati.
Ja bi da se staje na ovo.
Ajde, stanje.
Možemo da izađemo na
Šta
isto.
upgradeš oružje? Pre nego što izađeš.
A kako hoćeš, možemo. Možda je bolje.
Sljedeći put da možda kreneš odmah.
Nisu odgorele, još gore. Si nešto?
Kada upgradeš oružje možeš
jer
samo...
ja mislim da će biti nešto da mogu sad upgradeovat.
Bić, pa kupili smo grdilo materijal, znaš?
What?
Ne, kovač, levo. Ona samo prodaje dodatke.
Znam, nego hoću armor da upgradeujem.
Na ovu stranu su svi. Bio! Sletite mu jebote!
Evo sad ću.
Šotku ima,
Negan.
Si rekao Negan, ona iz...
Uf, tu je još jedan.
Moraš da me healaš, Mirane. Imaš nekromancer. Još mora, još. Ne moraš šajti naći ovamo heal.
Dobro si mi rekao, polako.
Na meni su.
I imaš, pogledaj levo kod nje. Imaš da napraviš cvet. Cvet je kao mamac. To ti je ono kao moć. To ispališ i onda kao svi napadaju to, znaš. To ti je dobro kod bossa. Da ispališ to i onda svi protivnici se fokusiraju na taj cvet, ne na tebe. Osim boss. Boss tebe gađa.
Thank you, man. Seriously?
No problem. Samo uživaj.
Take care, my friend.
Idem ja da napravim večer.
Sad!
Sad.
Koliko ti misliš da imaš, oprosti...
Godine.
Šta će ti kalorije? Šta će ti sad kalorije u 12 uveč?
Pa i Beka jede, i Beka isto ovdje.
Samo te pitam, šta?
Pa šteti.
Dobre, uživaj.
Na koji pa šteti ja?
Anything else you need? Let's see what we got.
Malo spravljene. Kobasice, kečajne.
Baš jebem mi ti familiju, pičku ja. Seriously?
Samo interese kakav ovo još damage pravi. Ništa.
Mene ne može biti, ja sam upgrade ovog hit, znaš.
Ivana, polako, ne. Samo lagano.
Mogu da te teleportem ako hoćeš da probaš.
Ovdje, digo ga je već.
Češ da viš?
Tu. Ja je mrtav, tako. Lose a bounty, Šta krova, a?
Evo ti. A probaj. Inače, onog bossa što smo probali da ubijemo prvi put, ja sam bio promijenio nivo težine na hard i vidio sam da se batargamu pa sam vratio na normalno. Malo je previše izazovno, ako ne znaš kako boss radi. Op! Izvoli, kje si problem. Oh, 2 metra, ne?
Seriously? Stay out of the highway. Neka ga je
Nije loše, no?
To korektno, a?
Mislim da nisi
2
zabravio
metra,
vrata.
dosta dobro. Na snajperu, ne?
A?
To level 9.
Zabravio.
Evo dolazi, buje.
Kad možda provjeriš, piše ti sniper rifle plus 9, jel?
Yes.
Gdje to mogu da provjerim?
Pritisneš escape, ideš na ono karakter i piše ti tamo koji level puška.
Plus 10 piše.
To ti je max, za resto nema u materijale, je ti. Za sad je to max.
Idemo se.
To je dosta jako, samo da znaš.
Ovo će biti dug meč. Svi nešto okolišaju, majku im jebam u piču.
Evo ti ovaj, za koliko si mogu biti. Gledaj, neće prići. Viš? Gotovo.
To je dosta korektno, a?
Bili smo ga kozeci.
Ilana, ovi će opet da pale ovdje. To što kažeš.
To ti je municija za snajper.
Archer, watch yourself! Watch my back! Chop off!
Jedan hit. Prda neko. Seriously?
Inače, znaš koji ti je najbolje oružje, stvarno? Od ovih statnih. Winchesterka. Ima 10 metaka okvir i headshotovi rade tipa 300 damage. Kad se upgrade. A nije, nego gledao sam stat na oružje, razumeš?
Auto 5 tvoj.
Snajper je odličan zato što radi tipa, vjerojatno radiš oko 450-500 damage, jel tako?
650 u glavu.
Yes. Ali imaš jedan ili koliko ja metak, jel tako?
Evo mi se.
Čekaj, vamo smo bili. Vamo smo bili. Da. Onda piče pravo sam.
Dobar meč u pičku materinu, jebate, dead meč. Ludilo.
Evo, dupli heal.
Idemo dalje. U nekromancer je. Seriously?
Imaš da uzmeš kesiju, pritisneš inventar, ja mislim i iskoristiš adrenalin, plava injekcija. I onda brže trčiš, pogledaj. Sad kad imaš dovoljno para...
Duže stamina ti traje, viš?
I duže ti stamina traje i sprint ti je brži, vidiš koliko tu sprintaš brzo.
I imaš legendarno dabra.
Čekaj, vamo smo bili... Vamo nismo. Ja obično kad imam dosta para kupim oko 100 tih adrenaline, znaš, i onda mogu da se krećem brže po mapi. Ne moram da kako kaskam. Mislim da ne košta puno, tipa 15-20 onoga gvožđa po...
Imaš dole brzi shift bez da uđeš u inventory da klikneš, vidiš?
Jel?
1, 2, 3, 4.
A da, to ti je kao quick slot. To ti odmah da izvuče. Čekaj, nije mjesto, vam. Vamo. Da, na ovu stranu. Da. Čekaj ću. Ovdje.
Gdje je Matori umro jebote, ne vrš.
Matori aligatori.
Danas ima posla samo s meni. Mislim da je prsi.
Kako čovjek koji strpljenja, pazite se. Koji nema strpljenja, nema. I ima za pare.
Nema za OBS.
Nema za nešto što zahteva 3-4 klika, nema.
Mogao ja na 12.000. Ako smo se večeras napunili para. Ovo je meč posljednji nema, tako smo uzeli ljudi.
Najvjerojatnije si ide tamo gdje si ti.
Evo, dva tima živa vrat.
Oho, evo para.
Sada pušim u sobu s hunt, ali ne.
Što, nećeš u kućane da razbiješ?
Ne, da stalno sprdiš sobu, već. zavez.
Aaaa.
Ne pušim ja ni u, brate, kola. Znaš, a pušim inače. Ovako
Gdje?
pušim, ali ne.
Pa
Oni ti
dobro.
moraju platiti 100.000 dinara zato što je dete veđao policajca. Pa ubio bi gorbatine. Skršio bi ukiš.
Koga bi skršio? Det.
Bashchalik. Welcome to my channel.
Seriously?
Opsi daisy!
Di pedacoli su i do sada radili sa njima i dešavaju se ova sranja.
Lov je!
Bele i crvene su ti, to se provalio kesi. Bele i crvene su ti municija, a žuto ti je para.
Tamo dvojica.
Headshot, aj dođi na treći. Jebe mi ti, ispred
Nisu
mene.
tu.
Seriously?
Šta seriously? Seriously Sam?
Sirius Sam.
Ilaš.
Ajmo dalje.
Samo glup čovjek ne može da se ne smene glupo za... Opa, je nešto naprijed Kesić, vidio sam.
Što je stegao zlato ovoliko?
Ko je stegao zlato?
Kampere, majmune, čekaju nas i umru.
Para?
Neki su ovo imbecili, brate. Oko retard moraš biti je. Znaš si zasadu ti pravi neko i on umre, brate.
Ne bi ga, onda je loše zasadu.
Nisu odali. Htjeli smo sustu.
Evo ti municije Kesiću. Evo ti kod mene vamo hoćeš.
Pa, Godar dokovi, idemo tamo. Idemo u Godar dokove.
Over there!
Dobro.
Milane, možeš pomoći oko
Mi
Kerova,
bi sad
bro.
trebali do checkpointa, jel?
Da, checkpoint je napred.
Sorry, nisam ih radilo.
U kanalizaciji, samo da vidim. Momento.
Na checkpoint bi ja stao, znaš.
Dobro, very good.
Ne, Kesiću, ne.
Ne držim ja nikog, ja da ne držim ovdje nikog s pištoljem, naravno. Kao Milan, Milan je pod ugovorom kad igra Shodan.
Znači, ne smije da se jede smoki.
Da. Mora ozbiljno da se igra i tako, to nema zebancije.
Može samo kofein, kafa, eto čisto da bi bolje igrao.
Jest, narkotici, opijati.
Ovdje ti je boss.
Nije dole metro, to smo jučer igrali, ja ti sećaš se. Naš onaj metro, i dole ti checkpoint inače, to si upravo.
Askero.
Znaš zašto znam da nije, zato što se ne spone tako boss. Obično ti je, tu gdje smo mi bili, to ti je glavna ulica. Obično iz glavne ulice imaš 3-4 manje zone i na kraju svake zone imaš boss. Ali ovo ti je, tipa sad ti je ovo metro, uparit ću se skladnju s tobom. Gle.
Nemam.
Evo ti, stanica metro. I na kraju stanice imaš boss. Šef stanice! Ajmo.
Evo idem kod vas.
Pauza.
Gdje ugasi sesiju?
Samo escape leave. Imaš escape exit. To je to. Jednim klikom se izglasi.
Dobro, ubit ćemo ga brzo, pošto smo profesionalci.
Kakva ti igra?
Čujemo se, pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Seriously?
Šta seriously? Seriously Sam?
Seriously? Dobro, mi smo ubili jedan tim, još 2 tima. Seriously, ubili smo Billy the Kid. Billy.
Da me
Ja
znate.
se ustro, vidim neko isto mene stoji, gleda mene, gledam ja njega. I ko je sljedeći moment, ko će prvi da opali, bilo je trenutak, ono kad sve smrzlo. I samo sam prso, već. Legendarni dabrovi, yes, Snake. U Frost 1.
God forgive you.
Brate Milane, ovo što smo stavili cooler, mama bet.
Pa nije Milan izmislio toplu vodu, to sam ti mogu i ja reći. Znaš šta je problem? Što Milan ne umije da ohladi svoj kompjuter, viš da mu stalno pregreva.
Ne, treba mi, zato što evo sad kad je toplo, već mi veće temperature. Meni su, brate, sobi za ono, država toplota fazom, brate.
What did he say?
Već mi toplo sad je.
It's another time, I guess.
Huh?
I'm going to bed. I'm
Seriously?
fucking cooked.
Oh shit. Alright.
A deraš ti koja je razlika sad? 40 stepeni, a tamo prošli put 80 i nešto. A plus mi zatvoreno sad kućište. To je ono treba.
Ko je to, Nenad? Daj malo kontroliraj.
Seriously, Nenade?
Kontroliraj se.
Sad se mi ja,
Gdje su ljudi, šta je ovo?
kako se ja majko moja.
Još nisam pogledao, Nenade, nobody. There's nobody. Jedan tim iza nas, drugi tim
Ja
iza
sam
nas.
ga vapu gledao.
Moramo da ih pustimo da se pobiju.
Mnogo dobro od glume, bez ga usta.
To je glumac?
Da.
Aha. Poznato je da Keanu Reeves ne glumi kao cigla. Nije loša kao osoba, čini mi se, ali glumi kao cigla, ono, znaš. Gleda se i bolje glumce. A ovaj lik je baš odglumio. Dobro.
Samo držite pozicije, ne damo im. 2 bombe idu,
La bomba.
I sad mi kaži
Ovi
da
sami
će ovaj
sebe
sad i
hituju.
povata, a?
Ko to?
Ova sisa.
Dok li si stigao?
Znači da krene da je kantuje, a?
Samo njih troje tu, pored tebe.
Ne znam dok li si
S
stigao.
ove strane, Milki.
Sad evo toče neki benzin i to na pumpu.
Ili ne? Ne.
U onaj sisu, jeli?
Mhm.
A, gledao si kad su ga obesili, jel tako?
Mhm.
Pa da. Neću da otkrivam dalje, sam gledao.
Pomozi mu. Opa, treći isto. Tu ti treći. Dobro, nema veze. Čio otrov ovdje, hitovan.
Ima jedna dobra fora, vidjet ćeš sa 2 nemačka vojnika na motoru je.
Saboljom, kako
To
si
je-
naređen.
Kako se ne...
Ovo si odigrao do jaja, bret. Druga ekipa nam dolazi.
Ali, jesi gledao deo kad je pitao za njega štab? Kad su mu rekli kao da se okrene i da kao vrate se nazad kao na svoju misiju, da kao batale, da ga ne traže. I kad je ovaj ignorisao naređenje.
Kako nam stavimo? Druga ekipa dolazi, ipak nisu ovi pobili ništa. Moramo mi čito srda da pobijemo.
Što da ne?
Seriously?
Yes, why not?
Evo ga jedan ovdje.
Jedan tu, a ovo su tu si jedan.
Pazi.
Rak, vidim.
A few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he was engaging in cyber sex with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on it.
What's going on? Dad, will you get out of here? No, I will not.
If you
You tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube. What?
Mislim da će kidnapovat
What are you
pilota.
doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm going to wake your mother up and find out? No. Then get out of here, off that internet. Fine. What is your trouble? I'm not going to kill myself. Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no! Yes. No! What are you doing? Don't do it, Dad. I'm going to shut this thing right down. No. Yes. No. Dad, no. Stop. Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay? Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down. No. Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening to kill himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved. Honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place, but this crosses multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonichu is one thing, but having cyber sex with someone as mentally debilitated as him borders on unspeakable. Besides, Blue Spike eventually said he was having phone sex with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for what? What was the point in doing that exactly? And where were this kid's parents? How can you be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how could the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting himself and Chris to this hell? All of this is beyond unexplainable, and I doubt we'll ever get a good explanation. Bob managed to spare himself from ever knowing the full extent of what was going on that night, as when he walked in, Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at Chris and delivered the line he's probably the most famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same kind was leaked, all the earned him the nickname the famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same kind was leaked, all the while Blue Spike continued to share Skype conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public. As some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body below, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to a website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time cracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris out of a genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street-smart survivalist. If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around your little hometown in your mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio was the co-founder of Sonichu Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I have received much support in the trip not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna, as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. Even these spirits from my past Weston family members who were buried in the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 changes of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and the portion of my roadmap with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, $16 in my wallet, my phone will be fully charged, and I have a freshly filled tank of gas. On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate troll or to catch a predator sting operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified the police and filed a missing persons report in fear that he would get himself killed on the trip. The ride to Ohio would be mostly uneventful, and when he was crossing state lines and passing a toll booth, Chris managed to lock himself out of his own car. Luckily, someone else at the toll booth had AAA and called on them to help Chris get back in his car. In a fateful coincidence, his other stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually, he made it to the random address given as Max and Julie's residence, but all he found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother. Fortunately, this trip was harmless for Chris, and after calling his parents, he headed back to Ruckersville, getting home at about 3 in the morning. Despite how much trouble he got in with his parents, who threatened to leave him homeless if he ever did anything like that again, and despite the money he wasted and the fact he was tricked into going there, Chris himself eventually came to hold quite the positive outlook on it, saying he enjoyed the sights as he drove. After his safe return, he had one last conversation with Blue Spike, where he relayed his story of the trip, while Blue Spike struggled to believe he actually went to Ohio. The conversation shows that Chris continued to be in the dark about Julie being completely fake, even after the trip. Promptly, Marsh began with his left foot. Someone from ED produced postcards with frames from Chris's tape with Kimmy and sent them to Bob, who took away Chris's ability to make videos, which is quite fair and should have been done a long time before it came to this. Just 2 days after this, another absolute tragedy happens, also due to malevolent deeds of Blue Spike. On the 3rd of March, Chris gets in a call with Julie, Max, Clyde, and a few other people. The circumstance now was that Max had control over Chris's PSN account, his Yahoo email, and the login information of Sonichu and Rosachu.com. By threatening to sell his accounts on eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore, Max gets Chris to do his bidding. The particulars of this began mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as the mayor of Quickville, and have himself imprisoned. However, things would go downhill in a way that every other troll didn't expect and weren't okay with. In the middle of this hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonichu medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his butt. Throughout this entire ordeal, Blue Spike's psychopathic mean-spiritedness came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls had intervened, telling him to stop what he was doing as it went way past any line imaginable. Blue Spike would follow it up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against, and the other people in the call once again intervened. After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make the long overdue reveal, stating that all of this time, Chris had been having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of being a pedophile, and that Chris Hansen would have him arrested. When Blue was about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in the wildfire, like many of Chris's other faux girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're going crazy, okay? You don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, there are more things to life than your PS3 and whatever. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonichu fans. Nobody gives two shits about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. He's been fooled so many times." What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believed. There are very few moments in Christery as grueling as this one. Thankfully, it seems Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact with another girl named Emily, and on the 19th of March, he's chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated the whole thing and planned ahead to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learn that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the Watchmen movie, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris, while Bob is mostly just confused about the situation. After the date, he calls her up, but not before he receives hookers at his door, ordered by Clyde cash. Later on in March, Chris uploads himself giving a tour of his house, as well as a video of him singing a song wherein he declares his love for farting. Chris also mentions Megan, but only to ask for trolls to stop bothering her. After the end of the Julie arc, Chris moves towards another potential sweetheart by the name of Ivy. He also pledges to leave YouTube forever, though just a week later he returns, announcing his new website. Shortly after this, he makes another video greeting Ivy, which is paired with yet another video, this time of him kissing Kimmy, the sex doll, with an image of Ivy taped to her face. The first half of April is more or less calm, with Chris uploading a few funny videos, such as this one where he pretends to be some kind of Irish Easter bunny. By the 16th, the Miscreants leaked 3 videos they obtained directly from Chris by pretending to be girls. One where he's drinking his own semen mixed with Fanta, one where he's spanking his own naked ass, and lastly, one where he's dancing around naked in his filthy shower stall. While absolutely depressing, Chris takes these in stride, as just a day later, he uploads another video kissing Ivy's face on Kimmy. It's also in the month of April that the long-forgotten Christian and the Hedgehog Boys drop a comeback album. Other than that, we have a potential marriage proposal for Ivy, and a couple of other leaked videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
Now we're watching the strong man lifting a very heavy office chair. Note, the chair weighs a grand number of pounds. Now we will be seeing the strong man lifting the same chair with a very heavy basket full of junk in the chair.
As well as a video of him sprinting naked in his room, which I can't show you, but you can imagine how graceful it is. One of this month's highlights is a comic Chris drew for Ivy of himself about to begin intercourse with his giant ding-dong. Of course, these instances of trolling are much more lighthearted than what preceded them. When informed that a little girl called, bear with me here, their words not mine, Ching Chong stumbled across the videos leaked of him doing those egregious things, Chris felt compelled to explain himself, and so he did. In the couple of videos he posted, he says the things he did were normal and good, and Ivy, the person whom he admits was the reason at least one of the videos was made, is definitely a real girl and not a troll, and that they soon will meet up in real life and have sex, and it will be awesome. One of the videos got linked to the website Fark, where it got over 200,000 views. This landed him in the public eye of mainstream media. A few of his videos were being featured on a Boston radio station, while his admission to drinking his own semen was being discussed on an LA radio station. Chris Chan's fame had gone nationwide, but he had no idea. As while this was happening, he was too busy drawing a comic of himself marrying Ivy, as well as a few of himself, as Sonic, having explicit sex with a Sonic furry version of Ivy. He also attempts to put his autobiographical article on Wikipedia, but it gets taken down and he subsequently protests. By the 15th, his relationship with Ivy quietly ends as he takes down all of the videos mentioning her, and Clyde announces that they broke up. Later on, Clyde goes into detail about what caused the breakup. It was revealed during this time that Chris had gone to the police because of Josh, and with Rocky. As previously stated, Chris kept mentioning going to the police, but I didn't think he'd actually do so, as that would entail explaining things to his parents. Also, Bob and Barb have always been extremely afraid of the authorities. Bob hid the vast majority of troll material from Barb. The breaking point for Bob and Barb had been Josh. He had sold Chris a PSP with a non-existent feature for a higher price than a normal PSP. While Josh was scamming Chris, Chris scammed Josh back by giving him a bad check. Bob and Barb ended up agreeing to go to the police with Rocky to catch Josh and only Josh. They agreed only to discuss matters regarding Josh, as they were handling Clyde and the other trolls on their own terms. Taking advantage of the situation, Rocky blindsided Bob and Barb at the station by monopolizing and domineering the police's help. She pushed for the authorities to investigate all the trolls, and Ivy as well. Despite his parents' protests, Rocky went against their wishes and ignored their harbored anxiety. Needless to say, I was pretty pissed. While Bob and Barb and Josh continued their feud over a PSP, I broke up with Chris over his betrayal. Fun fact, this Josh character happens to be one of Chris's oldest acquaintances, having attended the same speech therapy classes as him during their childhood. While this was going on, Quickieville.com, Chris's site at the time, got hacked, and messages attacking Chris began being displayed on it. 4 days later, the site went down, and the revelation that Ivy 2 was a troll prompted Chris to upload a video to his YouTube channel saying that, from now on, he would only be taking real-life encounters with women into consideration when it came to finding a sweetheart. Too little, too late. A few days later, his drinking confession finds its way to the, at the time, infamous Opie and Anthony show, which was nationally syndicated and one of the largest comedy shows in the US. It's unsure if Chris ever found out that this happened, but if he did, it certainly contributed to the delusions of grandeur he was already harboring. At the tail end of May, Chris tries to engage in his love quest on Craigslist, but his ad gets taken down for racism. In June, his YouTube account gets hacked, and the hackers re-upload the video where he admits to being gay, which he was coerced in the first place into making by Clyde. When Chris gets a hold of his account, he immediately deletes it and favorites multiple Britney Spears videos to prove how straight he is. Later on in the month, he uploads a song called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There, a spoof of a similarly named song from the Boondocks.
Hello, my name is Uncle Ruckus, no relation. I'm gonna sing y'all a song I just made up. It's called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust any homos over there, leaving their homo stank in the air. Them sappy, flappy, dumb homos with their finger on the trigger. Don't trust any homos over there.
Once again, in his attempt to attack gay people, he throws some racism in for good measure. Also, he appears not to know how to upload a video not recorded from his camera and is manually holding up a sign that says, "This video is audio only." Besides this, the month is pretty scarce of any salacious occurrences, other than Chris drinking his first ever alcoholic beverage, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, possibly one of, if not the best Chris trolls makes his debut in the latter half of June. C-Chan Sonichu CWC, better known as Liquid Chris. Despite sharing essentially no similarity with Chris Chan besides his last name, Liquid Chris decided to make the account to claim that he was the real CWC. In early July, he uploaded a video formally denouncing the original Chris Chan, whom we'll be calling Solid Chris whenever both him and Liquid are being discussed simultaneously. Initially, Solid Chris chose to ignore this, either out of laziness or because Rocky, his advisor from church, helped him avoid needless conflicts online. At this time, Larry Bundy Jr., or Guru Larry as his channel is called, conducted an interview with Chris and began uploading selective excerpts online. In this interview, Chris is decidedly uncooperative and not his usual energetic self, though it's unknown if this was accidental or done intentionally by Chris to appear as more of an unfazed diva who is used to being interviewed. Rocky's efforts, however effective they may have been at other moments, came up short on the 17th of July, when Chris uploaded multiple videos attacking random trolls, calling them the R word, which Chris previously denounced prior to this, and also telling them to keep themselves safe. The thing is, the people that Chris was targeting in these messages had already closed their accounts by the time the videos went up, so this was completely gratuitous. Because of the not exactly terms of service friendly rhetoric Chris was espousing, his channel was shortly terminated thereafter. A day later, he makes a new channel called IBA Chandler, and he makes a post titled A Near Public Apology, where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions of attacking those users. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept being hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wearing a Sonichu medallion in the video, which in Christianism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the V-board of 4chan, though little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the Chris Chan classic Rollin' and Trollin' comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in this story.
We're coming to you live from Quickfield today. We're over at the Quickfield Pavilion. The Hedgehog Boys and Master Christian Mayor. They perform here every Friday night.
Što mi je ovo slađe nego bilo šta.
In it, Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register and no Sonichu medallion on. Even if he was kosher to doing this, which he most likely was, as this doesn't really seem like an idea he'd come up with himself, the video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than you'd expect. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Rollin' and Trollin', Chris uploaded another video dispelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job and his LARP as a normal man. After Liquid Chris supposedly sold some Sonichu merchandise at an anime convention, Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derides the fact that Sonichu Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper, when he, the true and honest Chris Chan, only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid's battle to reclaim his PSN account from hackers raged on, and he kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos, which leaked to the V-board, contains Chris humping his PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation the winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid Chris, even making version versus Chad type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one and the creator of Sonichu. This culminated in Solid Chris shaving his goatee in the aptly titled video. It took me weeks to perfect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess. This isn't ever really explained, and of course it did nothing to sway the people swarming his comment section saying Liquid Chris was the real one to deliberately annoy him, so Solid proceeded to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry for the third round, Liquid Chris took advantage of the fact that Solid's online handle was IBA Chandler and decided to allege that his real name was Ian Brandon Anderson. This led every troll under the sun to instantly pack Solid's comment sections with mentions of Ian, which deeply irritated his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to be the center of the attention it got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, Solid went even as far as shedding his pride, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged, and I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris's real name is Jeff, while acting like his dad somehow got in touch with a task force to settle this matter once and for all, and that all Liquid had to do in order for Solid to call them off was to admit that he wasn't the original creator of Sonichu. As you can imagine, this didn't have very much of an effect, as Solid's threats were obviously unfounded. After Liquid's 5th entry to the competition, Solid drops one of the most memorable highlights of his YouTube content, succinctly dubbed Chris Chandler.
I am Christian Weston Chandler. So get into your damn skull and call me the real name that as God that's been given to me and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989. You damn fucking bastard!
Apparently, he was deeply irritated that Liquid hadn't done the entire song but opted to just do a portion of it and then do commentary. Whenever he isn't comically raging about being called Ian Brandon Anderson, he's once again threatening Liquid with some type of unspecified legal action. Though it's a virtual certainty, Solid never actually went through the hassle of registering Sonichu as his intellectual property, so it's not a very credible threat, is it? He also reiterates that the medallion is made of Crayola model magic and not paper, which only signify how much importance he attributes to the exact composition of these Sonichu artifacts. Like it must be made of just the right combination of materials or else it cannot be consecrated as truly Sonichu. A few days later, Solid Chris posts yet another video saying all of the same things, but this time without the rages, probably due to some counseling from Rocky, who informed him that screaming and throwing tantrums like a 10-year-old doesn't do him any favors with the trolls. While he's certainly not at his most likable, this month is punctuated with a post from Chris where he expresses his disgust and disapproval of some fan art that was sent him, which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes grotesque themes, and Chris specifies that the fan art of Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the Blue Spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to Drawn CP. Approaching the middle of August, the winner of the SingStar Challenge is to be declared based on the votes of 6 judges, and Liquid and Solid each get to pick 3. Most likely due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the
Počeo mi se direktno lepak, pa sam zato pauzirao to što sam slušao. Ne spavam, zašto bi spavao?
A gdje nam je odlazi?
Dolazim. Mislim da gleda film.
Odlazim!
Seriously?
Želek nisi u treću, ja? Okej.
Pustimo tebe. Pustimo tebe, Borise.
Zadnji epoh. Tu.
Mene pitaš.
Ja jesam.
Šta je treba? Ne znam kad pričaš sa mnom, kad pričaš s publikom.
Pa pričam Snake. Valjda znaš koga zove.
Kao što rekao, nekad pričaš sa mnom, nekad pričaš s publikom. Ja volim kad ljudi pričaju sa mnom direktno. Kad počneš da pričaš s publikom i da ih zabavljaš, ja te više ne slušam. Milan recimo stalno priča s publikom. Znaš, to njegovo Ileš, zna da me nervira i onda ga ne slušam. A to onda priča s publikom, kapiraš, i onda nema tijela.
Radiš večeras, ne radiš, kad radiš?
Sad je 12 sati, ne znam kako misliš da radim, da sam teo da radim, već bi radio.
Zato sam te i pitao jeboga, nisam pitao publiku nego tebe jeboga.
Boga Dinovački, ga Dinovački.
Evo ga i nema.
Uzijem trag, nastavite da...
Oj veseli se kući domaćine.
To da bude da je Milan stvarno budan jebote.
Kad je tu pedjica?
Gleda mamica šupa, znači.
Pa dve, ja ne mogu ga spavam pre 2 sata.
Sve ovakvi, vrate, mečevi...
Znaš, Jelozubi, kad su tu mamica i Franjica, onda ne spava.
Ona će da im popušim kući.
Tu mamica i Franjica... Nema spava.
Ne znam kako bi ti rekao...
Jo, Franjo, ti Milki već.
Ali kažem kad mamica ti, ili Franjica, pošto u zadnje vreme Franjo, Franjice, a da vidiš ovo što ovo za novo napajanje, grafička, podnožje, kućište, BMW, W, znaš, ono,
Svađio. Uzijem trag ovaj, nastavi dalje.
Da.
Dobro.
Ko to gleda?
Forket, evo forket.
Šta? Pornić?
Ko gleda Sisu?
Sisu?
Da.
Ja sam gledao.
Kako je Sisu?
Odlično ako. Ne zjebao je, nemoj mi... Ti znaš da su Finci imali najboljeg snajpera u drugom svjetskom ratu?
Znam.
Ne, to nije ni bio drugi svjetski rat. To je bio onaj hladni rat.
To je bio onaj zimski rat.
Da, zimski rat.
To je bio malo pre drugog svjetskog rata.
Pa da, ali čovjek je za 6 mjeseci ubio 300 ljudi, 350 ljudi.
Pokasapio je rusku stoku samo tako.
Uzijem trag.
A znaš da ga nisu ubili Rusi zbog toga?
Teorično nisu mogli.
Plantaža, brate, mili, rani simulator je počeo. Nema već, svišti.
Lepo kažem da mamicu treba se na spavanje, a Sisu nije popila izgleda dovoljno mlijeka.
Nemam, uzeo sam ja svoje rođene.
Sisice?
O jebote, moguće ovo.
Alo, Sisice? Sisavac?
Ljudi.
Nema već.
Sisavac?
Pitching ni na šta ne liči.
Od vašeg pina ne mogu da vidim toga lika. Upravo je pucao mene kroz taj pin.
Ovo se još malo nabili.
Je moguće ovo. Šili se. Kog bacio? Asi, ne volim rak.
Si reka ne voliš raktu?
Rakta.
Zašto ne voliš je?
Zato što ga Milan gazi. Svako ko je dovoljno glup da ga Milan ubije... Aj, nije neki igrač. To je bio čovjek u 10 metara, kome je domet 10 metara. Znači, nešto nije s tobom u redu.
Traka.
Na primjer, ono kako smo mi danas igrali, da igram sam ne bi ni našao u onoj situaciji da ja stojim u kući da čekam da mi se lik s automatom privuče da me prereže.
Seriously, Snake?
Seriously. Znači ja bi već odustao od toga fajta. A dobro, čovjek je teo da se krpi. Pa smo ga ispoštovali, ali iskreno ne sviđa mi se to.
Thank you na sod. Ovo je kod mene. Jasno.
Imate neki flankere?
Well, Mr. Šojk.
Mr. Šojk?
Pa niko to nije čuo mene, no. Aj, konj što je vrišto sad. Nisu vrišto.
Kako da ga čuo?
That's absolutely wrong. Milane, nisi se čuo. Milan? Omiga. Omiga, to pereš.
Slobodno to ne.
Laže.
Laže mislim da me s drugom vidio. On što kaže da bi se pokvario.
Pada besomučno kiša. Majko ljude.
Kiša lije ko iz kabla.
Ej, znaš kako su kola ta isto? Sve su zvučali.
Znam, prljava.
Pešca kisa head.
Ovdje si po njivi vozi, tako gleda.
Izlaze napolje, ajmo gore. Seriously, koliko loš meč.
Seriously?
Ima već za takva tura, ajmo prema gore, možda ih ubije neko. Ili ubiju nas ovdje. Ovi će da sačekaju nas, brate, znaju da smo ovdje. Bilo bi previše.
Znamo i mi da smo i tamo.
Dobro, ne znamo mi da su ovi baš.
Seriously?
Seriously?
Da, vraćaju se nazad, jaaaa.
Ne rade, što ti si nisi, jel da ne bio?
Jaaaa, pa oni su u kurcu, bre. Ovi sa Bountyjem se vraćaju nazad u boss arenu. Oni su ozbiljno u kurcu. A polako, bežu. Vidimo, oni beže na suprotnu stranu, šta se dešava?
Bežu.
Seriously?
Bežu teknu, bre. Znaš da ti ti teknu.
Evo, ovo je PP. Eto ti posla. Milan ubije dvoje, aj raše, pomozi.